Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Harem with Copy Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko Shigaraki Midoriya has been many things in her over 2 centuries of life. A sister, a demon child, a freedom fighter, the Quirk thief, the demon queen of the underworld, all for one, a wife, and most recently, Mama. Inko kneels down at the pair of headstones in front of her, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. I'm sorry that I failed both of you. Yoichi Shigaraki Hisashi Midoriya. I'm sorry Yoichi that I failed to see what I had become until it killed you, and I'm sorry Hisashi that you died to save me. Inko looks down at the pair of infants strapped into the baby carrier on her chest, hidden by an illusion quirk. I'm sorry that neither of you got to meet the twins, and I'm sorry that it took me so long to come back here. Behind Inko, a gust of wind picks up and a pair of boots gently touches the ground. I take it you're the one that asked me to be here? Nana Shimura, the whirlwind heroine, tempest and current holder of One for All, asked. Inko nods and stands as she turns around and wipes her tears. Yes I am, it's a pleasure to meet you in person Shimura. And you are? Tempest asks warily. Kaninko Shigaraki. In an instant Tempest's posture changes and she raises both of her fists as a small tornado begins to form around her fists and feet accompanied by small sparks of purple lightning. So you're still alive after all this time, all for one. What you brought me here to try to take back your brother's quirk you forced upon him. Inko stares at the heroine before chuckling. Tempest, if I truly wished to take Yoichi's quirk back I would have done it long before now. Even if I wanted to wait until you had it I would have taken it when your youngest Kotaro was born and you were still weak. Tempest's eyes brayfly widened in fear. How do you know that name? She demands. Inko sighs. I made it a point to watch those who Yoichi passed his quirk onto. If anyone used it to oppress others or become a villain I would have taken it back and picked someone else worthy. The Greenet responds flippantly, I asked you to come here because I'm disappearing and figured I'd try to do one last act of good before I faded into history. Inko waves a hand next to her and a small tear in space appears before she reaches inside it and pulls out a black briefcase. What's in the case all for one? Tempest asks. Details on every criminal organization and politician in their pocket I could dig up dirt on. Give it to Nezumi or the commission, I really don't care. If you can talk to the previous users, tell Yoichi I'm sorry for who I became and what I did to him after his injury. Before Tempest can respond Inko drops the briefcase and disappears into a cloud of smoke. Alright, let's get this to Nezumi and hope she can make use of whatever is in here. Tempest mutters to herself. Do you think she was telling the truth? Tempest asks Nezumi and her sidekick Miss Night-Eye. Night-Eye sighs as she schemes over the papers in the briefcase from All for One. I do not believe her to be trustworthy but I do believe she may have been honest when she told you she was planning to disappear, but why? Nezumi's claws clack on her keyboard before stopping. I believe I may have her reason if she was being truthful. Tempest hums and looks over to the Chimera's computer. What's that distortion? An incredibly powerful illusion quirk it's able to resist even my program to get through quirks. Nezumi responds. Why is the distortion focused on her? What was she trying to hide? This is just a theory, and this is my only evidence, but I believe that All for One may be settling down. You mean she's Pardinanti? Tempest asks. It's a possibility, just one, but one we can't entirely discount. Nezumi responds. A cloud of dark green smoke appears in the middle of a living room before Inko steps out with both of her twins in her arms. Welcome home you two, this is our new life. She says to herself before activating a quirk to change her and Izuku's hair and eyes to green. A pair of green and a pair of purple eyes stare up at her and make a babbling sound in unison. Inko smiles and chuckles. Alright, let's explore the house. What do you say Izuku, Sora? 4 years old. Mommy. Sora Midoriya yells with excitement as she charges through the back door. Inko chuckles as she looks towards her daughter. What's up, Snowball? She asks with a smile as she watches Sora try to stop before she is bowled over by her green-haired brother Izuku and the duo's best friend Rumi. The trio pause for a moment before breaking out into laughter in a pile in front of the Midoriya matriarch. Sora, sweetheart, what did you want to tell me? Inko asks as she kneels down next to the trio of 4-year-olds. Mommy, my quirk came in. Oh? What's your quirk, Snowball? Inko asks with feigned curiosity. With her hundreds of quirks at her disposal, she already knew what both of her children's quirks would be. Sora has a healing quirk. Izuku proudly proclaimed. Rukin scraped her knee and Sora's hands glowed purple before she put her hands Rukin's knee and boom, it was healed. Inko failed to suppress a giggle at Izuku's enthusiasm. All right, Sora, we'll schedule an appointment with a quirk doctor to register your quirk. Mom, when is my quirk going to come in? Izuku asked innocently. Sora and Rumi grimaced. Izukin, only girls get quirks. Rumi said sadly. Sorry, Zuku. Sora whispers to her now frozen brother. Inko had to stop herself from correcting Rumi and Sora. Because Izuku did have a quirk, Inko had given him a few in fact, however they were all minor enhancement ones and they needed to stay a secret for now. Izuku, sweetheart, look at me. Inko softly told her son, a quirk doesn't define who you are, regardless of having a quirk, you are my smart and incredibly caring boy. Years old. Bye, Rumi. Sora cries as she holds her best friend tightly. I'm going to miss you. I'm gonna miss you too, Cauliflower. Rumi responds when she feels another pair of hands wrap around her front. Stay safe, Tiger Bunny. Izuku whispers, tears threatening to leave his eyes. I will, Broccoli. Don't give up no matter what anyone else says. Oh, I've got something for you. Izuku's tone shifts rapidly to excitement as he pulls a small notebook from somewhere. Inko will deny till the day she died that she gave her son a pocket dimension quirk because not even she knows where they come from most of the time. Hero analysis for the future. Mirko, Rumi mutters to herself as she reads the title. Is this me? She asks as she flips through the notebook. Yep, you said your hero name would be Mirko. Izuku responds, I figured if you were leaving I could at least help you know what to work towards. Fighting style should be based on kicks due to quirk. Rumi reads out loud before closing the book and turning towards Izuku. I'm gonna miss you, Broccoli. Same hearers. Rumi, it's time to go. A voice yells. Sorry, I'll find you two again someday. Rumi responds with a final hug to the twins. 10 years old. Hey, Mom. Izuku asks as he steps into the kitchen. Yeah, Izuku? Inko responds as puts down the knife in her hand. Do you know anything about a woman called the Quirk Thief? Her son asks with way too much innocence for the topic he just asked about. Inko's telekinesis quirk flares up briefly as she chokes on her own spit. Mom. Izuku asks with concern. Sorry, that question just caught me by surprise, and yes I do. Go get your sister please. Okay, Mom. Izuku responds before running into the hallway and up the stairs towards his and Sora's room. After a few moments the sounds of footsteps echo down the hallway. Mama? You wanted to talk to me? Sora asked apprehensively. Neither of them had ever been in any real trouble with Inko and Sora was worried she did something wrong. Inko nods. Both of you actually, and don't worry, neither of you are in trouble. Inko watches the tension start to fade from her children's shoulders. Izuku, why do you want to know about the Quirk Thief? That we got an assignment in history class about the dawn of quirks. Everyone had an influential person or event. Izuku got the rumor of the Quirk Thief, and I got the Shigaraki mansion fire. Sora responds. Unlike last time, Inko is able to stop herself from reacting. You said rumor of the Quirk Thief? Sora nods. Well yeah, practically nothing exists about them and come on, a quirk capable of taking other quirks? Inko chuckles. I'm sorry, Sora, but the Quirk Thief was very much a real person. What? The twins ask in unison. I planned on telling you two this when you turned 12, but now seems like a good time. I wasn't born Inko Midoriya. My last name was Shigaraki before I married your father. Wait, like the family from my assignment? Sora's. Izuku's eyes widen as the gears begin to turn in his head. Mom, what's your quirk? Zuka Mama's quirk is telekinesis. She used it to put us to bed the night before last. Sora responds confused. Sor, think about it, Mom's telekinesis reacted when I asked her about the quirk thief that she knows was real, and she shares the last name of a pre-quirk family whose mansion burned down, killing 2 of the 4 members of the family. Izuku responds with a determined glare. Inko chuckles, very good observation Izuku, and to answer your question, my quirk's name is All for One, and yes Izuku you are right. Sora and Izuku's jaws drop. I mean I know I just said it but still what? Izuku asks. Inko smiles and picks up both of her children with telekinesis before placing both of them on either side of her. I was born during the dawn of quirks with the ability to give and take quirks. So what happened to your family's home? Sora's. Inko sighs, I burned it to the ground using a few early fire quirks and the house's propane. Why? My parents' parents weren't good, they expected me and my brother to be perfect heirs to their family fortune, but when I learned I could give or take quirks my parents only saw me as a demon instead of their daughter. Inko answers with a note of sadness. Uncle Yoshi? Izuku asks. Yeah, Uncle Yoshi we were twins but he was a sickly child and when we were teenagers I gave him a stockpiling quirk to help him get better. Our parents decided they were done with me and kicked me out. Yoshi ran away not too long after. Izuku, Sora, what I want you to understand is that I wasn't always a good person. Some people who hated quirks attacked me one night and Yoshi got injured that I lost myself and became the demon queen of the underworld that governments feared. I always fought for the oppressed, be it women with quirks, women without quirks, or more recently men, but I wasn't someone I'm proud of. Mom, you always tell us people can change if given the chance. Izuku speaks up. Inko nods, and they can if they want to, but that doesn't erase their past, and I have memories I would rather forget and actions that I wish I could undo but I can't. A few hours later Izuku and Sora step into the kitchen while Inko is preparing dinner. Mom. Izuku asks, do you think I can be a hero without a quirk? Inko hums in thought for a second before responding, you can be a hero without being a pro, she answers, and I do think you can be a hero Izuku but you will have to work 3 times as hard to get recognition from the public. Are you ready to put that work in? Izuku rapidly nods, I will, and my notes can help me take down villains. He responds excitedly as he leaps in the air with his right arm move high into the air. Inko chuckles, although you won't have to do it quirkless. Izuku and Sora promptly stop and stare at Inko in confusion. But men don't get quirks, Mom. Izuku responds. Did you two already forget who I am? Inko teasingly asks. Izuku facepalms Mom. Izuku, are you sure this is what you want to do with your life? Inko asks seriously. Izuku nods, yes, being a hero is what I want to do Mom. What about you Sora? I want to be a healer, like Recovery Girl. Sora responds enthusiastically. It seems your brother's encyclopedic knowledge of heroes is rubbing off on you. Inko responds with a fond smile. Alright, both of you hold out your hands, Sora first. Sora apprehensively holds out her hand. This isn't gonna hurt, right? Inko shakes her head. It will feel a bit weird as the quirks I'm about to give you settle in, but no Sora, you shouldn't feel any pain, and there shouldn't be any adverse side effects beyond possibly faster quirk exhaustion. She answers as she takes her daughter's hand. I'm going to give you 3 quirks, a diagnosis quirk, an anesthetic quirk, and a stamina-draining quirk in addition to 3 copies of the quirk you were born with. A flash of red lightning jumps from Inko's hand to Sora's as the 10-year-old feels a sudden surge of power and information. Sora grunts in discomfort and holds her forehead as she gets overwhelmed by the knowledge flooding into her head. Mama, my head is killing me. Inko nods, go low down on the couch and put a blanket over your eyes. New quirks drain your energy and the diagnosis quirk is providing you more information than you can currently process. Izuku leads Sora towards the couch before returning. What quirks are you giving me, Mom? Inko smiles, lifts her arm to the side and activates a hammerspace quirk before pulling out a notebook. Since you want to be a hero, you get to pick your quirks. She answers as she hands Izuku a notebook labeled Quirk Stockpile, Emitter, Psychic, you can pick 6 for now. We can add more or trade out quirks later as you grow accustomed to these ones, but even your body can only handle so much change at once. Izuku reverently takes the notebook. Mom, how many quirks are in here? In that notebook? A little over 100. Izuku looks at the notebook with wide eyes. Wait, how many quirks do you have in total? Inko smirks and hums in thought, 800 or so. She responds casually. Izuku's jaw drops and he can feel his fingers twitching. So many quirks, he mutters. Inko chuckles, and you've analyzed a little over 50 of them. Wait, what? Where do you think I got the quirks I had you analyze for a challenge from? Izuku throws his hands in the air, still tightly holding onto the book. I don't know, I assumed you gave me your friends' or coworkers' quirks, he admits. Inko chuckles. Nope, now you have a few days to make your choices, so choose wisely, and remember that similar quirks are easier to use in tandem. 12 years old. It had been 2 years since Izuku and Sora learned the truth of their mother's identity, and 2 years since Izuku was given his first set of quirks. On the twins' 12th birthday, Inko gave Izuku another quirk of his choosing to learn and train, which led him to where he is now 2 months later. Come on, one more try, I have to get this right. Izuku says to himself as he stares at the pile of trash in front of him. Air Cannon plus Graviton, Gravitic Bolt. Izuku mentally calls on the 2 quirks and holds out his hand towards the junk pile. A silent viridian bolt of energy leapt from Izuku's hand and slams into the washing machine halfway up the pile. The machine glows a dull green before beginning to groan and buckle under its own weight. Ooh, I did it! Izuku celebrates before he freezes as the entire stack begins to groan. Oh shit! He mutters before he snaps his attention to the side and activates Blink, teleporting 5 meters to safety as the trash pile collapses where he was standing moments before. Are you okay over there? A female voice asks. Izuku spins around to find a girl about his age behind him with pink dreadlocks and what look like crosshairs in her eyes. Sheet, how much did she see? He asks himself. Yeah, I'm okay, just glad I wasn't under that. Yeah, that looks painful. I hope there's still usable scrap for my babies. Izuku freezes. Babbies? He asks, his face matching Endeavor's flames. Well yeah, like baby number 34. The girl responds and lifts up a fairly scrapped-together looking grappling hook. Izuku's eyes widen. Oh, you mean your inventions, okay? Yeah, what else would I be talking about? Sis. Never mind. My name's Izuku Midoriya, what's yours? May Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsume Industries, and your name has already been forgotten, green boy. Izuku. Sora's voice carries through the trash piles. Izuku, are you alright? Sora asks as she runs around the corner and stops when she sees an unharmed Izuku and a new pink-haired girl. Izuku, who's this? Sora. Yes, I'm fine, I wasn't in the danger zone. This is Hatsume, she just kind of appeared after the trash pile came down. Izuku answers his sister. Hatsume turns her attention towards the newcomer. Hi, who are you? Sora. Midoriya, the seaweed-haired nerd over here, is my brother. I take offense to that, leech. Izuku snarks. Siblings are weird. Hatsume mutters. Yes, they are. Izuku agrees. Anyways, what's your quirk? Oh, my quirk is zoom. It lets my eyes act like the zoom feature on a camera except the image doesn't get blurry. Hatsume explained. Cool. Does it also work like a microscope when you look at something close up? Izuku asks. Hatsume looks at Izuku confused. Huh. Well, you can zoom in on an object farther away than you can normally see. It's not that unreasonable to think you might be able to zoom in on objects close to you to see at a much more detailed level. Hatsume stares at Izuku for a few minutes before shrugging and walking over to a nearby pile of trash. After a few moments of searching, the pink-haired girl pulls an old microwave out of the pile and rips the front plate off, revealing a circuit board. Holy sheet muscles! Hatsume exclaims as she squints at the circuit board. Izuku looks at Hatsume in confusion. Muscles? I can't remember names well and I can see the muscles on your arms. Hatsume explains, and more importantly, holy sheet, your idea worked. Izuku perks up. It did? Yeah, it took a bit more concentration, but this is amazing. I can make so many more babies like this. Hatsume exclaims. Babies? Sora squeaks. She means her invention Sora. Izuku explains. What's your quirk? Hatsume asks while turning to Sora. I can heal people using my own stamina and drain someone else's stamina if I make contact with their bare skin. Cool. Are you trying to be a hero? Sora shakes her head. No, well sort of, I plan to be a healer like Recovery Girl. Ah, so you have no need for support gear. No, not really. Hey Hatsume, do you want to be friends? Izuku asks. Hatsume looks at Izuku. Sure? I've never really had friends before, most people think I'm weird. Izuku shrugs. Some people think I'm useless because I don't have a quirk. Hey, do you want to meet our mom? Hatsume places the circuit board in her backpack. Sure, why not? Hey Mom, we're back and we brought a friend. Sora announces as they step through the front door. Hey sweetheart, I'm in the kitchen. Inko calls back. When the trio turn the corner into the kitchen, they find Inko standing in front of the oven, a delicious smell filling the kitchen. Ah, who is this? May Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsume Industries. Hatsume says proudly. Inko chuckles. Well, that's a new one. How did you meet Izuku and Sora? Oh, I found Izuku after I investigated a trash pile falling over and Sora came in behind me ready to heal him. Inko chuckles and shifts her eyes to Izuku. Did she see you use a quirk? She asks through a telepathy quirk. No, I don't think so. Inko smiles. Well, that's wonderful, dear. It's been a few years since Izuku and Sora had any real friends. Hatsume shrugs. Why is that? Sora's really nice and Izuku knows so much about quirks. He even helped me do something I didn't think of myself. Inko shrugged. Kids can be mean. Now would you like to stay for dinner? Hatsume pulls out a phone. I need to call my moms to ask, she says before stepping out the front door. Hey mama, no, I don't need you to pick me up from the police station again. I made some new friends. No, they're actually really nice. One of them helped me with my quirk. Anyways, their mom asked if I wanted to stay for dinner tonight. It's been a while since they had friends apparently. 24 Tenku Street. Alright, see both of you soon, I love you. Hatsume closes her phone and walks back through the front door. Can you stay, Hatsume? Izuku asks. Hatsume nods. Yeah, Mom and Mama wanted to come and talk to your mom, but they're happy I found friends. Also, please call me May. Alright May, let's go see what's on the hero news. Izuku responds excitedly as he drags the Pinkett towards the couch. A knock on the door draws Inko's attention from her children and his new friend on the couch. On the other side of the door she finds a woman with short pink hair and another one with long red hair. Are you the mother of my daughter's new friends? The pink-haired one asks. I assume you are the Hatsumes? Inko asks. After getting nods, Inko smiles and steps to the side. Then please come in. Hatsume is on the couch watching TV with my children. I'd love to get to know you two better, seeing as our children seem attached at the hip currently. Inko says jokingly. The Hatsumes nod and share a passing glance as they notice Mia sitting next to Izuku, but don't comment on it as they sit down across from Inko at the kitchen table. And we'd love to talk to the mother of people May calls friends. She doesn't have many of those. Inko shakes her head. Yeah, Izuku and Sora have a similar problem, mostly Izuku. People are cruel. The red-haired Hatsume mutters. That they are. Inko agrees. Chapter text. 15 years old. Happy birthday, Izuku. Inko, Sora, May, and May's mothers, Sobi and Kyori, cheer in unison as Izuku blows out the 15 candles on the cake in front of him. It had been 3 years since Izuku and Sora found May in the trash beach. The multi-quirk twins had gotten closer to the pink-haired inventor rather quickly. Izuku smiles. Thank you. Inko chuckles and uses attraction of small objects to pull a knife into her hand before cutting the cake. So what are you wishing for, Izuku? Mom, you know I can't tell you that, then it doesn't come true. Inko smiles and shakes her head. Of course, silly me, how could I forget? Inko responds as she hands Izuku a slice of cake. Here, muscles, open my present first. May says excitedly as she slams a box down onto the table next to Izuku. Izuku jumps slightly and turns to the gift. May, this isn't going to explode, right? May refuses to answer and simply grins. Izuku sighs and rips the wrapping paper and freezes when he spots the figurine inside. May, where did you get this? He asks. Oy. We're already in the city for parts and I saw this and thought you would like it given how often you go on rants about her heroine career. May explains. Izuku pulls out the sealed box inside to reveal a statue of a woman with black in a black bodysuit with a white cape standing in front of a shorter and older woman with white hair in an off-white and yellow costume with a yellow cape on her left and a taller and skinnier woman with green and yellow hair in a suit on her left. Oh my god, May, this had to have been expensive, and to find it in stock is amazing. I've never been able to find one outside of third-party scalpers online. Mia smiles and blushes slightly, something that Izuku misses, before responding, I ordered it on hold a few weeks ago, and for the price, it was worth the allowance. Mom, you said you had a second present for me after May and her parents left? Izuku asks as he steps into Inko's office. Inko turns around with a smile. Yes, I did. Come here, Izuku. Inko gestures to a chair next to her. Izuku smiles and drops down onto the chair. Izuku, hold out your hand. Inko says gently. Izuku's face lights up. My gift is a quirk? He asks. Inko grins and nods. Yes, but not just any quirk, your original quirk. Izuku's jaw drops. But I'll explain, please, he stutters out. Inko giggles. You were born with a quirk, Izuku, one that I took to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Izuku's eyes widen. What is it? Always the quirk enthusiast, never change, Izuku. Inko mutters fondly, the quirk you were born with is called Quirksmith. She answers as she takes Izuku's hand. A brief flash of red lightning lights up the study as Izuku feels a surge of power flow through him. Quirksmith. Izuku asks in confusion, what does it do? He blinks a few times as he begins to see rainbow-colored lights swirling around Inko's chest. Mom, does Quirksmith make me see a bunch of random lights around people's hearts? Inko nods. Those lights are quirks. Whoa, that would explain why there are so many. Inko chuckles. Quirksmith is a mutation or evolution of my quirk. It allows you to see other people's quirks, in the form of quirk lights, and you can permanently copy a person's quirk if you make contact with all 5 fingers. Oh, that's so cool. Izuku gushes. Inko fondly ruffles Izuku's hair. It does some other things too, but I'll leave those for you to discover. Now we're going to head out for a bit tonight. Izuku looks up at Inko in confusion. Where are we going? Window shopping for quirks. Inko explained. Are we just going to walk and copy any quirk I find interesting? Izuku asks. Inko shakes her head. Not quite, Izuku. We're going to be going a bit farther into the city and look for some criminals. Izuku looks at his mother in shock. But that's vigilantism. Inko shrugs. Technically it's not. How? Modern vigilante laws are pretty clear and obvious. Inko smirks. Well, that's the thing, I checked. Modern vigilante laws specify a woman using her quirk as vigilantism. And since I'm a male, they don't actually apply to me. Izuku realizes. Inko nods. Yep, and I'm only going to use a quirk to get us there and back. She responds as she hands Izuku a black jumpsuit. Anyone have any quirks you're interested in? Inko asks Izuku next to her. Izuku shakes his head, his face concealed by an illusion quirk-enhanced ski mask. A lot of cool quirks, but none of them that combine well with my existing arsenal that I can see. He explains, a man with a quirk is one thing, and unbelievable to most, a man with obviously multiple quirks? I'm pretty sure the government would hunt me down to figure out how. Air cannon, kinetic barrier, airwalk, psychic hexapus, gearshift, and blink could all be hand-waved to be one versatile quirk. Graviton is a bit more out there, but elemental quirks and most emitters don't mesh too well visually. Wait, I found one. Izuku points to a woman pinning someone else to an alley wall right below the duo. Inko shifts her attention to Izuku's directions. Situation? She asks, forcing Izuku to slow down for a moment to analyze the situation before jumping in. One assailant, erasure subtype emitter quirk, and one victim, electrical subtype mutant quirk. Izuku responds as he creeps closer to the edge of the alley. Inko looks over at the pair and nods in agreement. All right, remember what I taught you. I know. Quick, efficient strikes, no flashy super moves, No unnecessary risks. Izuku recites from memory as his body tenses ready to move. Good, go be a hero, kid. Izuku grins under his mask and leaps into the alleyway. As he lands on the ground, the would-be mugger WHPS around to face the newcomer, and Izuku sends 4 of his 6 psychic appendages to grab the mugger while the other 2 pick up the victim and place them at the opening of the alley. Run! Izuku's voice comes out distorted as he sends a straight jab into the mugger's nose, cracking it and knocking her down as the psychic appendages let go of her. Izuku blinks forward and places his right hand on the woman's wrist, quickly copying her quirk before hitting her again and knocking her out. The sounds of sirens interrupt any thought process from Izuku as Inko drops from the ceiling and grabs Izuku before the duo are enveloped in a dark green mist. Izuku and Inko reappear in the living room with a puff of mist. So what quirks did you end up getting tonight? I got 4 tonight. 1 transformation-type spring-like limbs, 1 mutant-type dynamo, and 2 emitters null touch and true or false. Did you 2 have fun on your law-breaking adventure? Sora asks behind them, briefly startling both Izuku and Inko. Sora, when did you get there? I went into the kitchen 10 or so minutes ago. I heard you 2 talking about going out before you left. Sora explains. Ah. Inko says quietly. Also, yes, I know what Izuku did is technically not illegal, but that won't save him if he gets caught. Sora cuts off Izuku as he opens his mouth. 16 years old. Wake up, Sora, breakfast is ready. Izuku says as he gently shakes his twin. 5 more minutes, Zu. Sora responds sleepily. Wake up or you're gonna miss the tea. Izuku says, knowing exactly how to wake his sister up. Tea? Sora asks as she shoots upright. Izuku chuckles, come on downstairs and I'll show you. Sora groans, fine, what did Mom make for breakfast? Izuku smirks, I made breakfast. Mom is indisposed at the moment. He answers cryptically as he leads Sora down the stairs and into the living room. Zu, I love you, but it is too early for you to be this cryptic. What is dash? Sora cuts off as she looks into the living room and spots the recognizable long green hair of their mother on the couch, and in front of Inko lays a woman with purple and pink hair curling into the Midoriya matriarch's chest. Sora looks at her grinning brother. Izuku, who is that? Izuku chuckles and leads Sora into the kitchen. See, that's the funny part. That woman is an underground hero named Lady Nagant, or better known to the public as Kiana Tsutsumi, the president of the HSPC as of about 15 years ago. Sora stares at Izuku with wide eyes and an open jaw. Are you saying Mom slept with the head of the Hero Commission? Izuku cackles and nods. Yes, I am. Now help me make breakfast so we can interrogate them when they wake up. But you said breakfast was ready. Sora protests. I lied. Be sturdy. We're twins, Sora. If I'm illegitimate, then you are too. Izuku counters with a smile and hands her an apron. But. Love you too. Now what do you want to do for? Breakfast? Sora huffs in annoyance, fine. Pancakes? Izuku shrugs, sure, but you can't use sacred flame to try to cook it. Sora gives Izuku an offended look. I would never dash. 2 weeks ago. Izuku interrupts. Fine. I won't use sacred flame to try to cook the pancakes. Sora relents. Or anything else. Izuku adds. Party pooper. Sora mutters as she puts the apron on. I'd rather not wake up Mom because you burned the house down. Izuku snarks. This right here is why nobody loves you. Speaking of love, how is your debilitatingly gay crush on your Kowi going? Izuku asks with a grin. Sora glares at Izuku. Leave Pony out of this. Izuku lets a sheet-eating grin show and Sora realizes her mistake. Oh, Pony, is it? You're already on a first-name basis with her. Shut up, JRK. Why don't we talk about your lack of a love life? Or we can talk about how you begged me to teach you English so you could talk to the cute blonde American with the most anime eyes you could imagine. Inko slowly rose to consciousness and felt an unfamiliar weighted warmth in her arms. It was too heavy to be either of the twins crawling into her bed after a nightmare. Then she realized she wasn't in her bed. Whatever she was sleeping on was too firm to be her bed. Her back was pushed against another cushion of some kind, and the blanket over her was too thin to be her comforter. The smell of fresh tea and the sound of something sizzling on the stove rouses Inko the rest of the way to consciousness. Inko blinks and finds herself on the living room couch. However, most importantly, Inko finds her face full of purple and pink hair. Kiana, she mutters to herself. Ah, good morning, Mom. Izuku says with a smirk, did you sleep well? Good morning, Izuku. Inko responds with a small blush. Izuku's smirk softens. Tea and pancakes are ready in the kitchen when both of you are ready. And no, I didn't let Sora cook. Inko sighs, thank you, Izuku. You're welcome, Mom. Izuku responds as he walks back into the kitchen. Inko smiled and looked down at the woman in her arms. Hey, Kiana. Inko whispers while gently shaking the woman. 5 more minutes, love. Kiana mumbled. Kiana, wake up. Inko says a little louder and shakes her a bit more forcefully. Kiana jolts slightly and only Inko's reaction speed keeps her from falling off of the couch. Morning, Inky, my head hurts like a beach. Inko chuckles slightly. Morning, Kiana, you did have a lot to drink last night, but more importantly Izuku and Sora made breakfast. Aw, that's nice of them. Wait, shit, they saw me, didn't they? Inko nods. Trust me, Kiana. Izuku seemed more amused and curious than anything. I promise this will go okay. As Inko and Kiana enter the kitchen, they are met with a plate of pancakes, sausage, and a cup of tea waiting for them. Good morning, Mom, and good morning, Tsutsumi. Izuku grates the duo. Kiana raises an eyebrow. I wasn't expecting to be recognized so quickly. Sora rolls her eyes fondly as Izuku shrugs. What can I say? I'm a hero nerd. Also, the HSPC being turned on its head overnight and an underground hero taking over as the president is massive news even for non-hero nerds. Kiana blinks. Wouldn't you have been like 2 at the time? Izuku nods. Well, yeah, I obviously wasn't watching it happen live, but there are articles everywhere about it. Kiana looks at Inko, who has taken a seat. I know you said he loved heroes, but I didn't think he would be this thorough. Inko chuckles. I've come home from the firm to find Izuku with a full notebook page about a new hero who just had their debut fight too many times to question it anymore. I don't have some flashy quirk, but I have a brain for picking things apart to my advantage. Izuku says calmly, and it isn't a lie, he doesn't have a flashy quirk in his arsenal yet. Now I'm curious, what do you have about me? Kiana asks, now intrigued. Izuku shakes his head. Maybe later, we really wanted to talk to you and Mom. Are you dating Mom? Sora asks without any hesitation. Izuku and Sora wear matching smirks as both Inko and Kiana flush somewhat. Well, we were going to wait a bit longer to tell you. Inko starts. But yes, we have been seeing each other for a few weeks now. Kiana finishes. Izuku's eyes widen. Is that where you go every time you go out with coworkers? Inko shakes her head. Not entirely. About half of those are me going out with coworkers. But the other half is you two going out. Izuku summarizes. Yes. Izuku and Sora look at each other and seem to have a telepathic conversation before they nod in unison and turn back towards Inko and Kiana. As long as you two are happy, we're fine. Sora says, just please don't give us a younger sibling. Izuku finishes with a smirk before the duo stand up and walk away. Inko and Kiana both turn even more red as they stare at where Izuku and Sora sat, refusing to look at each other. Inko. Why yes, Kiana. Did your children just give me their own version of the shovel talk? Inko nods. Yes, they did. After a moment of silence, Inko speaks up. We're going to get them back when they start dating, right? Oh, absolutely. 17 years old. All right, enjoy your day with Kiana. Inko says to Izuku and Sora as she gives both of them a kiss on the forehead. You say that like we're going to be doing anything, Inky. Kiana responds, today's primarily just going to be me getting to know them beyond what you told me. It was only a week since Izuku and Sora officially met Kiana. We'll be fine, Mom, don't worry about us too much. Izuku reassures Inko. Yeah, we don't need you late to your meeting today. Sora continues. Inko sighs. Fine, stay safe and have fun, you three, try not to burn anything down. With that, Inko walked away towards the train station and the trio of Izuku, Sora, and Kiana walked into the hero's house. As Inko walks around the corner, she slips into an alleyway and activates several stealth quirks as well as a warp quirk that places her a block away from UA. After disabling her stealth quirks, Inko walks the block to the UA gate and places the buttons slightly hidden on one of the gateway columns. "Ah, Ms. Midoriya, welcome." Nezumi speaks through a hidden speaker. "Please follow the guide bot at your feet. It will direct you to my office and protect you from the security systems across campus." Inko nods and looks down to find a small one-wheeled robot halfway up her thigh. "Of course, Dean Nezumi." She responds as the robot begins to move. On the way to Nezumi's office, Inko receives several looks of confusion as to why a seemingly random woman is walking through UA. The presence of Nezumi's guidebot alleviated some of the confusion for the teachers. As Inko steps up to the door to Nezumi's office, the door opens before she can knock. "Come in." Nezumi calls from inside. "Ms. Midoriya, please do take a seat," the dean says as Inko enters the room. "Thank you for meeting with Nezumi." Nezumi smiles and waves her hand as she presses a button on the keyboard next to her. Inko can feel everything outside of the room fade away until she can only hear the sound of the chimera sipping tea. "I am far less busy on a daily basis than most people think. And I rarely have parents ask to meet with me directly, especially parents with as much power as you do, Ms. Midoriya, or should I call you Shigaraki?" Inko chuckles. "I've long since left the Shigaraki name behind me, Nezumi. Though I am curious, what tipped you off?" Nezumi's smile grew into a predatory one. "Small object attraction was your go-to lie about your quirk, old friend. I should have known my sentimentalism would get me caught." Inko admitted with a smile. "Have you figured out why I'm here yet?" Nezumi laughs. "That's the fun part. I have so many theories and none of them require a face-to-face meeting. But my most likely theory is exactly what you put in your message, that you wanted to talk to me about some concerns you have regarding your daughter's enrollment here at UA because of your past and your quirk." Nezumi takes a sip of tea. "Was I close, Kaninko?" "It's just Inko now, and not quite, though you were very close." Inko answers with a small smirk. "My daughter does not wish to be a hero. She plans on applying for Recovery Girl's apprenticeship program that no one realizes is there. My son, on the other hand," Inko's smirk widens, "his big dream is to be a hero." Nezumi cackles, a sound that haunts the UA staff in their dreams. Across UA campus, all of the teachers feel a sudden sense of dread and hear echoes of the dean's laughter even though the room is soundproof. "I had always wondered if All for One could transfer quirks to a male," Nezumi says after her cackling fit. Inko chuckles. "Oh, it can, but you are misunderstanding one thing. My son was born with a quirk, a mutation of mine." Nezumi pauses and sets the teacup he was about to drink from down on the desk. "A man naturally born with a quirk." Nezumi in mild disbelief. "Not quite naturally, but yes, he had a quirk when he was born." Inko confirms. "I can guarantee that your son will be treated fairly by the staff and that my staff will enforce UA's anti-discrimination policy." Inko nods. "Excellent. When would my son need to test for the entrance exam?" Nezumi hums in thought. 2 days after the recommendation exam, his potential homeroom teacher will join us. Thank you for giving my son the chance, Dean Nezumi." "It's my pleasure, Ms. Midoriya. I aim to help guide the upcoming generations regardless of quirk or lack thereof. And that is why I went to you, Nezumi. You've done well since I found you in the lab." Nezumi's ear twitches. Yes, I have, and your information you gave to Ms. Shimura, my job has gotten easier the past several years. I'm glad it did some good." Inko responds as she stands up. "I look forward to seeing you when he is of age to try." Nezumi answers with a grin. Chapter text. After the door closes behind Kiana, Izuku, and Sora, the underground hero leads the two teens into the living room. "So, what do you two already know about me?" Kiana asks as she sits down on the couch. "Well, I know that you're dating Mama, that you're the head of the HSPC, and apparently rather awkward around kids." Sora answers. Kina chuckles. "Well, you aren't wrong. Though from what Inko told me, Izuku, you would know a lot more about me." Izuku enthusiastically nodded. "Yep." He answers before pulling a notebook out of seemingly thin air. "How did he dash?" "Don't question it." Sora interjects, not if you value your sanity. Izuku flips through the notebook, labeled, Hero Analysis number 15. Before stopping at a page, Kiana Tsutsumi, Twilight Hero Lady Nagant, current head of the HSPC, took over after the commission purge. Quirk, rifle allows her to transform her right arm into a rifle, can transform her hair into bullets. Kiana's eyes widen. How did you dash? During public appearances you have a tendency to twirl a finger through your hair. Also, I have one of your bullets on my desk. It nearly perfectly matches the colors of your hair. Izuku explains. Kiana hums in curiosity. Huh, those usually deteriorate within a day or two. Izuku shrugs, omitting the fact that he had Inko use a preservation quirk on the bullet, before continuing. You were also used as an assassin by the old commission to remove people they saw as problematic, he continues sadly, but you also run the most transparent and honest administration the commission has had since its inception. Kiana chuckles. It's good to know that one of my girlfriend's kids are fans. Inko told me a bit about both of you. I know that Sora you have a healing quirk and are aiming for Recovery Girl's internship at UA. I know that Izuku you enjoy, as Inko said, dissecting quirks and tearing them apart, and that you have nearly 24 notebooks filled with analysis of various hero and villain quirks. Izuku chuckles. Yeah, a few people are not the most enthusiastic about my notes at school. He sheepishly rubs the back of his head. Sora levels Izuku with a blank stare. Izuku, I love you, but Yuki has every reason to be weary of your notes. Izuku shrugs. She said she wanted to be a hero, so I helped her out with her quirk. He answers nonchalantly. Kiana looks between the two, confused. What? Yuki is one of Sora's friends from school and she wanted to be a hero with her hydrokinesis quirk. Izuku explains. Sora lets out a suffering groan. You're leaving out the part where you basically gave her step-by-step instructions to use her quirk to forcefully control someone's body through the water content of blood. Izuku sighed. Look, I may have gone a little far, but her quirk is capable of so much more than she's using it for, even discounting the ability to control someone else. Kiana shakes her head. So Izuku, Sora wants to be a healer. What do you want to do? Izuku and Sora freeze for a moment. I'm sorry if that is a sore subject for you. Kiana backtracks when she notices the twins freezing. Izuku shakes his head. It's not, it just isn't something we talk about a lot. He lies while trying to figure out how much he can say. I want to be a hero, and I'm applying to UA. Kina is briefly surprised by the firmness and determination with which Izuku makes his declaration, but before she can say anything, Izuku continues. I know it'll be hard and I won't make it as a limelight hero, but I can be an underground hero like you or Eraserhead, and I already have a friend who's really good with machines and is willing to make support gear for me. Kiana holds up her hand to stop Izuku before he can ramble any further. Izuku, I assume Inko already knows about this. Izuku nods. Of course she does. Kiana nods. Good. I trust your mother, and if she thinks you can be a hero then I'll help you how I can. Inko did mention a girl trying for the support course. I think Hatsume was her name. Izuku and Sora nod. Yeah, May Hatsume, incredibly intelligent when it comes to support equipment. Sora starts. And absolutely no concept of personal space. Izuku finishes with a small blush. Kiana smirks. Oh? Izuku groans. Not you too. What's wrong, Izuku? Kiana asks teasingly. Mom already spent half an hour teasing me for May's lack of personal space. I'd rather not go through it again with Mom's girlfriend. Kiana chuckles. Fine, I won't tease you anymore for that. So how is school for you two? Izuku shrugs. The teachers are nice enough. The other students are a bit of a mixed bag. Some of them try to treat me like shit when there aren't any teachers around because I'm quirkless. Others treat me nicely because I'm a male and I guess think they have a chance when we graduate. Honestly, I'm not sure what their thought process is there. There's also Hitomi Shinso, who's really my only actual friend at school. May goes to a different school. Have you told Inko? Kiana's. Izuku and Sora nod. Yeah, but the school can't do anything unless the teachers see it, and they can't be everywhere. Sora's friends are nice enough to me, but they only talk to me when I'm with her, so... The trio are interrupted by the front door opening. Kiana, I'm back. Calls out from the doorway. We're in the living room, love. Kiana responds. I trust they didn't give you too much trouble, Kiana? Inko asks as she leans down and gives Kiana a kiss on the lips while Sora and Izuku fake GG. Oh, hush you two. Kiana chuckles. They were great, dear. We were enjoying talking to each other. Inko smiles. Good. Now, Kiana, I have something important to tell you. I haven't been entirely honest with you about a few things. Kiana looks at Inko in confusion. Inky, what are you dash? Inko gently places a finger on Kiana's lips. Please, just let me say it, okay? Kiana nods worriedly. I trust they didn't give you too much trouble, Kiana? Inko asks as she leans down and gives Kiana a kiss on the lips while Sora and Izuku fake GG. Oh, hush you two. Kiana chuckles. They were great, dear. We were enjoying talking to each other. Inko smiles. Good. Now, Kiana, I have something important to tell you. I haven't been entirely honest with you about a few things. Kiana looks at Inko in confusion. Inky, what are you dash? Inko gently places a finger on Kiana's lips. Please, just let me say it, okay? Kiana nods worriedly. Let's start with, well, nothing I'm about to say isn't somewhat world-shattering, so I'll start with the core of everything. Inko mumbles, giving Kiana the impression that particular trait may be hereditary. Mom. Izuku says, jolting Inko out of her muttering. Sorry. Inko apologies and takes a breath before making eye contact with Kiana. To start, I lied. About my name, age, and quirk. Kiana's eyebrows rise, prompting Inko to continue. I was born Kaninko Shigaraki roughly 200 years ago, and my real quirk is named All for One, she admits. Kiana gasps. What? You're not pulling a prank, right, Inko? Inko shakes her head sadly and lifts a hand, a small wisp of fire appearing in her hand. I'm not pulling a prank, Kiana. I want this to be more than just a casual thing, and for that I need to come clean. Inko looks at Izuku. Do you trust her? She asks her son telepathically. Izuku nods and clears his throat, getting Kiana's attention. Mom's not the only one who wants to tell you something, Kiana. In lieu of speaking, Izuku reaches his hand out and focuses on the pen next to Kiana. Slotting pull into place, Izuku flexes his fingers and the pen shoots into Izuku's hand. I'm not quirkless, he says quietly. Kiana stares at Izuku with wide eyes. How dash? Kiana cuts herself off as she begins to piece information together and turns to Inko. You can give men quirks? Inko smiles and nods. Yes, but Izuku was born with a quirk as well. She explains. Kiana sputters. This is a massive breakthrough. It's possible for men to get quirks. Inko, this is massive. Inko looks surprised at Kiana. You're taking this surprisingly well. Kiana shakes her head. This is going to take a lot of time to fully process everything properly, but I understand why you felt it necessary to keep this a secret. She explains as she stands up, and before you start worrying like I know you probably already are, no, this doesn't impact how I feel about you, Inky. She promised and reached a hand out to caress Inko's cheek. This does not change who you are. You are still the incredibly fierce and caring lawyer who stole my heart. Inko lets out a sigh of relief. That's good. As much as you needed to know about this, I was worried about how you would take this revelation. Kiana smiles and places a kiss on Inko's forehead. I understand that, but I'm not going anywhere, Inky. You and the twins can't get rid of me that easily. Kiana and Inko ignore the second round of fake gagging coming from Izuku and Sora before they turn to the twins. Now, Izuku, I'm still willing to train you for UA's entrance exam next year. Inko perks up. Oh, that reminds me. Izuku, your entrance exam date is the day after the recommendations exam. Izuku stares at Inko. What? Well, today I went and had a meeting with Nezumi to discuss your potential enrollment at UA next year, and he agreed. You have a personal exam date to avoid you and the other examinees distracting each other. Kiana chuckles. Well then, I trust Inko has already given you some training on how to use your quirks and the basics of combat, but I'll train you more to help you prepare. But to do this, I will need some more information about what quirks you have currently. Izuku nods. Well, the notebook about my quirks is at home, but for the basics, the quirks I have are Air Cannon, Psychic Hexapus, Gear Shift, Spring-like Limbs, and Recursive Strength for offensive quirks, Kinetic Barrier and Dynamo for defensive quirks, and Quirk Smith, Airwalk, Blink, Graviton, Null Touch, True and False, gecko fingers, and pull for utility quirks. He lists off his quirks with a smile. Kiana hums in acknowledgement, interesting spread of quirks. I'll need more details later to be able to properly start training you, but enough of that for now. Kiana turns to Sora. What's this Inko told me about an American exchange student that you made friends with? She asks teasingly. Sora groans and hides her head in her hands. Please no. Izuka cackles. Now it's your turn, Sora. Quirk, Air Cannon. Tip, Mitter. Basic description. Allows the user to release a devastating shockwave of air pressure from the palm of their hands. Classification. Offensive artillery. Combinations. Psychic Hexapus. Can be combined to either unleash a massive shockwave or a barrage of smaller shockwaves. Graviton. Fires a graviton dart that can apply the effects of graviton at range. Spring-like limbs. Enhance strength and range of shockwave. Important notes. Hand motions can change shape/behavior of the pressure waves. Quirk. Kinetic barrier. Tip, Mitter. Basic description. Allows the user to create hexagonal shields made of condensed particles from their hands in order to shield themselves. Classification. Defense active. Combinations. Psychic Hexapus. Can be combined to either layer shields for more protection or interlock them for wider coverage. Important notes. Shields have increasing recharge times as they are broken. Shields apply recoil to the attacker scaling with the force applied to the shield. If a shield breaks, it omnidirectionally applies the recoil. Quirk, Tip, Mitter. Basic description. Grants the user the ability to stand on and control the air around them, granting them levitation. Classification. Utility movement. Combinations. None discovered yet. Important notes. Heavily based on concentration to stay in the air. Quirk. Psychic Hexapus. Type. Mutation. Basic description. Gives the user 6 invisible limbs protruding from their back that can act completely independent of the user. Classification. Utility enhancer/offensive brawler. Combinations. Air cannon. Can be combined to either unleash a massive shockwave or a barrage of smaller shockwaves. Gearshift. Can be combined to launch a heavier object, more objects, or an object faster based on number of appendages used. Spring-like limbs. Increases strength of appendage strikes. Dynamo. Enhancement can be directed to psychic appendages. Kinetic barrier. Can be combined to either layer shields for more protection or interlock them for wider coverage. Null touch. Allows for the nullification of multiple quirks at once. Graviton. Allows for increased gravity on more objects or multiplicative gravity increases on objects. Pull. Allows the user to pull at more objects or pull at larger objects. Important notes. User can manually increase the strength and durability of limbs in exchange for their invisibility. Quirk. Gearshift. Tip, Mitter. Basic description. Allows the user to change the speed at which things accelerate through space. Classification. Offensive artillery/utility restraint. Combinations. Psychic Hexapus. Can be combined to launch a heavier object, more objects, or an object faster based on number of appendages used. Important notes. Does not work on anything living. Tip, Mitter. Basic description. Allows the user the ability to teleport 5 meters in any direction that they can see. Classification. Utility movement. Combinations. None discovered yet. Important notes. Teleports user exactly 5 meters unless blocked by a solid object. Quirk. Graviton. Tip, Mitter. Basic description. Allows the user to increase the gravity of an object they touch with all 5 fingers. Classification. Utility restraint. Combinations. Psychic Hexapus. Allows for increased gravity on more objects or multiplicative gravity increases on objects. Air cannon. Fires a graviton dart that can apply the effects of graviton at range. Important notes. Gravity increase currently limited to 1.5x increase. Quirk. Quirksmith. Tip, Mitter. Basic description. Allows the user to see a person's quirk and permanently copy a person's quirk if they make contact with all 5 fingers. Classification. Utility enhancer. Combinations. none discovered yet. Important notes, does not channel through psychic hexapus appendages. Quirk, spring-like limbs. Tip, emitter. Basic description, allows the user to store and release force by coiling their muscles, akin to a coil spring. Classification, offensive brawler/utility enhancer. Strength. Combinations, air cannon, increase strength and range of shockwave. Psychic hexapus, increases strength of appendage strikes. Important notes, requires long charge-up time for consecutive uses. Quirk, dynamo. Type, mutation. Basic description, allows the user to absorb electricity and use it to enhance their own muscles. Classification, defensive passive. Combinations, psychic hexapus, enhancement can be directed to psychic appendages. Important notes, enhancement cannot be applied to emitter quirks. Quirk, tip, emitter. Basic description, allows the user to nullify emitter and transformation type quirks of a person who they touch with all 5 fingers. Classification, utility takedown. Combinations, psychic hexapus, allows for the nullification of multiple quirks at once. Important notes, can't nullify mutation quirks but can nullify emitter or transformation aspects of mutation quirks. Quirk, true or false. Tip, emitter. Basic description, the user receives a mental notification if a person who answers the user's questions are lying or telling the truth. Classification, utility passive. Combinations, none discovered yet. Important notes, can't detect half-truths, categorizes as a lie. Can't detect lies by omission. Only detects a lie if the person talking knows they are lying. Tip, emitter. Basic description, allows the user to telekinetically pull objects towards them as long as they are under the user's body weight. Classification, utility support. Combinations, psychic hexapus, allows the user to pull at more objects or pull at larger objects. Important notes, if the user attempts to pull objects over the weight limit, the quirk will pull the user to the object. Quirk, recursive strength. Tip, mutant. Basic description, successive hits on the same target hit 1.25x harder than the last hit. Classification, offensive brawler. Combinations, spring-like limbs, allows for hard initial hit to build off of. Psychic hexapus, allows for rapid succession of strikes. Important notes, hitting another target, getting hit, or pausing for more than 5 seconds will reset the multiplier. Multiplier cannot enhance emitter quirks. Quirk, gecko fingers. Type, mutation. Basic description, the user gains gecko-like fingers and toes that let them stick to walls and ceilings. Classification, utility movement. Combinations, none discovered yet. Important notes, cannot work through fabric. 17 years old, 10 months before UA entrance exam. Izuku grinned under his mask as he leapt across the alleyway, adrenaline flooding his veins from his previous stops. Izuku stops and stumbles briefly when Barn Owl pick up a fight nearby. He groans softly and takes off towards the sound of conflict as air walk activates. As Izuku ratchets the fight, he finds a woman, who he quickly realizes is Eraserhead with a gray scarf wrapped loosely around her neck with one end wrapped around another woman's arm. A third woman lays unconscious slumped against the alleyway wall, and 2 more women stand in front of Eraserhead. A Herm control quirk on the unconscious woman, a fire emitter quirk on the one in Eraser's capture weapon. The 2 remaining ones have a minor strength mutation quirk and a sonic type quirk. Izuku analyzes as he kneels above the alleyway. As Eraserhead knocks out the woman in her capture weapon, Izuku leaps down on top of the woman with the sonic quirk, Null Touch activating at the same time that Quirksmith copies the woman's quirk. Izuku absolutely revels in the yelp the woman lets out as she topples from the unexpected weight. Eraserhead's attention is drawn by the yelp, and he finds one of the remaining 2 women pinned to the ground by a figure in all black clothing with a distinctive purple hood. Goddess, damn it, problem child. She flings her capture weapon out towards the last woman standing with her quirk active. Hiya, Eraser. Izuku giggles as he leaps at the woman with the strength quirk and copies it before chopping her on the back of the neck. Izuku isn't quite sure why Quirksmith partially works when Erasure is active, since as far as he can tell it's an emitter-type quirk, but he has given up on trying to understand his quirk's quirks. "What are you up to tonight, Ghost?" Eraserhead asks. "Would you believe me if I said I wasn't planning on knocking people out tonight?" Izuku asks as he zip-ties up the two women he knocked unconscious before moving to the woman that was already knocked out, placing heavy-duty zip ties on her while subtly placing all 5 fingers on his left hand on the woman's wrist to copy her quirk. Eraserhead scoffs as she drags the tree women to the entrance to the alley. No, I would not believe that in the slightest, Ghost." Izuku chuckles. "Well, good, you're not stupid." Eraserhead looks like he is about to retort but cuts himself off as he snaps his head to look up at the alley above them. "Yes, it would be rather embarrassing if the number 1 underground hero fell for that lie, Ghost," a distinctive female voice says. Izuku's eyes widen and his head snaps to the voice as he curses himself for letting Barn Owl deactivate. Izuku's face pales slightly under his mask as he recognizes the pink and purple-haired woman staring at him. Izuku turns to Eraserhead. "Bye, Eraser, gotta go now, so ilif." Eraserhead stares in absolute confusion as her problem child/vigilante reaches a hand out towards the building opposite of Lady Nagant and makes a pulling motion with his hands before flying up out of the alleyway and onto the rooftop. "What the f-?" she mutters to herself. "Sorry about that, Eraser, and before you ask, no, I do not care that you semi-regularly work with Ghost. You do your job and do it well. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go hunt down Ghost." Nagant speaks before Eraserhead can speak. She's pretty adamant that we can't actually arrest her on vigilantism charges. Eraserhead informs the HSPC. Nagant shrugs. "They may be right, but that's not why I'm hunting them tonight." Kiana looks down at her wrist. I've given them enough of a head start to make this fun," she says to herself before stepping back and leaping over the alleyway. "I don't get paid enough for this." Eraserhead mutters to herself before pulling out her phone to call in the criminals next to him. Izuku drops into a roll as Barn Owl lets him hear the internal mechanism of Lady Nagant's rifle firing. A purple projectile flying overhead fast enough to leave purple contrails behind it makes him flinch before he pops back up and takes off running again. "I just need to get far enough away and out of her sight to activate recall," he tells himself as he leaps over another alley. Kiana smirks and twists her hair into another blunt bullet with a RBB-like consistency before she places it into the hole in her hand. "You've taken to your lessons well, Ghost," she mutters before firing again. Izuku hears Nagant fire again and drops into a roll to duck under the bullet. However, this time as he rolls, the bullet slams into his upper back, knocking him out of his roll and flat onto his back. "Ow, that hurt." Nagant giggles as she lands next to Izuku. "Well, you've gotten better at dodging, Ghost. You say that like we've met before, Lady Nagant." Izuku bluffs as he forces himself to stand. "I didn't think the commission head herself would come out here for little old me." Nagant smirks and lets her rifle collapse into her hand. And I could have sworn the commission recently lessened how much they care about vigilantes who do good, especially those working with underground heroes." Izuku responds while popping his neck. "Oh, I'm not here to bring you into the commission, Ghost." Nagant responds. "Then why are you here?" "I didn't think I did enough for the commission to offer me an official hero internship." "Oh, you don't? Don't get me wrong, you do a lot of good, but it's actually your mother who sent me out to get you tonight, Ghost." Nagant explains, enjoying herself as Izuku freezes. Izuku freezes and his eyes widen in fear. "Sheet. How long have you known?" Kiana shrugs. "Since about half an hour or so, when your mother called me to tell me you had snuck out and very politely asked me to bring you home." Kiana steps next to Izuku and places a gentle hand on his shoulder. "And you are right, even if they wanted to, the commission can't actually label you as a vigilante officially. Now let's go home so Inko can dish out your punishment." Izuku sighs, knowing he won't get out of this. "Fine, hold on tight and I'll take us home quickly," he says as he pulls recall up and focuses on his marker in his room. Kiana smiles and wraps Izuku up in a hug. "Ready when you are, Izuku." Izuku simply nods and the duo disappear in a brief flash of green light. Kiana staggers briefly when they reappear in Izuku's room and Izuku laughs. "Yeah, sorry about that, Kiana. The first few recalls feel a bit weird for a few moments. It should wear off here in a second or two though. Kiana chuckles, good, because now we get to go talk to Inko. Izuku pales, oh no. Kiana staggers briefly when they reappear in Izuku's room and Izuku laughs. Yeah, sorry about that, Kiana. The first few recalls feel a bit weird for a few moments. It should wear off here in a second or two though. Kiana chuckles, good, because now we get to go talk to Inko. Izuku pales, oh no. Yep. Kiana responds cheerfully, let's get going, you of all people should know you can't stall this any more than you already have. Kiana reaches out and puts a hand on Izuku's shoulder, hey, let's go, you know Inko won't do anything too bad as punishment, right? Izuku shakes his head, I know I'll probably end up grounded for a few weeks. Ah, welcome back home, Izuku. Inko says in an overly sweet tone that told him he was in trouble. Izuku gulps, hi mom. Now, I could have sworn I told you that since you had a math test tomorrow you weren't allowed to go out tonight. Inko says with fake thoughtfulness, though maybe I wasn't clear enough. No, you were clear. Izuku stutters. Inko grins, good. Then why did you still go out? She questions. Izuku sighs, because I couldn't stay still. Good, you know what you did was wrong. Now as punishment for lying and sneaking out you're grounded for a week, and if you fail the math test that grounding will extend for a month. Izuku huffs, fine, I'll be in my room. He responds as he tries to walk off. Inko shakes her head, nope, come back here Izuku, we're not done quite yet. Damn it. Izuku mutters as he turns around and walks back to Inko and Kiana. And 100 yen into the swear jar. Inko adds as he holds out her hand expectantly. Izuku sighs and takes Inko's hand, a brief flash of red lightning flickering between their hands. Nice try Izuku, I would commend you on your efforts to circumvent punishment but not when I'm the one giving it out. Inko says before patting him on the head, now go get some sleep tonight, okay? Okay. Izuku mutters before turning around. I love you Izuku. I love you too mom. What was that about? Kiana asks as Izuku walks upstairs, depositing 100 yen into a jar labeled, potty words in rather childish handwriting. Inko hums and turns to Kiana. I assume you mean the red lightning? She asks, receiving a nod in return, that's my quirk. Part of the standard rules of Izuku being grounded is that he loses all of his active quirks for the time being unless he's being light grounded, which is only losing his phone while he's home and no going out or fun PRD. He keeps his passive strength and minor regeneration quirks, but forfeits the usage of his other quirks until he is ungrounded. Ah. Kiana responds, how many quirks does he actually have? Inko hums in thought 27. Kiana stares at Inko with wide eyes. Are you aware how insane that number sounds in any other context? Inko chuckles. Yes, I am. He found 11 himself in the past 3-ish years of being Ghost, and I gave him the other 16 across his life up until now. Inko shakes her head. Anyways, thanks for bringing him home. Would you like to crash here for the night? Kiana chuckles. It was no problem, Inko. I was towards the end of my patrol for the night anyways. And if you're offering then yes please. No more siblings please. Izuku shouts from up the stairs, the one I have is enough of a pain in the butt. Kiana flushes red and turns away from Inko. Inko sighs in exasperation and turns to the stairwell, and when are you going to meet a nice girl and give me grandbabies? Inko demands. By the sounds of struggling choking she hears Inko smirks in victory before grabbing Kiana's wrist and dragging her to her room. 17 years old, 8 months to UA entrance exam. Well, it's your last year of high school. Izuku's homeroom teacher announces, now each of you will be getting a sheet to put your top college choices and later in the day you will have a meeting with one of the school counselors to discuss your choices and your next steps. The teacher passes a stack of papers to the front of each row to hand back. Great. Izuku mentally groans, I'm gonna have the counselor trying to talk me out of the heroics course entrance exam. He laments as he hands the stack of papers back. Across the room Hitomi Shinso shared the same mental complaint as her green-haired friend. The two make eye contact and both know they're going to rant to each other after school is over for the day. Hey Midoriya. A voice draws his attention. Izuku sighs and looks forward to find Chikuchi Togaike, a girl with short dark brown hair who had been trying, rather unsuccessfully, to flirt with Izuku since high school started. Yes, Togaike, he asks boredly, hoping the bell for the next class rings soon. Togaike either didn't pick up or simply ignored that Izuku didn't want to talk to her as he smiled. What college are you going to? Izuku sighs, the same place I've always planned to go, he responds rather flatly. Ah, you'll be joining me in Gen Ed. Well, Midoriya, you know you could always stop now and settle down with someone who could provide for you and your future family. She says, clearly referring to herself. Izuku stares at the brown-haired woman with a deadpan glare. Togaike, you are below the class average in academics. I mean no offense when I say this, but for the last time stop trying to get me to go on a date with you. I don't like you like that. Togaike's friendly mask falls away as she scowls at him. And here I was doing you a favor, giving you an easy path to a fulfilling life doing your biological duty. She huffs as she turns around. Izuku's eye twitches and he clenches his fist, doing his best to keep a lid on his temper and by extension his quirks. Togaike, F off, and maybe focus on yourself before trying to tell others what they should be doing, Izuku states firmly as the bell rings. Oh my god, I'm so glad this is our last year. Hitomi groans as soon as she and Izuku are out of earshot of the front gate. Don't I know it? Izuku responds, how offensive was your counselor? Hito, wait for me. Sora demands as she runs up to the duo. Hitomi chuckles, nice of you to join us, Mercy. Oh, quiet you zombie. Sora shoots back, what were you talking about? Oh, you know, the usual, Togaike being a beach and the counselors aren't much better. Izuku responds. Sora groans, what did she say this time? The usual sexist bullshit about how I should really settle down with a woman who could provide for me, and then the counselor tried everything she could to convince me to not register for the heroics exam. Ah. Sora nods. Now I see why you two took off like a bat out of hell, well more than usual. Izuku nods, yep. I didn't want to give her another chance to say anything. Mom would get me out of suspension or expulsion because she was definitely violating the school's anti-discrimination rules, but it wasn't going to be worth the pain that waiting for Mom would be. Or worse, she asks Kiana to come get us. Sora answers. Izuku freezes, you're right, that would be worse in the long run. Oh, Midoriya's mystery girlfriend? Hitomi teases. She's not a mystery girlfriend. Your foster parents just SCK and barely let you out of the house. Izuku retorts, also how did you even convince them to let you spend the night with us? Hitomi shrugs, I just told them I found someone who was willing to tutor me so I could pass high school. Sora stares at Hitomi, are they just blatantly ignorant of the fact that you're like the top quarter of our grade? Hitomi shakes her head, nope, they don't seem to think I can pass high school without help. They still plan on kicking you out once you turn 18? Izuku asks. Hitomi nods, yep, 3 months, and you're sure your mom is okay with me staying at her house until UA? Izuku and Sora nod in unison. Of course she is, you have met her, right? Sora asks jokingly. Yeah, you're right. Hitomi chuckles. Of course she is. Izuku answers cheekily, now come on. If we hurry we can get you at least somewhat settled in for the night before May gets there. Ah, so I'm finally meeting your grease monkey of a support technician? Yep, and just a warning, she has no real concept of personal space but she means well. Izuku advises Hitomi. The trio is interrupted by the sounds of an explosion that causes Hitomi to briefly stagger slightly. What was that? The purple-haired girl asked. Hero fight. Sora asked, and then immediately recognized her mistake. Izuku no. Izuku chuckles and turns towards the source of the explosion. Sorry, Sora, fights need to be analyzed. He responds quickly before sprinting off. Damn it, Sue. Sora cusses before taking off after her brother. Hitomi just chuckled and jogged after her green and brown-haired friends. Can you two wait up? I don't have your endurance. She pleaded. As the trio reach a crowd, they very quickly slow down and try to slide their way to the front. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? One woman questioned. They've got a hostage, they can't do anything drastic to catch the villain without injuring her, another answered. And the fire the villains set aren't helping at all. Poor girl, is no one going to do anything? Sora and Izuku both freeze when they reach the front of the crowd. Standing in the middle of a run-down building surrounded by fire is who they assume is the villain made entirely of green sludge and trash. But what makes the duo freeze is the pink dreadlocks visible though the sludge. The twins yell in their head in unison. Chapter text. The twins yell in their head in unison. Wait, Izuku mutters, the heroes aren't doing anything. Sora and Hitomi snap their attention to Izuku. Izuku, no. Sora says firmly, I know what you're thinking but you can't do it. But the heroines aren't doing anything. Izuku whispers in argument, and I don't need a quirk to do it. Sora takes some relief in the confirmation that her brother wasn't about to use a quirk in public, but she's still worried. Izuku, please. I'm sorry, Sora. Izuku responds before dropping his backpack and bolting under the barrier put up by Cammy Woods. Kid! Cammy Woods and Death Arms shout as they try to reach for him. Izuku smirks to himself as he ducks under the branches and arms reaching for him, copying the punching heroine's quirk, that makes strength quirk number 4, he mentally counts as his muscles bulge slightly. Dumbass. Sora mutters. Shouldn't you be more worried? Hitomi asks. He'll be fine, my brother is stubborn but he'll be fine, Mom will ream him out when we get home though. Sora responds. Izuku ducks and rolls under the tendrils of sludge the villain sends at him. Too slow, he shouts. Just die already, boy. The villain shouts. No thanks. Izuku responds as he picks up a rock. Let my friend go, he demands as he chucks it at the villain's eyes. You beach! The villain screams as a fist-sized rock and debris hit her eyes. Izuku briefly claws at the sludge before plunging his hands into it and grasping May's hands. Come through it. Go. Izuku roars as he rips his arms back, dragging May out of the sludge. Izuku? May asks before hacking up sludge. Yeah, it's me, May. Izuku responds. Die, brat. The sludge villain roars as she pulls a mass of sludge back, ready to slam into Izuku and May. Just hold on, May, we aren't in the clear yet. Izuku says before picking up the pinkette in a princess carry. A high-pitched whistling draws everyone's attention. Izuku sighs in relief when he turns to the side and spots an easily recognizable black bodysuit flying towards the sludge villain. Brace yourself, May, we'll be fine. He promises the engineer as he jumps to the side of a sludge tendril. The sludge villain suddenly lurches to the side as a miniature tornado slams into her. Never fear, citizens. Tempest says as she lands in between Izuku and the sludge villain. For I am here, she says before clapping her hands together and trapping the sludge villain in a tornado. Izuku smiles and carries May away from the sludge villain and Tempest, but before Izuku can get to the paramedics, he is stopped by Death Arms, Cammy Woods, and Slugger. Izuku sighs and puts May down. Go have the paramedics check you out, May. Kid, what you did was incredibly reckless and we had it under control. You're lucky we don't arrest you for vigilantism. Death Arms says menacingly. Izuku scoffs and rolls his eyes. Unknown to him, a camera crew had their camera trained on him since he charged the villain. For starters, yes, it was reckless, but none of the three of you were doing anything. No, you didn't have it under control, you were about to let my friend suffocate. Kid, none of our quirks were effective against the villain. Slugger says, please, I don't have a quirk and I did what none of you could seem to do. And finally, for your most idiotic point, even if you wanted to and tried to arrest me for vigilantism you couldn't, because vigilantism is a woman using her quirk to do heroine work without a license, and seeing as I am a boy and don't have a quirk you legally can't do anything. And even if you could, nothing would happen because, well, actually, Death Arms, you should be familiar with my mother. The punching heroine scoffs. Oh, and why is that? Izuku smirks. Because she's currently a few days away from winning her 5th lawsuit against you. Izuku chuckles at the horrified expression on Death Arms' face as she realized who Inko was and walked over to May, who had been given the okay and had met with Sora and Hitomi. Sora hands Izuku his bag. By the way, Mom and Kiana saw you rush past the barrier. Izuku hisses as the quartet begins walking, May quickly attaching herself to his side. Are you sure you're all right, May? Why, yeah, I'm fine, Izuku. May responds, let's just go. As the quartet walked up to the door of the Midoriya's house, the door is violently thrown open and Izuku and May are telekinetically dragged through the front door. My babies! Inko cries as she crushes Izuku and May in a hug. Mom, we're fine, we're safe, I promise. Izuku pleads. The doc checked me out and gave me the green light, Midoriya. May answers. Good. Inko puts the pair down. Now Izuku, we're going to talk about your stunt later. Izuku gulps. Inko smiles and turns to the doorway. Shinsho, please do come in. Sora, please show her where to place her bag. Kiana should be here in a few minutes. The Hatsumes are probably dash. Inko is interrupted by rapid, strong knocks on the door. Oh, that should be the Hatsumes. Inko muses as she opens the door. Sobi, Curie, come in, the kids just arrived. Mimi. Sobi cries out as she rushes at May and Izuku. And Izuku, thank you for saving her. Izuku blushes slightly and turns away. It's nothing, Sobi, I just did what anyone should have. Curie shakes her head, but you were the only one to do anything until Tempest showed up. May wriggles out of her mom's arms and grabs Izuku's wrist. Mama don't to have a conversation with Izuku real quick, bye. She shouts rapid fire as she drags Izuku up the stairs before he can protest. Sobi, Curie, and Inko share a look. Do you think they'll finally talk? Sobi yes. Inko shrugs. Possibly, Izuku did just save her life. Inside Izuku's room, May slams the door shut behind them. May. Izuku asks, what's up? May sighs and clenches her fist. Izuku. She starts as she lifts her head to make eye contact with him. Izuku, I like you. I like you too, May. We've been friends for 5 years now. Izuku responds, flushing slightly more. May shakes her head. No, not like that. I couldn't figure out what this feeling was until recently, but I like you more than just a friend, Izuku. Mama helped me figure out these feelings and the attack today made them stronger. My first thought after Mom and Mama was that I'd be leaving you behind. May stepped forward and tightly gripped Izuku's shirt. I almost died today, Izuku. Izuku quickly wraps his arms around May. Hey, it's going to be okay. You're safe, you're right here. Don't leave me, Izuku. Izuku shakes his head and places a kiss on the crown of May's forehead. I'm not going anywhere, May, and neither are you, he promises the pinkette. May mumbles something and burrows further into Izuku's chest as he leads her to the bed in the corner of his room. Get some sleep, May. I'll be here when you wake up, I promise. Night, Zuzu. May mutters as her breathing evens out. Sleep well, May. Izuku says to the sleeping pinkette. 18 years old, 7 months before entrance exam. Izuku sighs as he kneels down in front of a pair of headstones. Hey Dad, hey Uncle Yuchi. It's been a year already and I'm 18, I wish you two could have been here for this. Hitomi's gonna be moving in with us in a few months to get away from her foster parents and there's 7 months until the entrance exam. I'm going to be taking a big splash soon and I wish you were here to see it, I just hope you'd be proud of me. Hey Izuku, when did Sora say she was going to be home? Izuku turns towards his mother and puts a finger to his lips while gently stroking his hand through his girlfriend, a fact that still makes him giddy and blush sometimes. May's dreadlocks, she said she'd be home in a few hours. Inko hums in acknowledgement. I see you finally got her to take a nap. Izuku chuckled and nodded. Yeah, it took a while but I did finally get her to agree to lay down. She almost immediately fell asleep after that. Izuku smiled at the sleeping support gear enthusiast. Hey Mom, can I tell her later tonight? Inko smiles and nods. If you want to, yes, you're an adult now and I trust you. If you want to let her in I won't object. Thanks Mom. It's a shame Shinso couldn't come today. Izuku sighs. Yeah, he's got 2 months left then she can escape. Are you going to tell her as well? Yeah, when she moves in I'm going to tell her. Izuku responds. Inko nods. I know I don't have to tell you this but make sure you trust who you tell. Secrets are a powerful thing. May, Sobi, Core, can you come to the living room? Izuku asks. I've got something I want to tell you three. The Hatsumes look at each other before nodding and following the Midoriyas into the living room. Izuku sits down and takes a deep breath before opening his eyes. So I'm just going to rip the band-aid off. I have a quirk. Mie and her parent both freeze and stare at him in shock. But May starts. Yes, I know, men don't have quirks, but I do. Izuku interrupts before activating push and pull and telekinetically pulling an empty teacup from the table into his hands. My quirk lets me copy other people's quirks through 5-finger contact. May's eyes light up. Aizu, that's so cool. Izuku chuckles. Yeah, it is, and I've got a decent stockpile of quirks built up. How? From where? May immediately asks. So do you remember last month when I told Death Arms, Slugger, and Cammy Woods that they couldn't actually arrest me for vigilantism? Of course, I was right there. May responds before stopping. Wait, are you saying you're a vigilante? Izuku chuckles. Of course not, I'm the wrong gender to be a vigilante. He responds teasingly, I thought we just established that. May groans and Sora laughs, but everyone's attention is drawn by Inko clearing her throat. So I have 2 presents for you this year, Izuku. Inko says as she kneels next to her son, the first is my quirk, all for one. She says as she forces all for one to the front and holds out her hand. Izuku gasps, It looks like a black hole, he mutters, I never could actually see it clearly before, it's so powerful but so appealing. Aizu? May asks in confusion next to. Izuku blinks, oh yeah. I forgot about that, so in addition to letting me copy quirks, Quirksmith also lets me see quirks for lack of a better term. For example, May your quirk is solid yellow and is passive and stable even when you're using it. Also before we get into UA, I need to know what quirks you have so I can make proper babies for you. The Pinkette says energetically. Izuku still blushes lightly at May's phrasing but no longer chokes on his own spit. I can do that later, Mia. He answers before reaching out and taking Inko's hand. As Izuku makes contact with Inko's hand, he feels a rush of power and a spark of an urge to take. Inko notices her son's reaction and smiles. Don't worry about the urge, Izuku. We can work on that later, okay? Urge. Soras. Inko nods. My quirk comes with a longing to take quirks. I learned to suppress it before I got PRGNT with Izuku, and I'll teach him. How do you feel, sweetheart? Izuku pulls back his hand and flexes his fingers. I feel great, the power feels amazing, I didn't realize a single quirk could make you feel like this. Inko chuckles softly, that's because it doesn't. Izuku, Sora, and May look at Inko in confusion. I knew the urge to take quirks would hit you when you copied my quirk, so I put a few smaller quirks out as a buffer. Izuku's eyes widen in recognition. I took quirks from you. Inko nods. Yes, you did. If I tried fighting you, my quirk would have won, but that's not what I wanted. Izuku nods in understanding. So what quirks did I take in addition to all for one? 2 copies of minor shock absorption quirks, a short-range thermal sight quirk, and a copy of a strength quirk you picked up on patrol. Inko responds, and now onto your second present from me. Inko says as he face morphs into a grin that sends shivers down Izuku's spine. Izuku gulps. Mom, what's my second present? He asks fearfully. Inko smirks and activates her pocket dimension quirk. Why access to a new notebook of quirks? She says cheerfully as she pulls out a notebook simply labeled Quirk Stockpile 18. Izuku and Sora's eyes widen. Oh shit. Izuku swears under his breath. The Hatsumes, noticing the twins' reactions, turn their attention to Izuku and Sora. What's special about that one? Sobius. Inko smirks and gives the twins a look that tells them they're on their own. That notebook is special and I was banned from picking quirks from it. Izuku stutters out. May tilts her head. Why is that? Cute, Izuku's mind helpfully supplies. Well, those quirks in that book aren't the most appropriate quirks to give a 10-year-old. Sobi and Cory look to Inko for confirmation as they put together the type quirks in the notebook in Inko's hand. Why? May asks again. Izuku looks to Sora, who grins and shakes her head, enjoying her brother's torment. They're quirks that someone with Midnight's hero persona would be jealous of. Izuku manages to answer. May pauses for a moment before her eyes widen in recognition. Oh, they're ye quirks. She blurts out without hesitation or shame. 18 years old, day of entrance exam. Nezumi, If this was coming from anyone else, I would just assume you were trying to prank me for something. Eraserhead says as she enters the room to find Lady Nagant and a woman with green hair waiting for them in the observation room, but given it's you, I'm only about 50% sure it's not a joke. Now may I ask who you are and why the head of the Hero Commission is here? Hello again, Eraserhead. I am here to see how much Izuku has improved in the year. Kiana responds. I promise Aizawa this is no joke. Nezumi responds as she climbs down her scarf with a packet of papers in her hand. To answer your question, Eraserhead, I'm Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother. Inko responds. Ah, so this is real then. Eraserhead responds, I am Shuka Aizawa, Izuku's possible homeroom teacher if he passes. It's a pleasure, and yes, this is real, though I don't blame you for your skepticism. If I was in your position, I certainly would be skeptical of the situation. Inko responds understandingly. Aizawa nods and turns to the wall of screens in front of her. So which test is he taking? She asks her boss. Izuku is taking the same course as the recommendation students. Nezumi informs the underground hero, Ms. Midoriya, I believe you have something for Ms. Aizawa. Inko nods and discreetly pulls a notebook out of her hammerspace quirk before handing it to Aizawa. What is this? She asks the green-haired woman. Izuku's notebook where he keeps notes on his quirks. Inko explains. Aizawa's eyes widen. Did you say quirks, as in multiple? Inko smiles and nods. Why yes I did. The notebook should explain everything. Aizawa sighs and looks up at the screen showing Izuku stretching on the starting line. He's going to be a problem child, isn't he? Nezumi cackles, a sound that unnerves everyone but Inko. Nezumi calms down enough to lean forward into the microphone in front of him. Midoriya, you may begin the exam. She says into the mic before pressing a button that opens the door in front of Izuku. Let the exam begin. Inko mutters. Midoriya, you may begin the exam. Nezumi's voice comes over the speakers in the waiting room as the door in front of Izuku opens. Izuku nods and looks to the door, remembering what Nezumi told him after the written exam. 20 minutes ago. The physical exam that you will be taking is split into several parts. The dean explained while riding on Izuku's shoulder. There will be a combat section, a disaster relief section, and a hostage section, but not necessarily in that order. You will be graded based on how fast and how effectively you handle the situation. Izuku nods. After the physical exam you will have an interview with me and your prospective homeroom teacher. Understood, Dean Nezumi. Nezumi jumps down from Izuku's shoulder. Good luck with your exam, Midoriya. I look forward to seeing your skills. Present time. Izuku feels his quirks thrum under his skin and he activates Blink as soon as the door is open enough for him to do so. Izuku finds himself in a ruined city filled with concrete skeletons of buildings. This is the disaster relief zone. There are 4 practice dummies spread over the area with varying simulated injuries. Good luck. Nezumi's voice echoes through the exam site. Izuku turns on recall and places a beacon at the medbay area. He starts in and activates Airwalk, Barn Owl, and Thermal Scope before running into the city. I'm glad these bots give off human-like heat signatures. Izuku mutters to himself as he runs up to the first dummy, simulated broken leg and lacerations across the left leg. Izuku mutters as he gently picks up the dummy and recalls back to the beacon, 1 down, 2 to go. Quick and efficient, and the recall doesn't upset the injuries? Aizawa asks as she turns to her boss. Nezumi hums and shakes her head as she looks at the datapad connected to the dummies. No, not all. Makes you nauseous as hell though. Kiana mutters. First-hand experience? The underground heroine asks. Yep. Kiana nods as Izuku deposits the 3rd dummy in the drop-off area. Is the last one buried? Nezumi nods. It's a bit of a twist to see how they deal with it. Aizawa shakes her head in exasperation. In rat. Now Aizawa, that is not accurate and you know it. Nezumi says with a smile. Last one, and of course it's buried. Izuku complains as he lands next to the 4th and last training dummy. Can't risk disturbing the concrete too much. Let's see. Oh, that could work. Izuku mutters as he activates Airwalk and leaps into the air above the concrete pile. What is he doing? Aizawa asks out loud. I'm not entirely sure to be honest. Inko responds. Izuku takes a deep breath as he slots push and pull into place and activates it through his psychic tendrils, focusing all 8 instances on various parts of the rubble. Come on. He grunts in effort as the rubble rumbles and begins to lift off of the ground. Get over here. Izuku shouts as the concrete shoots up towards him. Izuku! Inko cries out as she watches the rubble fly towards her son. Izuku smirks and directs his attention past the rubble before activating Blink and appearing on the concrete bellow. Yikes, you aren't in a good shape. He mutters as he has the tendrils gently pick up the dummy. Let's not be directly below the falling concrete debris. He says to no one in particular as he activates Recall and reappears in the dummy drop-off area. Disaster section of the exam is over, all 4 dummies found and retrieved. Nizu's voice comes through the speakers. I'm going to throttle and ground him when we get home. Inko grumbles. That move was a massive risk and caused quite a bit of damage around him. Aizawa remarks. Indeed, Eraserhead. Kiana responds, but keep in mind in a reel he wouldn't likely be the only person on scene to deal with something like that. True, but he's still losing a few points for recklessness. A fair assessment, you two. Nizu speaks up, but we do not expect them to come to us knowing how to do everything. Disaster section of the exam is over, all 4 dummies found and retrieved. Nazumi's voice comes through the speakers. Izuku grins and activates Airwalk before jogging to the marked exit for the disaster section. On the other side of the gate, Izuku finds himself in front of a large building that, upon a second look, appears to be a bank. In front of the building is a line of robots that are painted to look like police. This is a hostage situation. Work with the police robots on scene to resolve it any way you see fit. Nazumi informs Izuku through speakers. Izuku nods to himself and walks up to the closest police bot with painted on extra marking. Ah, hero, I'm glad you came so quickly. The lead police robot says, 2 criminals, no obvious quirk usage yet, and we have confirmation of 3 hostages. Izuku nods. What demands have they made and assets do you have here? He asks, needing to know the full picture. The police bot makes a mechanical humming sound for a few seconds before responding. We have 8 officers on the ground here and 2 two-man markswoman teams on standby, but they can't get a clean shot without risking the hostages. They have demanded an unmarked vehicle and the ability to leave unbothered. Good questions. Aizawa comments, though the sniper teams are unusual for most hostage situations. Nazumi chuckles, I had my fun with the exam. Aizawa pales slightly and turns to her boss. Rat, how many 0-pointers are waiting for him in the combat section? Nazumi cackles, oh Aizawa, that would be telling. Izuku nods and puts a hand under his chin. I'm gonna sneak in the back and engage the criminals. If your women get the chance extract the hostages, they are the priority. Izuku pauses for a second as an idea comes to him. Tell someone to pull an unmarked vehicle around to the back entrance as well. Anything that drops their guard will be helpful. Aizawa huffs in amusement. I think everyone else in the recommendation exams referred to them as villains. She comments. Izuku called them criminals because they are. Inko comments, at least according to the report the police gave him. Aizawa and Kiana nod. That's not something most people would catch. The homeroom teacher says, and he's including the police instead of trying to do it all himself. Izuku jumps into the air and activates Airwalk before running to the back of the bank building, avoiding windows into the bank as best he can. Upon reaching the back, Izuku finds and quietly walks up to the partially hidden employee entrance/emergency exit. Izuku grins as he places a hand over the lock and activates his newest quirk locksmith. More than one lock. This may take more time than I was expecting. He mutters to himself as he begins to hear several small clicks audible to only him. When the last and normally audible slick sounds, Izuku quietly and carefully pushes the door inwards as he activates thermal scope and barn owl before proceeding into the bank. The police finally caved. A robotic voice said, Good, we can get out of here then. Second robot responds. Izuku activates gecko fingers and climbs onto the walls, although he quickly realizes that he can't use his feet through his shoes. Need to fix that in my hero costume. He thinks to himself as he quickly takes off his shoes and climbs up the wall and onto the ceiling. That's an approach not a lot of people would see coming. Aizawa comments, though he may want to implement something in his costume to mimic that so he doesn't have to take off his shoes. Izuku crawls along the ceiling into the main room of the bank to find 3 villain bots, with one of them standing next to a group of 5 hostage robots tied together. The villain bot near the hostages is holding a rifle of some sort. Izuku finds the second villain bot is on the phone talking to the police near the main bank counter and has some sort of nozzle for its other hand. Likely representing an emitter quirk, Izuku notes as he finds the third villain bot near the center of the room. It has a much different chassis sporting a pair of claws and a tail with what looks like a lens of some sort. Izuku crawls above the robot near the hostages, deeming it the biggest threat, and drops on top of him with a spring-like limbs enhanced punch. The robot slams into the ground and lets out a small chime before it deactivates. "What the hero?" the second bot exclaims as it raises its nozzle hand and Izuku sees a flame flicker inside the barrel. "Sheet." Izuku swears and shoves gecko fingers down into the quirk reserves, replacing it with kinetic barrier as he raises his hands in front of him. 8 semi-overlapping hexagons 1m from point to point appear between Izuku and the villain bots as a torrent of fire erupts from the second villain bot. Izuku lets out a small breath of relief as fire stops at his barriers and fans to either side. Taking a breath, Izuku lets the 2 outermost hexagons fade away as he focuses air cannon into his hands. "Hope this works," he mutters to himself as the fire begins to taper off before he drops the other 6 barriers and fires both ball of compressed air towards the flamethrower nozzle. Aizawa watches in a mix of surprise and approval as the twin ball of compressed air disperse the flames and impact the robot's flamethrower arm. Izuku grins and blinks forward and slams 3 of the psychic tendrils into the robot's torso, denting the metal and throwing it into the wall. Police robots charge through the front door, 2 of them move towards the hostages, 2 of them move to the 2 downed villain robots, and the remaining 2 corner the last remaining villain robot. Before Izuku can act, 4 shots ring out as the 2 markswoman teams fire at the robot. Hostage situation has been completed. Please proceed to the exit gate for the next portion of the exam. Nezumi speaks up. Izuku nods and gives a polite, if unnecessary, wave to the police proxy robots before walking to the marked exit. Impressive use of his resources, and none of his attacks would have been lethal or debilitating to a normal human. Aizawa comments and he looks at the data pad receiving data from the robots, though the second robot would have several broken ribs if they were a person without a strength or durability quirk. Izuku grinned as he stepped through the gate into the second to last section of his practical exam. This is the combat section of the exam. You have 10 minutes to find and destroy as many robots worth 1, 2, and 3 points each. Nezumi says as Izuku steps through the gate, "Make sure to watch out for the 0-pointer, they're a distraction." She finishes before cackling for a few moments. Izuku freezes for a moment before the light above him turns green and the barrier opens. He blinks forward and leaps into the air, activating air walk as he runs into the city. The first robot Izuku comes across is a trio of 1-point robots. He charges air cannon and releases it with a wave of his hand, the ball of compressed air shaping into a wave of force that slams into the trio, knocking one down and staggering the other 2. "Need more force," Izuku says to himself as he charges up another blast using spring-like limbs to compress more air into the ball. Aizawa watches as the green-haired teen launches a second air cannon wave down at the trio of 1-pointer robots, disabling all 3 of them. Not bad. Needs some help judging how strong the air cannon attacks are, but he's not any worse than most of our usual candidates do against them at first. She pauses for a moment before asking, "Is there a limit to how many quirks he can use at once?" Inko nods. He can currently only use 4 active quirks at once. A lot of his passive quirks don't take up any slots for some reason though. Aizawa shrugs. Quirks can be weird at the best of times, and your son is the first recorded male with a quirk, so I expect weirdness to be his baseline. Aizawa looks down at the notebook entry on Quirksmith. Though I do have some questions about this note. He has that erasure subtype quirks only partially disables Quirksmith. Inko nods. You can ask him about that during the interview. I do not have a full grasp of the interaction. 2 minutes remaining. Nozumi's voice echoes through the fake city before the ground beneath Izuku beings to violently shake. The F dash? Izuku asks as he leaps into the air and activates airwalk to stabilize himself. He can see a massive plume of dust and debris in the fake city, and despite knowing that it is an exam, he sprints forward to the disturbance to find a massive 4-story tall quadruped robot, a pair of large triple-barreled cannons mounted halfway down its back supported by several smaller turrets and visible missile tubes. On the center of the robot's massive blocky head with 6 glowing red lights is a massive painted white zero. In the control room, everyone minus Nozumi is staring at the zero-pointer in shock, fear, and/or horror while the dean is leaning back in her seat cackling. Nozumi, why is Midoriya staring at the taunter? The second-year zero-pointer. Aizawa demands. Don't worry, she has all of the necessary safety protocols installed for first-year entrance exams. Nozumi promises the trio. Izuku stares at the taunter in pure disbelief. That's the zero-pointer? He shouts as he hears mechanical and electrical whirring coming from the behemoth. One of the smaller turrets swivels towards Izuku and launches a short barrage of rockets towards the green-haired teen. Out of instinct, Izuku drops air cannon and spring-like limbs and activates kinetic barrier and psychic hexapus before summoning a double-layer 2x2 grid of barrier shields between him and the rockets. As the rockets slam into the barriers, Izuku notes that the explosions put off very little heat and release a puff of pink smoke. Trading his extra appendages for blink, Izuku appears behind and above the titanic robot and pulls air cannon, psychic hexapus, and spring-like limbs into active status before charging up a single ball of compressed air using all 8 limbs. Kiana grins at the compressed ball forming in front of Izuku, so this is what he's been working on. What? Bezos. Kiana chuckles. In our last training session, he mentioned working on something that would, quote, blow me away. If 2. Izuku shouts as he launches the air cannon shot forward into the back of the zero-pointer. The compressed ball of air blitzes forward fast enough that Kiana and Aizawa cannot track it from the observation room and slams into the back of the robot. Izuku is knocked back and is forced to take several steps back in the air from the force of the air bullet exploding on its target. However, to Izuku's dismay and shock, the robot received a large dent but is still functional, and in his shock he misses a rocket turret firing a rocket at him. The concussive rocket throws Izuku to the ground with a puff of pink smoke. As Izuku stands up and dusts himself off, he finds that the robot has turned around and is now staring him down with the 2 triple-barrel guns glowing a menacing purple as they charge. F dash. He curses as he drags kinetic barrier, RBB bones, and endocrine control into activity. Adrenaline floods the greenet's bloodstream, overclocking Izuku's quirks as the same barrier as before appears between him and the robot just before the twin energy cannons fire, unleashing converging energy beams directly onto his barriers, which instantly begin to feel noticeable strain under the continuous beams. Feeling that his barriers are beginning to fail, Izuku's mind goes into overdrive, figuring out a solution that didn't involve him being roasted by whatever energy weapons the zero-pointer had. Trading out control over his hormones, Izuku turns his attention to one of the nearby buildings that are mostly untouched by the twin beam cannons and mentally plots out the number of blinks he would need to reach the roof. F. This is gonna SCK. Izuku groans as he teleports from the beam cannon's path of destruction and tumbles onto the roof as blood begins to trickle down his nose. Blinks overused for today. He confirms as he wipes the blood from his nose. Stumbling to his feet, Izuku trades out his defensive quirks for air cannon, psychic hexapus, spring-like limbs, and push and pull. Guess I'm going to need to escalate this up a level. He breathes as he begins generating another large air bullet close to his hands. However, this one is noticeably smaller but obviously much more condensed as the pull part of push and pull forces more air into the projectile. Last chance. 3. Izuku releases the projectile and uses push and pull to give the projectile increased velocity towards its target. The recoil from the projectile knocks Izuku onto his, but he hears a thunderous explosion of force as the bullet hits home before he lands on the concrete. Pulling himself to the edge of the building, he finds the taunter bisected with a rather large crater in between the 2 halves. Plus ultra. Izuku groans as the speakers chime. Practical exam has been completed. Nezumi informs him, please stay where you are Midoriya, medical bots will be there momentarily to retrieve you. Izuku sighs in relief and leans against the lip of the roof, and that was rough. Izuku winces as he tries to push himself up and pain shoots up his arms. Looking down at his arms he finds both rather heavily bruised, guess the adrenaline's running out. He mutters, Demon Mom's gonna chew me out for this, even if I do have regeneration quirks. Welcome Midoriya, please sit down. Nezumi says as a freshly healed Izuku enters the office. To Nezumi sat Aizawa with her goggles in her hair and her capture weapon resting around her neck. I'm Aizawa Shuka. I'm sure you've guessed by now, but I'm your prospective homeroom teacher in the coming year assuming you pass Midoriya. What Aizawa was omitting was the fact that, even by her own more cynical opinion, Izuku has very easily passed the practical exam. Izuku nods, it is a pleasure to meet you Ms. Aizawa. I wasn't expecting Eraserhead to be a teacher at UA though. Nezumi grins and Aizawa raises an eyebrow. Huh, not used to having people recognize me. Izuku smiles. Yeah, well I'm a hero nerd, you were a big inspiration for one of my friends who has a mental quirk. Ah. Aizawa comments, I hope to see them then. Now to start the questions so you can return to your mother. Nezumi interrupts, what is your definition of what a hero is? Izuku thinks for a few moments before responding. Heroes are supposed to be civil servants who protect civilians, both from villains and natural disasters. He answers confidently. Nezumi and Aizawa nod, neither showing any real emotion in response to Izuku's answer. During your practical exam your trainer shared with me a notebook with your current quirks in it. Aizawa starts. Huh, that's why she wanted that notebook. Okay, which quirk do you have a question on? Izuku responds. Your entry for Quirksmith noted that erasure subtype quirks only partially nullified it. Could you explain that more? Izuku nods. To the best of our understanding, erasure type quirks disable any emitters or transformation type quirks I currently have active and prevents me from activating any more quirks. However, it doesn't disable any already active mutation quirks, nor does it stop Quirksmith from being able to copy other quirks for some reason. He responds, still entirely unsure how that last interaction works. Would you be willing to let me prove that myself? The underground hero asks. Izuku nods. If you are okay with me copying your quirk, yes. He answers as he pulls Gecko fingers into activation. Aizawa pauses and thinks for a few moments before she nods and activates erasure. Izuku feels the normal gentle thrum of his copied quirk stockpile fade into silence with the exception of the still active Gecko fingers, and he tries to pull at another quirk but none of them respond. Izuku nods in acceptance and places a finger on the pen in front of Aizawa, the object sticking to his fingers as he removes his hand. Now to prove the other half. Izuku says both to himself and to Aizawa. Aizawa reaches out her hand and Izuku takes it. Izuku feels the now common rush of power, no matter how small or brief, he receives when copying a new quirk and nods to Aizawa. The underground hero blinks and drops her quirk. So. Izuku's eyes snap open, but instead of the red she knows her quirk causes, Izuku's eyes glow purple upon Erasure's activation and Aizawa feels the gentle pressure on her eyes she attributes to her quirk fade away for a moment before returning. Impressive. She comments as she reaches for her hidden pocket containing eye drops. Does that work in quirk suppressant gear? Izuku shrugs. No clue, never tested it. It probably would work about the same unless someone spent the time, effort, and resources to design gear specifically to nullify me, then who knows. Part of your recommendation, beyond the obvious power of your quirk and the uniqueness of your situation, was your ability to analyze quirks. We'd like you to watch a video clip of one of our current students using her quirk and tell us what you think about it. Izuku nods as the dean spins a monitor around. On the screen is a rather tall woman with green vine-like hair separated into two different ponytails running halfway down her back. At some unseen and unheard signal, the same 1, 2, and 3-point robots began to rise out of the ground and the green-haired woman jumped backwards. Izuku noticed her hair rapidly blossoming into flowers before those flowers transformed into fruit. The woman reached up into her hair and grabbed a plant that looked like a fist-sized lemon and threw it at the first robot, a 2-pointer. The lemon splattered onto the robot and the juice from the lemon began to eat into the metal of the robot's tail. After a few minutes of video, Nezumi pauses the clip and turns to Izuku expectantly. Impressive quirk, it's some form of an emitter type with an obvious mutant trait in her hair seeming to be made of a vine-like material. Izuku starts as soon as the video ends. She seems to be able to grow a highly modified version of citrus fruits on her hair and use them in combat. Lemons seem to produce an acid of some sort, though I wonder if she can manipulate the strength of it. Oranges produce a biological kind of rapidly spreading and hardening foam. What I assume is a grapefruit, given their similar coloration, produces a flashbang-like effect. Limes produce some form of a concussive detonation similar to my air cannon quirk. There was also a light green fruit and a yellow fruit with finger-like protrusions that I couldn't identify and weren't used, so their effects are most likely ineffective against machines. Nezumi nods. Impressive. Not a perfect analysis, but quite impressive for someone of your age with just that video. Final question of your interview today. Midoriya, why do you want to be a hero and why did you pick UA? Nezumi asks. Well, that second question is the simpler of the two. UA is one of only 2 hero universities to allow men to even try for their hero course, the other being Shiketsu. Shiketsu focuses mainly on daylight heroics and rescue and primarily on a heroine's image, while UA has underground and twilight heroines like Eraserhead and Midnight on staff. Aizawa PPS and eyebrow, you don't want to be a daylight hero? She asks skeptically. Izuku shakes his head. I wanted to be a twilight hero like Midnight or Lady Nagant. Surprising, most heroine hopefuls dream about daylight. Aizawa mutters. So then, why do you want to be a hero? Nezumi asks. A few reasons, to be honest. The first is I was born with a gift, a male with a quirk. I'm fully aware I could live comfortably off of the dot value of my DNA alone. Izuku admits, his face bright red, but I want to actually help people and make them feel safe. I'm aware people are going to call me a fake or call for me to drop out or be expelled based on my gender alone. Izuku takes a breath. I know it's not nearly as bad as it was 15 or 20 years, but quirk discrimination still exists. One of my best friends has a mental quirk and it led to a few people trying to be bullies and call him a villain in the making, and I want to show people that everyone can be a hero if they try hard enough. Nezumi nods, her face betraying no emotions, but internally the Chimera Dean was pleased with her newest interesting student. Aizawa hid the lower half of her face in her capture scarf to hide her grin. Thank you for coming, Midoriya. There will be a robot outside the door that will lead you back to where your mother and trainer are waiting for you. Izuku nods and stands up. Thank you for having me, Dean and Ms. Aizawa. After the door closes behind Izuku, Nezumi turns to the underground heroine. What is your verdict, Aizawa? Aizawa unburies her face from her capture weapon to reveal her creepy smile. He's going to be a problem child for sure, but he's got the potential to make a great hero. I want him in my class. Nezumi grins. Excellent. Izuku laid down on his bed with his girlfriend May on top of him, as it was one of the only ways to assure the pink-haired engineer actually slept. He knew that Hitomi was taking her usual midday nap in her room, and he could hear that his mom and Kiana were downstairs talking to the Hatsume parents. He couldn't hear well enough to know what they were talking about. It had been about a week since his entrance exam for UA, so he knew that his letter of either acceptance or denial could come any day, and despite Kiana's assurance that he did great on the practical exam, the waiting was beginning to stress him out. You think too loud, Aizu. May sleepily mutters. Sorry. Izuku apologizes. Need to get my muttering in check. Did you sleep well, May? Mia nods. Yeah, better than I slept the last 2 or 3 days. May, that's not healthy. Izuku says, it's a miracle you didn't collapse before today. But I had babies to finish for you and Tommy. Mia probes. May, your babies are not more important than your own health. Now are you still keeping what you're making for me and Hitomi as a surprise? May looks up at Izuku and smiles. Yep, you two will have to wait until my entrance exam. Izuku sighs. Fine, I won't press for more details. May leans up and quickly pecks Izuku on the lips. Good, because even your boyfriend privileges will not get me to ruin the surprise. A knock rings on the door to the Greenit's room. Izuku. Sora calls through the door. What's up, Sora? Sorry if I'm interrupting something private, but your letter's here, she says teasingly through the door. Izuku's face turns beet red at his sister's insinuation and jumps up from the bed, forgetting May on top of him and throwing her off of him and down to the foot of the bed. I'll be right down there, he responds. Aizu. May whines as he climbs off of the bed. Sorry, Mia. Izuku responds as he walks over and helps her up and kisses her forehead. Better? May nods. Yep, now let's get going before your mother gets any ideas. Izuku nods and runs out the door. Ah, so you came down from private time with your girlfriend for this letter? That's one important letter, huh? Kiana teases Izuku as he and Mia run down the stairs. We weren't doing anything beyond finally getting the grease monkey to sleep. Izuku protests while his face takes on a red tint. Sure. Kiana smirks as she holds out an envelope with the UA seal on the front. Do you want to open it in private, Izuku? Izuku shakes his head. No, I want to open it with everyone there. He answers as he takes the letter from Kiana and walks to the living room. Izuku sits down and takes a breath before opening the envelope. Inside is a letter and a metal disc. Huh. Izuku as he picks up the disc. The disc lets out a high-pitched beep that causes Izuku to drop it onto the table in front of him before it activates. Am I a dog? A mouse? A bear? That doesn't matter. What does matter is that I'm the dean. A hologram of Nezumi announces as it appears above the metal disc. Izuku Midoriya, I'm sure you have been stressing over your exam for the past week. Well, worry no more as I am here with your results. Suddenly the hologram cuts out. What? Everyone yells in surprise. The hologram turns back on to reveal the seemingly perpetually tired Aizawa with her capture scarf around her neck. Of course the rat does this. The tired woman mutters, let's just get this over with. Izuku Midoriya, on the written portion of the entrance exam you scored a 90% on a test that I have just been informed was designed for those with intelligence quirks, so congratulations. As for your practical exam in the rescue area, you were the fastest this year with securing all of the dummies in just 2 minutes. Your hostage situation score was the second best this year with resolution within 3 minutes and minimal hostage injuries and only a few points lost for excessive force used against the villains. And finally, during your combat section you landed in 3rd place with 68 combat points and no points lost to collateral damage. Aizawa lets a creepy grin show as she lifts the lower half of her face out of her scarf. Welcome to your Hero Academia, Izuku Midoriya. I look forward to seeing how you change the world. With her piece said, the hologram shuts off again only to reactivate with Nezumi showing back up. What now? Kiana groans. With that out of the way, I have a few more things to discuss with you. Inside the envelope is a set of directions for how to submit your costume form to our support department to make your hero costume and your homeroom and dorm assignment paperwork. Additionally, like the other students who got in through the recommendation examinations, you are invited to come to UA on the day of the general entrance exam for the hero course to observe the other applicants. If you wish to join, there is an email address to contact my secretary to confirm your attendance for that day. Nezumi seems to go through a mental checklist for a few moments before nodding to herself. And that is all. Congratulations on your acceptance, Izuku Midoriya. I look forward to watching you grow and improve. And the device shuts off again. This time the entire device shuts off. Can I have that? May asks immediately. Izuku shrugs. Let me check the letter to make sure I don't need to turn it in, but I have no problem with it. Ask your moms. May turns pleadingly to her parents as Inko telekinetically pulls Izuku into a hug, one that Kiana and Sora quickly join. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. Inko cries while the Midoriya waterworks turn on. Congratulations, Zuku, you made it into UA. Sora congratulates her brother. Great job, Bean Sprout, I knew you could do it. Kiana comments. Thanks. Izuku responds. Good job, Izuku. Hitomi says as Izuku is let go by his family. Thanks, Hitomi. Now you get the chance to watch me kick the general exam's butt. She grins. Sure, whatever you say, mine Jack. Izuku smirks. Chapter text. Alright, Midoriya, because of some obvious differences this year, the recommendation students will be watching from a separate viewing room from the staff. Aizawa explains as she leads Izuku through UA's hallways. The dean wants to mess with her staff, doesn't she? Izuku asks, having been informed by both Inko and Kiana of Nozumi's chaotic tendencies. Aizawa grins and nods as they walk up to a conference room. The other students will be joining you shortly along with a designated supervisor/chaperone. Izuku nods and enters the room. Inside the room was a decent-sized central table with chairs all around it, a rather large TV on the opposite wall, and on the right wall sat a counter with several types of drinks and snacks. Yui really doesn't mess around, huh? Izuku says to himself as he sits in one of the chairs and turns on the TV. After a few minutes, the door to the conference room opens to admit Kiana and 4 other women his age, one with a black ponytail, one with short and spiky green hair, a third with flowing periwinkle hair, and the fourth had mid-back length spiky ash blonde hair with visible teeth. "Hello, Midoriya." Kiana greets, silently telling Izuku to her last name as well. "It's good to see you again, Tsutsumi-sensei. I did not think you would be our chaperone." Izuku responds, "Ms. Nagant." The black-haired girl speaks up first. "Why is there a boy in here?" Kana looks at Izuku and nods. "Because I'm going to be your classmate, well, 2 of you at least." Izuku responds, "What?" All 4 women ask in unison as Kiana closes the door. Let's get the inevitable barrage of questions out of the way. Izuku interrupts, "Yes, I'm in the hero course. No, I am not lost. I do have a quirk, yes I am sure, yes I was born biologically male, and no this is not some joke or prank by UA." He says while staring at the 4 recommendation students. The one with periwinkle hair recovers first. "I'm sorry." She starts indignantly and Izuku already knows he's going to butt heads with her. "You actually expect us to believe that not only did a man get into UA, you also expect us to believe that you have a quirk?" She demands rhetorically, "I don't care what you did to cheat your way into UA, but I will not believe you and I will expose the truth dash." Izuku fixes the periwinkle-haired woman with the most deadpan and emotionless stare he can and reaches his hand out towards the counter with drinks before slotting push and pull into the front. Without looking away from the 4 women, he activates the pull half of push and pull and telekinetically drags a can of soda into his hand in one smooth motion. As I was saying, Izuku speaks as he cracks the can open, "I do have a quirk. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and if you have any questions I'd be happy to answer the ones I can." The quartet blink as they process what they just saw. "Tsutsumi-sensei, how long until the practical exams start?" Izuku asks Kana. Kiana shrugs, "Should start in like 5 minutes or so, Midoriya." Izuku nods and turns to the other 3 recommendation students. "I don't mind answering questions I can answer." He repeats before turning back towards the large flat screen at the end of the room and sitting down in a chair. "Do you know why or how it is that you got a quirk despite being male?" the black-haired girl asks. Izuku nods, "I do, or at least the basics of it. My mom probably knows all of the details a dashed." "Yaoyorozu, Momo Yaoyorozu," the black-haired girl answered. "Setsuna Tokage," the green-haired girl answers. "Ekitachi Hananuki," the ash-blonde speaks. The periwinkle-haired girl scowls and stares at Izuku, refusing to speak. Izuku looks at the girl before shrugging and turning to the other 3. "Pleasure to meet you 3. Do any of you mind if I ask questions about your quirks?" Hananuki shrugs, "Sure, my quirk's softening. I can turn solid surfaces into semi-liquids like quicksand. Not the flashiest or most powerful, but it's effective." Izuku nods and pulls a notebook out of somewhere, much to the surprise of everyone in the room but Kiana. "I promise I don't have a hammer space quirk." He explains reflexively, "Okay, this may sound a bit out there, but can you swim in the softened material?" Hananuki nods, "Yeah, it's more difficult than swimming in water, but it's doable as long as I can hold my breath." Izuku nods and hums in consideration while scribbling something into his notebook. "I'm assuming you already know this, but using that to sneak up on unsuspecting opponents would be both terrifying and incredibly effective for ambushes. Can you soften things after you've let go of them, or can you only soften them while you are in contact with them?" "Unfortunately, I have to be touching it to soften it or to undo my quirk's effects." Hananuki responds, "Unfortunate. It's still a great quirk for capturing villains who rely on moving on the ground." Izuku says, "I'm curious, all of us are recommended students. My Aunt Snatch recommended me. Yaoyorozu and Intelli were recommended for the strength and versatility of their quirks dash. And my great-aunt Chio recommended me because of the absolute wild card my quirk is. Tokage cuts in as her wrist detaches. Izuku stares at the detached limb with wide eyes. That's so cool. Can you still feel your hand? The green-haired woman giggled and nodded. Yep, though I'm not used to that response from my quirk, most people freak out the first time they see it. Izuku shrugs. Quirks are weird. A previous classmate could detach her limbs at will and regenerate them rather quickly. It might be related to them distantly. As I already said, I'm Setsuna Tokage and you look like a snack. She finishes with a teasing grin and licks her lips. Izuku flushes and quickly turns away. Kiana sighs, please stop teasing Midoriya Tokage. Fine, she sulks. Yaoyorozu sighs, sorry about her, she can be a lot. Hananuki chuckles, that's an understatement. Though Midoriya, back to the question I was about to ask, who recommended you? Izuku subtly looks over to Kiana who nods. Izuku chuckles and simply points to the dual hair-colored heroine. What? Izuku and Kiana chuckle, yes, I was the one who recommended Midoriya for the recommendation exam, and I was the one to train him since we were trying to keep his quirk a secret until he got into UA or Shiketsu. Why those two? The last girl, Intelli Izuku assumes her name was, speaks up. Because they are the only two who would even allow me to apply. Izuku responds, we figured no matter what happened rumors of my quirk would get out if I got into either hero course. And if you didn't make it? Yaoyorozu. I didn't tell Mom or Nagant this, but I can't actually be arrested for vigilantism. He responds, flippantly earning shocked looks from the recommended students and a look of exasperation from Kiana. Midoriya, were you planning on breaking the law? Hananuki asked. Izuku shakes his head, I just told you, by the letter of the law I can't be charged and arrested for vigilantism since I'm a man. How dash Yaoyorozu starts. He's right. Intelli speaks up. What? He's right, by law he can't be arrested for vigilantism. How? Yaoyorozu. Because vigilante laws specify a woman using her quirk to practice heroine work without a license. Kiana responds, and yes, Midoriya, your mother did know this when I started training you. Izuku stares down at his notebook and acts a combination of embarrassed and scolded. May fidgeted as she waited for her name to be called. It wasn't that she was nervous about how she would do, she trusted her babies after all. Before too long she was called into the room, they didn't seem to have any real order they were calling people in. May Hatsume. The robot called out. May smiles and stands up with the case holding her baby she was preparing to present in her hands. Inside the room she found a table with a woman wearing excavation gear. She's pretty sure Aizu said her heroine name is Power Loader, and a woman in a business suit. The heroine clears her throat. Alright, I am Power Loader, the main teacher for the support course. What did you bring for your practical presentation? May grins and sets the case on the table in front of her. This is baby number 343. She proudly states as she opens the case. She pointedly ignored the spit takes of both women in front of her. But to avoid reactions like that I refer to this as the persona chords. May elaborates as she pulls out a metallic half mask with mesh covering the front and a few dials on the sides of the mask just in front of the elastic bands to hold the mask in place. And what does this do? Power Loader asks. May smiles and puts the mask on, it covering the lower half of her face, just under her eyes but over her nose. One of my friends trying out for the hero course has a voice-based quirk, but it doesn't work through electronic speakers, so the persona chords use ceramic and metallic plates to increase the speaker's volume to reach a longer range. May twists a dial and her voice briefly doubles in volume, as well as changing their voice to match someone else's. May twists a few more dials as she speaks and her voice shifts from hers to a closer match to Hitomi's gruffer voice too. Eventually a near-perfect match for Izuku's voice as she continues. It can even mimic the voice of a man. She says proudly, though her voice comes out a bit distorted and metallic. Impressive. Power Loader mutters, though it is a bit artificial sounding. May nods and takes off the mask as she resets the dials. I built this prototype out of scrap from a dumping ground. She explains, it's going to sound a bit funny because of the access to materials I had. At UA, I could use higher quality materials to build a more authentic sounding device. Power Loader nods in understanding. Welcome to the second part of your practical exam for the support course. A relatively short woman, shorter than even May, with red hair in a ponytail announced as she stood on the desk in the front of the classroom. For this part you will be given a packet including the quirk of a theoretical heroine and what support gear they already have. You will have 20 minutes to design them a new piece of support gear and then another half an hour after that to actually build your design. Are you sure you're a teacher? A woman with jet black hair asked condescendingly. The teacher glared at the woman. Yes, I am. My quirk unfortunately makes me this small. She responds angrily. May nods, despite what others may think she isn't completely ignorant of others' feelings, and it was obvious to even her that the teacher had a particular hatred towards her height. May looked down at her packet, electricity quirk, contact only. May summarized as she skimmed over the paper, no ranged support gear. May immediately pulled out a piece of blueprint paper and began drawing out a rough design of a two-fingered glove with metal strips in the index and middle fingers. All right, your 30 minutes to build your design starts now. The proctor instructed. May set down her design papers before promptly stood up and rushed over to the raw material wall. The proctor smiles at the pink-haired girl as she rapidly and purposefully grabbed raw materials. May was very glad that the raw materials wall had pre-sewn gloves since she was pretty sure having to cut and sew a glove would take up too much time. When the 30 minutes were up, May let out a breath and wiped sweat from her forehead as she looked down at her creation. A single heavy-duty glove with visible metal reinforcements on the index and middle finger. Inside the glove a metal circuit connects the underside of the index and middle fingers to their respective external reinforcements. Not my best work but good for half an hour. May mutters to herself as she checks the glove over. Hatsume, please present your design and prototype. The proctor called Hatsume into the testing range. May nods and grabs the glove and pile of papers before following the red-haired woman. Let's see, Hatsume, you had the contact-based electric quirk, correct? May nods. Yes, my idea was to give the heroine some ranged capability. Since her quirk is contact-based conductivity, I had the idea to use a pair of gloves and the same principle that makes electromagnets work to turn her index and middle finger into a railgun of sorts, not powerful enough to be as destructive as full-scale railguns can be but powerful enough to be an effective ranged weapon for the hero. May explained proudly. The proctor nodded, quite the useful idea. Are you ready for the test? May nodded and handed the glove to the proctor. Obviously, if this were a real prototype, I could more easily specialize and customize it to work with the heroine's specific voltage and amperage to avoid accidental use of potentially lethal force in the field. Midoriya. Yayarozu speaks up, I don't think we ever got an answer as to what your quirk actually is. Izuku blinks, I'm sorry I forgot about that. My quirk is actually relatively simple and tame. He starts, I can push or pull objects less than or equal to my body weight in a straight line towards or away from me. Tokage nods. What happens if you try to use it on an object bigger than you? The effect reverses and I pull myself to the object instead. He answers easily. Rather simple quirk and most people wouldn't think twice about it. Yayarozu comments. But because it's mine, it's a commission secret. Izuku finishes. Then why are you here talking to us about it? Hananuki asks. Because I'm attending UA and it was assumed it would get out anyways once the year started. Izuku answers. And it was decided that the recommendation students could be the first group trusted. Kiana adds. So that's why mother and father were confused about the NDA. Intelli comments. Kiana nods. Indeed, now you will be given more liberty to talk to your parents about Midoriya once the school year starts. I believe the dean would discuss that with you all once you move into the dorms, but for now you are not allowed to talk about Midoriya to anyone outside of this room, understood? The quartet nod. Good, now which exam would you like to watch first? She asks as she holds up the remote to the large TV. Combat, I want to see some action. Tokage requests first. Any objections? Hyanes. Izuku and Hananuki shake their heads while Intelli and Yayarozu look at each other and shrug. Combat exam first it is then. Kiana responds as she presses a button. The screen turns on and displays several camera feeds across one of the fake cities on UA grounds. Izuku smiles as he remembers the time he asked Kiana and Inko about the UA budget, and in return he got the vaguely haunting answer of, "Don't ask," from Kiana. One of the screens shows a brief flash of light that draws Izuku's attention. On the screen is a spiky blonde-haired woman jumping from robot to robot with explosions popping from her hands. While she's tearing through the robots, Tokage comments with an impressed whistle. Izuku nods, then notices something on the screen. That may be true, but she's not going to pass. He responds as he grabs one of the rule pamphlets and flips to the combat section. And why is that? Intelli asks condescending. Because they lose points for using what would be lethal force on the exam robots, as well as, do you see those blue robots? Sure enough, scattered in the thoroughly destroyed green villain exam robots, there are blue armored robots without obvious weapons and green lights where the villain bots have red lights. Attacking the civilian robots while they don't disqualify you, it does drain a lot of points. Especially to the degree of damage she's doing. He explains, now she can still pass the heroics exam if she does well enough in the other exam segment she picked, but given her attitude. Izuku gestures to the blonde who is now shouting at a red-haired woman with enlarged fists, "I don't think she'll do too well in either the disaster rescue or the hostage situation." A flash of purple hair in another screen draws Izuku's attention again as he spots Hitomi working with a woman with short blonde hair with a black lightning bolt in it. Can they work together for this exam? Yaoyorozu asks as Hitomi dodges the claws of a two-pointer and smacks it in the head with a street sign as the electric blonde grabs its tail and releases a burst of electricity. Points are received by all examinees that engage a villain bot. Izuku reads off of the rule pamphlet, so yes, but it sounds like if one of them loses points for excessive force they both do. So it's a gamble. Intelli comments. Izuku nods. Yep, but so is teaming up in the real world. If your partner does something wrong, both of you suffer the consequences. Though I definitely have to ask her about that blonde when she's done. Izuku thinks as she notices a small blush on Hitomi's face, though maybe not in front of Mom or Kiana. He amends, knowing that his mom would absolutely tease Hitomi for everything she can, and that Kiana would be along for the ride. 2 minutes remaining, listeners. Watch out for the 0-pointers. Present Mick's voice comes through the speakers. Izuku grinned, excited to see how the various examinees would deal with the monstrosity that was the 0-pointer. Only when he found the 0-pointer on one of the screens it wasn't what he had fought. Staring down at the examinees was a titanic humanoid robot on a massive pair of tank tracks, 8 red eyes staring down at the examinees and scanning them. Ms. Tsutsumi? Izuku asked in confusion. Yes, Midoriya, that is different than the one you fought in your exam. Kana answers his unasked question. Why? Kiana chuckles and shakes her head. I'm not sure anyone really understands why Nezumi does what she does sometimes. She answers, but the one you fought is usually saved for second years and is much more dangerous than the ones out there. Izuku looks to the recommendation students. When you 4 went through the recommendation exam, did you fight this thing? The 4 nod in unison. Yeah, what did you fight then? Eroses. It had 4 legs that were probably 2 or 3 feet thick. It had 2 massive energy cannons and dozens of smaller missile and RBB bullet turrets covering its back. Izuku explains. How did you beat that monster? Tokage asks, the fight with the 0-pointer in the testing field temporarily unimportant. Izuku grins, you will just have to wait and see, either in class or in the sports festival. Tease. Tokage mutters. Howitzer impact. A voice cries out over the speakers. Everyone's attention is drawn to the screen in time to watch a large ball of fire slam into the 0-pointer and melt the top half of the Titanic robot. Then, too bad she has the personality of a porcupine. Tokage mutters. Agreed. Hananuki answers, she is quite powerful. A month after the general admission entrance exam, Izuku carried a duffel bag over his shoulder and a half-dozen boxes on the back of a wheeled cart he pulled behind him. As he followed a guidebot to the dormitory building for one, Izuku ignored the few looks of surprise and confusion from staff and other advanced arrival students. Designation reached, 1A Heights Alliance. The robot spoke, returning to waiting station. It continued as it rolled away. Izuku smiled and pushed open the door. Immediately inside the door is an open seating and dining area. On the large central table is a grid of 21 envelopes with last names written on them. He spots two with his last name Midoriya and Midoriya I. Making the assumption on which one is his, Izuku picks up the Midoriya envelope and opens it. Inside he finds a room key labeled 0 to 1 and a permanent student ID. After checking the map, Izuku walks up to the door between the two elevators in the center of the building. Upon opening the door, Izuku finds a small hallway leading to a third elevator. Inside the elevator he finds two buttons labeled 0 and exiting the elevator Izuku finds himself in a rather large underground room with another walled-off and locked room labeled 0. Inside is what Izuku can only describe as an apartment, a small living area with a TV, couch, and a table in between. Leaving the cart, Izuku explores his new living arrangements. One door leads to a bedroom with a queen-sized bed and a desk, another leads to a good-sized bathroom, and an open doorway led to a kitchen, smaller than the one on the ground floor but big enough to have everything he would reasonably need to cook for himself. Returning to the living area, Izuku finds a metal holodisc like the one in his acceptance letter sitting on the table. After activating it, Nezumi appears above it as Izuku sits on the couch. Hello Midoriya, and welcome to Heights Alliance. Your fellow recommendation students, Yaoyorozu and Tokage, will be moving in within a few hours and the rest of your class will move in after your first day in 2 days. Currently only myself, Chio or Recovery Girl, your homeroom teacher Aizawa, and the 4 recommendation students know of your enrollment at UA outside of your family. We decided it would be best if your quirk was kept to only 1A and the staff you interact with on a daily basis until the sports festival. Izuku nodded. It seemed logical and he knew he would use his quirk at the sports festival, so beyond then there was no point in pretending he wasn't there. Word of your enrollment will inevitably spread as the student body sees you on campus, however none of them are to know the existence of your quirk until the sports festival. Even then the decision will be left up to you and your mother on how much who gets to learn. Nezumi mentally goes through a checklist before nodding. That is all. I hope you enjoy your enrollment at this academy. Izuku chuckled to himself and started opening the boxes he brought with him. 2 hours later, Izuku is in the main kitchen on the ground floor cooking himself lunch when the door opens. Do you think Broccoli Boy is gonna be in our class, Momo? The unmistakable voice of Tokage asks. It's possible Midoriya would be in our class. It's possible he's also in 1B Setsuna. Yaoyorozu responds. Izuku smirks as he turns off the stove and places the pair of kebabs he was making onto a plate, already holding 2 others. Activating gecko fingers, Izuku climbs onto the ceiling after discarding his slippers. Look, that's his name there. Tokage exclaims as she points at one of the envelopes on the table. Izuku smirks as he stops right above them. Actually, that's my sister. He responds cheekily. Tokage and Yaoyorozu let out an eep as they jump and WHP around to face behind him, however they don't look up. What the F dash? Tokage asks. Izuku chuckles, drawing both of their attention upwards. Midoriya, what are you doing on the ceiling? Erozes. Izuku drops to the ground in front of them and puts his slippers back on. Heard you two come in while I was making lunch and decided to have some fun. Tokage smirks. Oh, you wanna have fun, big boy? She asks in a sultry tone as she licks her lips. Setsuna. Yaoyorozu shrieks, scandalized. Izuku's face blushes. Sorry Tokage, I already have a girlfriend. He responds quickly before turning around. I'm gonna go grab my lunch, I'll be back out. As Izuku walks into the kitchen, Tokage shakes her head. Someone else already got to him first. I wonder if she knows about his quirk. Yes, she does. Izuku responds from the kitchen. She's also my support engineer. He elaborates as he walks into the common area with the plate of 4 hot kebabs. You made kebabs for lunch? Erozes. Izuku nods. Yep, American-style shish kebabs. Mom says it was one of Dad's favorites before I was born. Wait, how did you make that inside? Tokage asks. Izuku shrugs. The kitchen has pretty much everything you could ask for, including the large cast iron skillet I used to cook these. You two want one? Tokage and Yaoyorozu look at each other. If you're sure, Yaoyorozu says. Izuku shrugs. They're easy enough to make more off now that I have the ingredients. Score. Tokage cheers. What's on these? Steak, chicken, onions, green, red, and yellow pepper and pineapple. He answers as he hands one kebab to both women. I made it into the top school and I got a hot man to cook lunch. For me. Tokage comments, even if you're already claimed, this is a great day. She chuckles as she walks to the seating area. I apologize for Setsuna. Yaoyorozu tries to apologize. Izuku chuckles, no worries, I knew she was like this after the general exam. Yaoyorozu smiles, she's been like that for as long as I've known her. You mentioned a sister? Izuku nods, yeah, Midoriya is my sister. She has a fairly potent healing quirk, so she's taking Recovery Girl's apprenticeship. She'll be staying in the dorms with us and she'll be taking her general education classes as a part of 1A, but she'll be with Recovery Girl while we have our practical and heroic law classes. Yaoyorozu nods, healing quirks are rare, especially ones that can heal more than a bruise or a cut. Izuku smiles, yes they are, we don't know the full extent of her quirk's power, but it's healed some pretty battered and bruised arms without too much effort from either of us. In the 2 days that the trio were alone in the UA dorms, Izuku learned a lot more about his 2 recommended classmates. Yaoyorozu lived an incredibly sheltered life as the sole heiress to the Yaoyorozu conglomerate, a fact he already assumed based on her family name, and while the Yaoyorozu matriarch wasn't the most supportive of her choice to become a heroine, she did try to support her daughter. Tokage, on the other hand, was far less sheltered, though she did attend a prodigious private school through high school. Izuku very quickly realized that Tokage was very energetic and flirty, though she toned down the flirting when she realized Izuku had a girlfriend. Unfortunately for Izuku, this meant her teasing shifted towards trying to convince him to start HRM, which he wasn't planning on doing. It was the first day of school, which meant orientation normally. However, Aizawa asked Izuku to help test his classmates' awareness, so he was currently using gecko fingers and a copy of Hananuki's softening quirk to latch onto the back corner of the ceiling. So far, Yaoyorozu, Tokage, Hitomi, and Sora were the only ones to spot him, the former 2 overhearing what Aizawa wanted him to do, and the latter 2 knowing he was in their class and stayed silent when he shook his head. An additional 3 women came close but didn't find him, a woman with purple hair and what looked like headphone jacks dangling from her ears, a woman with blonde hair and reptilian slitted eyes, and a person he was only sort of surprised to see again, Rumi. All 3 had scanned the room when they entered, but none of them actually saw him. Izuku watched with amusement as Aizawa inched into the room in his yellow sleeping bag. Tokage, Hitomi, Sora, Rumi, headphone jack girl, and the blonde all noticed Aizawa's entrance but stayed silent when the underground heroine motioned for them to do so. As more and more women entered the room, they all began talking to each other, the main point of conversation being the extra 21st chair at the back of the room. Aizawa cleared her throat, causing those who hadn't spotted her enter to jump and turn to face her. 10 seconds to quiet down, by the end of the year you need to be down to 2, and only 7 of you noticed me enter. If you're here to make friends, I suggest you leave. I am your homeroom teacher, Shuka Aizawa. Sensei? A woman with short brown hair and permanent blush marks asked, what's with the extra chair? UA Hero course classes are only 20 students. Aizawa smirks as most of the class makes noises if agreement. That changed this year for 1A due to unique circumstances. And that was a second test. Problem child, you can come down now and tell me how many spotted you. Izuku grins and removes his feet from the softened ceiling before deactivating gecko fingers and dropping into the chair below him, startling everyone but the 4 who had seen him. Only 4 people saw me, Sensei, Yaoyorozu, Tokage, Midoriya, and Shinso. Everyone but those named stared at Izuku with a mix of confusion and shock, though Izuku could tell Rumi was even more confused. Sensei? The brunette asked again. Yes, Uraraka? Aizawa asked in barely hidden amusement. Why is there a man in the class? Uraraka. A woman with mid-back length dark red hair scoffs. Are you sure you're in the right classroom? I know men aren't as smart as women. Izuku cuts her off. Trust me, I know exactly where I am, UA's heroic course class 1A. And I'd like to point out I got a 90% on a test designed for women with intelligence quirks. And do you honestly think I could manage to sneak into UA of all places without the dean knowing? Aizawa clears her throat. Hikishi, I suggest you keep your discriminatory opinions to yourself. Midoriya is in fact one of your classmates and is partially the reason for the 21st seat in 1A. Sensei, surely this is a joke, right? Aizawa puts a stack of gym uniforms on the table in front of her podium. Put these on and meet me on the field in 10 minutes. Do you girls think he actually has a quirk? Uraraka asks as the girls begin changing. Rumi stares directly at Sora, who turns to meet her stare and waves her over. The F cauliflower? Rumi whispers. Sorry, Rumi, we couldn't tell you when you moved away. Sora whispers back as she nods, silently answering her question. The purple-haired girl's earjacks twitch as she unconsciously overhead the hidden confession. I think this whole thing is a FNG joke. Hikishi growls, I hope he's just stress relief provided by UA for us. She and everyone else is silenced by a growl. Everyone's attention is turned to Sora, who is glaring at Hikishi. If you like functional kneecaps, I advise you to follow our homeroom teacher's instructions to heart. She snarls out, What? Are you getting possessive over your boy toy? Hikishi teases. Sora smirks, No, I'm just warning you so my conscience is clear when my brother's girlfriend breaks both of your femurs. She responds before walking out of the changing room. Hitomi chuckles, Sora isn't kidding, I've had bruised ribs from sparring with May, and that was unarmed sparring. She says, earning some level of joy at the look of fear in some of the girls' eyes, I have every bit of confidence that May can break bones if given the motivation, and messing with Izuku is definitely motivation. She continues as she follows Sora out to the field. Girls, we have 5 minutes left. Yaoyorozu politely reminds everyone in the changing room. Izuku was the first one outside, well first behind Aizawa herself. Are you ready, problem child? She asks Izuku. Izuku grins and nods, yes I am sensei. Good. Sora and Hitomi walk out side by side and smile. Izuku, what are you planning now? Hitomi asks. I have no idea what you are talking about, Hitomi. Izuku responds cheerfully. Hitomi narrows her eyes, and May hasn't already caused an explosion and Sora hasn't been pining for Pony since she entered high school. Hey! Sora protests. Izuku coughs into his elbow, cough cough Kaminari cough cough. Shutting up now. Hitomi responds. Smart, Izuku grins as the rest of 1A walks out into the field. 9 minutes and 36 seconds. Aizawa comments as she looks down at the device in her hands, good enough for now, but by the end of the semester you need to be faster. Every minute you waste is a civilian who dies waiting for a heroine. Aizawa pulls out a softball Midoriya. Izuku and Sora grin before stepping forward in unison. Aizawa sighs, problem children. She mutters, Izuku Midoriya. She elaborates. Izuku steps forward with a smile. What was your softball throw-in? High school. Aizawa. 60 meters or so. Izuku responds. Aizawa nods and throws the softball to Izuku. Step into the circle and throw the ball as far as you can with your quirk. Are you still seriously entertaining the insane idea that a male can have a quirk? Hikishi demands. Aizawa silences her with a quirked glare. How about this? If Midoriya gets last place he will be expelled. Hikishi nods. However, she continues, anyone who scores lower than Midoriya will be expelled instead. Hikishi grins but Sora, Hitomi, Rumi, Jair, Tokage and Yaoyorozu flinch. Aizawa turns to Izuku, throw the ball Midoriya. Izuku nods and pulls the ball back while deciding on the quirks to use, gear shift for sure, air cannon, hexapus, and spring-like limbs? Yeah, push and pull won't get quite the same distance, he decides as he slots the quirks into activity. The 6 invisible appendages wrap around and position themselves behind Izuku's hand before compressing the air around them. Anyone with sensitive hearing should cover their ears. He calls out to the women behind him. The blonde next to Rumi steps back as her enhanced sight lets her see the air around Izuku's hand compress. Hurricane catapult. Izuku shouts as he snaps his arm forward. Gear shift snapping into 5th gear and launching the ball out of his hand before 7 simultaneous air cannon shots slam into the ball with a thunderous crack. What the F dash? Hikishi screams though barely anyone hears her. Izuku smirks and turns to Aizawa. What's my score? Still waiting for it to land, problem child. Aizawa responds while looking at the device. Behind them the entire class either stared at Izuku and Aizawa or Sora and Hitomi. Do you think she was serious? Hitomi whispers to Sora. The device in Aizawa's hand beeps and she turns to the class. 10,000 meters? Someone screams out. Izuku can feel 4 distinct glares leveled at him from Rumi, Hikishi, a blonde-haired woman with blue eyes, and a woman with evenly split red and white hair and a burn scar covering one of her eyes. Aizawa grins. Welcome to the hero course, good luck. Shield, you're up next. Izuku passes the blonde-haired girl as he went back to Sora and Hitomi. She's partially lying. Just do the best you can and you'll be fine. He whispers to the pair. The trio turn back towards the blonde to see her arms spark with golden lightning as she throws the ball. The ball leaves Shield's hand with a thunderous boom and Izuku notices the blonde rubbing her arm as if it was in pain. This time Izuku notices the shockwave making one of the women's lime green fire hair flicker. When he activates Quirksmith's Quirk Vision, he is shocked to find not 1 but 7 quirks inside the blonde, a mid-grade flight quirk, a 6th sense quirk, an object enhancement quirk, a pair of energy-based emitter quirks, and a quirk that looks remarkably similar to Psychic Hexapus, all orbiting around a single massive stockpile quirk. One for all. Izuku mutters under his breath. What? Hitomi asks. Izuku shakes his head. Nothing. Just muttered out loud again. He promises. Most of the throws after the first 2 were rather tame by comparison. Yaoyorozu walked up to the circle and created a cannon to fire the test ball out of. Rumi simply drop-kicked the ball. The split-haired girl created a glacier to propel the ball. Hitomi was unfortunately the next student to cause a scene. Shinso, your turn. Aizawa calls out. Hitomi nods and walks up to the circle. He reels his arm back before he stops and turns around. Izuku? Izuku smiles and shuffles a few quirks around to have spring-like limbs, Psychic Hexapus, Push and Pull, and Recursive Strength active before he responds, Yes, Hitomi? He answers before his body goes slack as he feels her quirk latch on. Hitomi smiles. Come throw the ball. Izuku robotically walks up to the circle and takes the ball from Hitomi before reeling his arm back and launching the ball with incredible force, thought not as strong as his or Shield's throws. Hey! Hikishi screams, that's cheating. She shouts as Hitomi drops her quirk. Is it? Izuku asked as he walked back to the class. Aizawa only said that we could use our quirks. Should we really have a villain in the making in our class? I mean really, a villainous quirk and a male in the same class. What has UA come to dash? Hikishi is cut off by Aizawa's capture weapon flinging out to ensure her as everyone feels their quirks disappear. Normally I would wait until the end of the test to see if you had any potential before I do this, but given your repeated offenses today alone as well as your numerous marks on your file for quirkism, sexism, and bullying, I've decided to do it now. Aizawa says menacingly, Hikishi, you are hereby expelled from U. Everyone else return to the dorms. Each of you will have a syllabus and the student handbook in your rooms. I will be there for dinner to answer any questions you may have. She continues as she drags the fuming red-haired woman away towards the main building. So, that happened. A pink-skinned girl, Ashido Izuku thought her name was speaks first. Yep. Rumi responds. Well, I'm gonna go change and head back to the dorms. Izuku says to Sora and Hitomi before walking back inside. Rumi is the first one to the dorms behind Izuku and she finds him grabbing a handful of snacks from the kitchen. Oi, broccoli, we need to have a talk. She demands. Izuku smiles and nods. Yeah, we do, Tiger Bunny, let's go to my room to avoid prying ears. Rumi follows Izuku into the elevator, half expecting her old friend to put up more resistance than he did. It's so good to see you again, Rumi. Izuku says as he pulls the rabbit-quirked woman into a hug. Rumi snorts, it's good to see you and cauliflower again too, broccoli. I saw the purple-haired girl, have you already replaced me? She asks teasingly. Izuku smiles and shakes his head. Nope, though I think Hitomi could match your snark if she wanted to. Izuku leads Rumi into the door to his room. Welcome to my room. I've been here for a few days now, so pretty much everything is settled in. Room? This thing is a mid-sized apartment. Rumi gawks. Izuku chuckles. Well, it is you. What did you expect? Well, for one, I didn't expect to be in the same class as you. Now spill. Izuku shakes his head as he sits down on the couch. Straight to the point as always. Alright, so Mom gave me the go-ahead to tell you everything, so hope you're ready. Good, so how the hell did you get a quirk? Rumi demands. So I was sort of born with it. What do you mean, sort of? Well, I was born with it and Mom took it not long after she took me and Sora home and traded it for a few passive enhancer quirks. Wait, took? Rumi asks incredulously. You can't just take quirks. Izuku nods. Normally you'd be right, but Mom's quirk is the ability to give and take other people's quirks. May Midoriya's quirk is small object attraction. Izuku raises an eyebrow. That's Inko Midoriya's registered quirk? Yes. Let's just say I believe you. What the F is your quirk? Quirk Smith. Izuku replies cheerfully, I can copy anyone's quirk through 5-finger contact, though some quirks that are opposites don't play nicely with each other. Prove it. Rumi challenges. Izuku grins and snaps his fingers, activating Lizard Tail Splitter to disconnect his wrist from his arm. Need more proof? He asks as the disconnected hand touches the ground underneath Rumi's feet and activates softening. Rumi stares in silence as she sinks into the ground. What? Izuku's smile softens. I can copy other people's quirks. I wanted to tell you, but I had to find you first. So does Sora still dash? Have her healing quirk? Yeah, it's gotten pretty potent now and she's here for the internship program with Recovery Girl. He answers as he lifts her out of the softened ground. For now we are keeping the full truth about my quirk a secret from the rest of 1A until we know we can fully trust them. Rumi looks down. So I have to keep it from Ryuko? Tis. Izuku nods. Sorry, but yeah, for now at least, although I'm glad you managed to make friends after you moved. Hey, I'm plenty friendly. Rumi protests. Izuku stares at her. Rumi, me and Sora almost literally had to beat you with friendship until you let us sit with you at lunch. Rumi blushes. Ryuko's special. Izuku grins. I bet she is. So have you already asked her out? He asks teasingly. Actually, she asked me out 2 days before high school graduation. Rumi shyly responds. Izuku smiles. I'm glad you found someone. Oh, speaking of which, Mom knows you're here and is demanding for you to come over for dinner soon. Speaking of finding someone. Who's this May that Shinso and Sora mentioned? Izuku blushes. Well, I'm sure they already spilled the tea, but May is my girlfriend. We met her when we were like 12, I think. Izuku smiles. She's in the support course. I'm fairly certain she's already made my costume now that I think about it. How much does she know? Everything. Actually, she knows more than you because she has a list of what quirks I have. Izuku muses. I'm both excited and scared to see my costume. Rumi laughs. Why is that? May is an incredibly brilliant support engineer. However, she is also prone to say, fit, and design quite frankly insane inventions that might violate international law. How? Rumi asks. Izuku shivers. Honestly, I've learned to not question her when she gets into a manic mood. When she passes out, she'll come back with enough self-awareness to destroy the particularly bad ones. Izuku's phone chimes with a message from Sora. What's up? Rumi asks. Izuku sighs and stands up. May forgot to text me that she was coming over and caused chaos apparently. Let's get upstairs before she tries to break down my door. I see. May screams as she leaps at Izuku. Izuku quickly activates Psychic Hexapus and uses it to prevent himself from being knocked down by the pink bullet that slammed into him. Mimi, I told you to text me when you were coming over. Midoriya, I must say I didn't expect you to already have children at your age. Yaoyorozu says with a blush as she walks behind May. What? Izuku screams, causing Rumi behind him to flinch. Well, Hatsume came in demanding to see you and mentioned something about babies. Yaoyorozu responds. Izuku sighs. Where is Sora? Trying to corral the rest of the class who went wild. Yaoyorozu answers. Great, she's probably telling them the same thing I'm going to tell you. When May talks about babies, she's talking about her inventions. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into them, why wouldn't they be my babies? May announces proudly from her koala position on Izuku's chest. Izuku sighs, because Mimi, most people are talking about something completely different when they are talking about babies. You mean those crying little people who can't fend for themselves? Why would I want one of those? The engineer asked in confusion. Izuku sighs and turns to Yaoyorozu. Let's go to the rest of the class and clear this up before it gets even worse. And before you ask Yaoyorozu, yes, May is aware of my quirk and she is the person designing my costume. Actually, it's almost done already. May corrects Izuku. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Power Loader Sensei put me in the advanced class. I got to skip orientation and the safety briefing to start inventing already. They just kicked us out for lunch. Alright, please let me answer the initial batch of questions that I know I'm going to hear. Izuku as he sits down in the common room with 2 slices of pizza from lunch rush in hand. Yes, I am a biological born male, PP and all. Yes, I do have a quirk. It's a rather simple push and pull quirk. Yes, I do know how I have it, and no, I will not be telling anyone yet. No, none of this is any kind of joke or a prank by the dean that I'm aware of. Izuku pauses for a moment. I think that covers it. Why did Hikishi hate you so much? Yaoyorozu asked first. Izuku shrugs. I quite honestly have no clue. Today was the first time I had even met her. Your guess is as good as mine. Hold on, you said you quirk, I'm still trying to wrap my head around that, was simple telekinesis. Ashido butts in, what the if was the ball throw? Izuku chuckles. Well, you pull enough air towards your and boom instant air cannon. I guess I'll start with the proper introductions. I'm Izuku Midoriya, I have a telekinesis quirk, and I enjoy analyzing quirks. Rumi snorts, that's an understatement. Sora chuckles, I'm Sora Midoriya, this nerd's twin sister, and my quirk is called Healing Hands. The blonde woman with a lightning bolt raises a hand. Yes, Kaminari? Sora asks, is the twin thing real? Twin thing? Izuku asks, yeah, the whole thing about twin telepathy? Izuku and Sora look at each other and Izuku activates mind lock. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Izuku asks telepathically. Sora nods and the twins turn back to the blonde. I don't know. Izuku grins. What do you think? Kaminari. Do you think it's real? Everyone stares at the twins. Kaminari sputters. Izuku and Sora look at each other before breaking into laughter. Sorry, no, we can't actually telepathically talk to each other, we just got good at faking it to mess with people. Sora explains. Chaos gremlins. Hitomi mutters. Oh please, you're one of us. Izuku snarks. Not by choice. Anyways. Shield interrupts. Let's keep this going please, you can ask questions after everyone has introduced themselves. I am Melissa Shield, yes that's Shield, and my quirk is an energy stockpile that I can use in a few ways, and I'm a dual hero course and support course student. Izuku, is she the one? Sora asks telepathically. Yep, she's the 8th wielder of One for All. Izuku responds. Hi everyone, I'm Nijire Hadu, my quirk is wave motion and I like cute things. A woman with periwinkle hair rambles at an impressive speed. Greetings, I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, my quirk is creation, and I love tea. Hi, I'm Mina Ashido, just call me Mina, my quirk is acid and I love tea and shipping. The pink-skinned girl energetically declares. Izuku already knows that Yaoyorozu has misinterpreted Mina's statement by the look in the heiress eyes. Sup, I'm Rumi, if you can't tell my quirk makes me a rabbit and I like fighting. Rumi, as brash as ever, introduces herself. Ryuko sighs, used to her girlfriend's mannerisms. I'm Ryuko Tatsuma. My quirk is dragon and lets me transform into a dragon. Yo, Kyukaja, my quirk is earphone jack. A purple-haired girl with headphone jacks dangling from her ears. My name's Itsuka Kendo. My quirk is big fist, and I enjoy martial arts. A orange-haired girl speaks next. I'm Setsuna Tokage. My quirk is lizard tail splitter, and I enjoy pranks. Tokage says. Shoko Himura. The split-haired girl says impassively, I like soba. Hello Karo. I'm Tsuyu Azui, please call me Tsu, and like Rumi my quirk lets me do everything a frog can. Karo. Ochako Uraraka, my quirk is zero gravity, and I like machi. Uraraka introduces herself. Hello. The blonde with a lightning bolt speaks up, I'm Saji Kaminari. My quirk is electrification, and I like video games. Name's Mo Kamiji, my quirk is blazing hair as I'm sure you can tell, and I like hot-blooded action. The woman with fiery green hair announces enthusiastically. One of the two blue-skinned girls, one with blue hair, steps forward first. Hello, I'm Awada Karakoko, my quirk is bubbles, and I like gardening. The second blue-skinned girl, this one with red hair, sighs, I'm Wanayubi Kazuki, my quirk is Minefield, and I like reading. Izuku notices a few eyes go wide at Kazuki's last name and he understands the reaction. A spiky red-haired woman speaks up next. I'm Iwahii Kirishima, my quirk is hardening and I like working out. She proudly states. Next to him, Hitomi sighs, I'm Hitomi Shinso, I like cats, and my quirk is hypnosis. Ah, Kazuki? Tatsuma asks. Yes. Tis. Are you related to Tatsuma asks, unsure how to bring it up. Kazuki sighs, yes I'm related to the Meta Liberation Army General Curious, she was unfortunately my mother, I've lived with Dad since I was born. That Esikas. Rumi mutters. Yep, but it's my life and it could be worse, she's in jail at least. Hey Midoriya? Minas. Izuku and Sora look at her, yes. They ask in unison. Okay, that's a bit creepy. Mina admits, how do you two know Rumi? We all watched Izuku drag her off when we got here. Ah. Izuku responds, we met when we were probably 3 or so? About right. Rumi responds. Well her brash personality pushed a lot of people away so me and Izuku decided we were going to be her friends whether she liked it or not. That's how they dragged me into this chaos. Hitomi muttered. And when we were 8 or so my mom got a new job so we had to move, leaving broccoli and cauliflower here behind. Rumi finished. Ah, so did you know about his quirk as well? Kaminari asked. Izuku, Rumi, and Sora shook their heads. Nope, May was the first to learn about it outside of our family, Hitomi learned next a few months later. Izuku answered. Well that's not entirely true, Kiana knew. Sora answered. Oh yeah. Kiana? Tatsuma asked. Mamadoria's girlfriend. May answered without a second thought. And my trainer for UA. Izuku explained. Wait. Yaoyorozu said. Sheet. Izuku and Sora cursed under their breaths. Kiana? Yaoyorozu asked, as in Kiana Tsutsumi, head of the HSPC? Dean, would you care to explain why we are here? A woman with long red hair asks as Hikishi sits next to her. Nazumi takes a sip of the tea in front of her. Well, Mrs. Hikishi, it's quite simple. Due to her actions your daughter has been expelled from UA. And what, may I ask, could my daughter have possibly done to deserve expulsion on the first day of classes? And not even halfway through might I add. Mrs. Hikishi demands while glaring at the dean and underground hero next to her. And who is this hobo-looking woman? Aizawa scoffs, I am Shuka Aizawa, your daughter's former homeroom teacher. Nazumi grins, and as for your daughter's actions, in the roughly 2 hours your daughter has been on campus she has violated UA's anti-discrimination policy, a policy you read and signed that you and your daughter agreed with, no less than 16 times and has threatened bodily harm with her quirk to at least 12 other students in that same time span. Hikishi scoffs, that's bullshit. Your opinion on the matter is irrelevant, Ms. Hikishi, you still sign the agreement and proceed to violate it over a dozen times in 2 hours. Nazumi chides. I highly doubt anything she said was worth expulsion. Mrs. Hikishi protests. Aizawa grins into her capture weapon and hands a device to Nazumi. Nazumi clears her throat. She referred to 6 students with various mutation quirks as mutant freaks of nature who were no better than house pets. She used 4 different slurs and derogatory comments against 3 of her former classmates for secondary mutations they had, and told an additional 6 students with non-physical quirks that their only use was to hope their children had strong quirks and that otherwise they were worthless to society. And this is all what she said while in view and audio range of the school's cameras. Aizawa adds. Nezumi nods. It's for this reason and the hate crime assault charges that you swept under the rug. Mrs. Hikishi's eyes widen and her face pales slightly. Nezumi lets a predatory grin show. Oh yes, you may have settled out of court and swept the cases under the rug, but not well enough for me to not find them. It is for those reasons that, effective immediately, your daughter is expelled from UA Hero University, Mrs. Hikishi. You can't expel her over putting those people with lesser meta abilities and muty freaks in their place. You know who I am. How do you think this will reflect on UA? Mrs. Hikishi threatens as she rises, her anger overriding her self-preservation instincts. Somehow Nezumi's grin turns even more dangerous. Oh, trust me, Mrs. Hikishi, your current position in the commission is the only reason your daughter was allowed to step foot on UA grounds in the first place. And as for your first comment, well, I'll let someone else speak on that matter. One of the walls behind Nezumi falls away to reveal Kiana Tsutsumi in her hero costume. Fuya Hikishi, you are under arrest and charged with sympathizing with the Creature Rejection Clan and Meta Liberation Army as well as abusing your position within the Hero Public Safety Commission for your own gain. She states as she steps forward, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court. So what, are you gonna arrest my daughter too? Or are you gonna put her in the borderline abusive Project Legacy? Fuya spits. No, we aren't that cruel. She's being placed in the custody of your next of kin. You as well as the rest of the board know that Project Legacy was dismantled and everyone involved was sent to Tartarus when I took over. Kiana smirks as she puts Quirk suppressant HFS on the woman. Should you be found innocent, she will return to your custody. However, if not, she will remain with them. She continues as she hands the woman off to the police officers who arrive to receive her. Both Hikishis are led with their heads down towards a waiting cop car with Aizawa as an SRT, one hand cuffed, the other simply following, much to the surprise and confusion of the few students and teachers nearby to witness it. Kiana sighs. Thanks for the tip, Nezumi. I've been trying to get rid of her for a while now. Nezumi takes a sip of her tea. The pleasure was mine, Ms. Tsutsumi. I am glad UA can have a more positive relationship with the commission now. Kiana pinches her nose. You and me both, rat. I'm just glad the commission board members are mostly keeping each other in check. She pulls out her phone. Well, it was a pleasure doing business with the devil, but I need to go save my future stepchildren from their own mistakes. Kiana? Yayarozu asks, as in Kiana Tsutsumi, head of the HSPC? Izuku sighs and looks to Sora. What do you think we should do? I'll text her. Sora responds telepathically and pulls out her phone. She says it's fine if the class knows and she's on her way. Izuku nods and turns back to Yayarozu. Yes, my mother and Ms. Tsutsumi are dating. And before anyone asks, no, she didn't use her position to get me into UA. Nor did she use her position to make our lives easier, seeing as she only started dating our mom like 2 years ago. May chuckles. Midoriya's reputation alone did enough to make your life easier. Hey, mom's an amazingly sweet and wonderful lady. Sora protests. Izuku nods. Yeah, but you haven't seen her go lawyer mode on someone before. I have, and it's both amazing and terrifying. Well, that was fast, you too. And yes, your mother can be terrifying when she wants to be. Kiana said from the doorway. I expected to at least make it to the first week before someone figured it out, and I expected them to figure out Inko first. Blame the grease monkey. Hitomi responds. Hey. May squawks from her position laying on Izuku's lap. How was I supposed to know they would know her first name and connect everything? Kiana sighs. Never change, May, never change. She mutters before turning to the class. Okay, does anyone have any questions? And yes, Nezumi knows. Trust me, she knows everything that happens on her school grounds. After an hour of answering questions, Izuku managed to sneak away with May in tow to his room. Whoa, our rooms aren't quite this big. May says as they enter the room. Izuku chuckles and hands May one of the spare keys to his room. Yeah, being the only room in the basement has some perks, I guess. He responds as he lays down on the couch. How was your first day in the support course? It was so boring. May whines as she lays down on top of Izuku. Izuku let out a small oof as the pinkette drops down onto his chest. Ignorant of the boy's plight, May continued, even though we got to skip the safety briefing for the advanced class powerloader sensei wouldn't let us actually build anything today. Then how did you already finish my costume? Izuku asks. May shrugs. Oh, I didn't, but everything is laid out and ready when she finally lets us start building. Oh, and Hitomi's persona chords should be ready by your first heroics lesson too. Oh, she'll be happy about that. Izuku smiles before leaning up and kissing May on the lips. You're amazing, May. May giggles. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet, Aizu. Just wait until you get your costume. Izuku sighs. Okay, now I'm scared. Don't worry, Aizu. I'm 90% sure nothing on your costume will explode when you use it. May attempts to pacify Izuku. That only partially makes me feel better. Izuku responds, what about your classmates? They're also so boring. Shield seems fine, but she only half counts because she's a dual student. The others are so unimaginative. Izuku raises an eyebrow at her. And how do you know that if you haven't gotten to build anything yet? Oh, I looked at their blueprints. I mean rocket boots and power armor, really? Izuku chuckles. May, need I remind you that your workshop at home has a mostly functional suit of Tau Empire-inspired power armor? Hey! May protested, you give the 1522 prototype the respect it deserves. It is not just some Tau battlesuit. Izuku smiles. There's the grease monkey I fell in love with. Unapologetically yourself and ferally defensive of your inventions. May gives Izuku a look of a mixture of annoyance and confusion. Why wouldn't I defend my babies? They're my life's work and my legacy. May, just know I both look forward to and fear the day you figure out fusion and plasma technology. May doesn't respond and only cackles at Izuku's admission. Izuku blinks. That worries me far more than any verbal response you could have given me, he admits. Good, and Aizu, you should know I'm far closer to cloaking technology and drones than plasma and fusion weapons. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Oh yeah, and where are you on the rail rifle? May perks up. Oh, I finished that last week, though the non-lethal round needs some work. Too much velocity or too much electricity? Izuku asks. A bit of both. The velocity part just requires me to tone down the power going to the rails, so it's just a matter of testing. However, the electrogel is currently too conductive. That reminds me, I need to have Material Girl help me in the lab to get the power pack for the VX-22 operating efficiently. Material Girl? Izuku asks, trying to figure out which classmate she's talking about. The Yaoyorozu girl. May responds nonchalantly. Oh. Izuku responds, mental note, never leave Yaoyorozu and May alone. Izuku thinks. Noted. Sora mentally responds, making Izuku jump briefly. Aizu. Miss. Sorry, I forgot to disconnect the mental link to Sora and wasn't expecting to hear her respond to a thought of mine. Izuku explains, she's talking about how Material Girl can help her finish the 1522. Didn't she and Sobi determine the power core is as efficient as it will get with modern materials that aren't rarer than habitable planets? Sora's. Yep, but Yaoyorozu isn't limited by availability on Earth. Izuku pauses for a moment. Hell, she may not even be limited to real materials as long as she has a chemical formula. Holy shit. Sora responds, yeah, we can't leave them alone together. Yep, and I'm now going to use a different cipher that May doesn't know for her quirk entry. The first actual day of classes were surprisingly normal for the first half. English with present mic bright and early in the morning, literature with cementos, math with ectoplasm, and finally art history with midnight. Each teacher had more or less the same reaction at the start of class. The professor would walk into the room, scan the room, freeze when their eyes landed on Izuku and double-check the roster before pulling their phone out and walk out into the hallway. It very quickly became clear to Izuku that no one on campus outside of 1A, Aizawa, Nezumi, and May knew he was a student at UA. Huh, Nezumi really didn't tell anyone, did she? Izuku thought to himself. The outlier in that sequence of events was unsurprisingly midnight. While the other three teachers returned to the room with a semi-controlled expression and some lingering confusion before returning to teaching. Midnight, on the other hand, strutted back into the room with a purpose and a sultry grin. Hello kiddies and welcome to Art History. I am your Professor Midnight. You may also call me Ms. Kiyama or Namuri if you wish, Midnight announced as she grinned at Izuku and liked her lips. I need an adult. Izuku thought as he let out a small verbal squeak and his head dropped to the desk. Midnight smirked. Can anyone tell me why this class is important? Yaoyorozu raises her hand cautiously. Yaoyorozu. Midnight calls out. Because our image is a large part of our heroic identity and we need to understand the history behind heroine images. She answers. Midnight nods. Good answer. Your effectiveness as a hero is not only determined by how effective you are at stopping villains or saving civilians but also by the public's perception of you. Let's take Fat Gum for example. She crafted a heroine persona of being very friendly while talking to civilians, which makes them feel safer around her and makes her more approachable. Midnight shakes her head. On the other end of the spectrum we have heroines like Death Arms who construct a no-nonsense personality. Midnight notices Izuku and Hitomi frown before she continues. This means people generally don't approach them and makes them less likely to be stalled or delayed by fans asking for autographs. Doesn't stop her from being useless. Izuku mutters, which Jairu picks up and looks over at the boy in confusion. Hitomi looks at the fellow purpliette and mouths the word later to her. Jairu nods and turns her attention back to Midnight. All right Hellions, settle down and welcome to Heroic Law. Aizawa tiredly states as he enters the classroom. Aizawa grinned into her capture scarf as she watched the class quickly silence. Good, you're learning. Today we're getting a baseline on your knowledge of the basics of heroines, violineuses, and vigilantes. Aizawa takes a sip out of the mug on the podium in front of him. Now, who can tell me the types of heroines? Mina raises her hand. Yes, Ashido? Combat and rescue? The pink-skinned girl responds. Close. Anyone else? Aizawa responds. Izuku raises his hand. Yes, Midoriya? Limelight is the kind most people are familiar with. There are also rescue, underground, twilight, intelligence, and support heroines, he responds. Aizawa nods. Correct, Midoriya. There are 6 main types of heroines, each with their own licenses to obtain and their own sets of rules and restrictions. For example, Limelight heroines have much less leeway to use lethal force than underground and twilight heroines. Mom, lethal force? So is Aizawa nods with a grim expression. Indeed, we try to avoid it, but there are times where we have no other good choice but to eliminate the villain. Her face hardens. However, no matter the circumstances surrounding the incident, you will be temporarily put on leave while the commission investigates to decide if you had better options or not. Most of the class pales slightly. What do they do? Arrows. If they determine that you had better options, you will receive punishment will range from some probation time to having your license fully revoked. She explains. Now, can anyone explain the 2 classifications of vigilantes? Tokage raises her hand. Benevolent and malevolent. Aizawa nods. Does anyone know the difference between the 2? Izuku raises his hand. Benevolent vigilantes are people like Knuckleduster and Ghost who target villains and criminals, or more accurately those who do hero work without licenses. Aizawa narrows her eyes at Izuku as he mentions Ghost, seeing as their existence was mostly contained to the underground heroine community. Izuku ignores his teacher's gaze as he continues. Malevolent vigilantes, however, toe the line between heroine and villainous. Aizawa nods. Now can someone list the ranking system for villains? Shield raises her hand. Villains are ranked from S-ranked supervillains down to F-ranked villains who committed petty crimes while using their quirks, with villains receiving A, B, C, D, and E ranks based on the severity and amount of their crimes. Aizawa nods. Commendable information. And lastly, who can tell me the different kinds of villains? Hitomi raises her hand. Villains are either career villains who do it for a living or the enjoyment of it, opportunistic, and are normal people who see an easy situation to get some extra money or something else, or they turn the villainy after feeling like they have no other option to survive. Correct. And what is the most common category of villain? Aizawa. Desperation. Himura answers. Aizawa grins. Good, you're already better than last year's class. Aizawa-sensei, what happened to last year's class? Tatsuma asks cautiously. Half of them were expelled for treating heroics like a game. The underground hero answered flatly without remorse. After Aizawa's lecture about the basics of heroines, vigilantes, and villainesses, she informed them that their next class was heroics. Who do you girls, and guy, think the heroics teacher is? It's not listed on the schedule? Eros. Maybe they're an underground heroine? Melissa responds. It's possible it's not listed because we'll have a rotation of teachers given the broad subject of heroics. Izuku mutters, not realizing he's talking instead of thinking to himself. That's a good guess, Midoriya. Shield commented. Huh? Izuku asked. You muttered again, Izuku. Hitomi commented with a smirk. Sheet, I thought I got over that. Izuku answered, anyways, yes, I think it's likely, given UA's prestige, that they'll have a rotation of teachers to teach some of the specialties of heroics. The door is thrown open and a woman with black hair and a black bodysuit with a white cape floats into the room. Good analysis dash. Tempest freezes like the other teachers as she spots Izuku. Izuku sighs as she pulls out her phone and leaves the room. Midoriya? Why do all of the teachers react like that? Eros. Because Nezumi apparently hasn't informed the staff outside of Aizawa that I'm a student here. Izuku responds, DMN Chaos Rat. He mutters. Tempest floats back into the room. Sorry, as I was saying, good analysis, Midoriya. Hello 1A, as some of you know, I am the tornado heroine, Tempest. And I'm your heroics 101 teacher for today. Murmurs ripple through the class. Today's heroics lesson is a unique one. We're going to have Quirk Sparring today, but first dash. Hero names. Midnight shouts as she kicks the door open. Izuku squeaks and blushes as Midnight licks her lips. Midnight, not now please. Tempest chides the 18+ heroine. Fine, spoil my fun, why don't you? Midnight grumbles, but yes, we are picking hero names today. Midnight looks out over the class. Yes, Yayarozu? She asked the heiress. Why are we picking hero names so early? Eros. Normally we don't do this until after the sports festival, however, given the number of you and students in 1B who have expressed a longing to either become underground or Twilight heroes, we have decided to do this early to provide them anonymity in the sports festival. Midnight explains, now each of you will get a whiteboard and 15 minutes to come up with a name. I and Tempest hold veto power. Izuku looks down at the board in front of him and begins writing, already knowing what his hero name is going to be. 15 minutes later, Midnight snaps her W. All right, kiddies, your 15 minutes are up. Who's the first volunteer? Izuku, Shield, Yayazuru, and Tsu raise their hands. Midnight grins. Midoriya, come first. Izuku nods and carries his board to the front. So this is the name I've been planning on using since I knew I had been accepted into UA. He says as he turns his whiteboard around to face the class. The impossible hero, Event Horizon. Why Event Horizon, Midoriya? Izuku grins. The Event Horizon is the point of no return on a black hole. I found it fitting seeing as there is no return to normal once word of my quirk gets out. Midnight nods. Fitting name then, approved. Midnight turns to the rest of the class. Your turn, Azui. Tsu nods and hops, literally, up to the front as Izuku returns to his seat. Like Midoriya, I've had this one planned for a while. I plan to be a rescue hero, so I went with a more child-friendly name. She explains as she flips the board over. The rainy season heroine, Froppy. Izuku smiled and Uraraka audibly cooed behind him. Midnight smiles, very kid-friendly and cutesy, good for a rescue hero. Approved. Yayarozu walks up next. My quirk makes me a walking arsenal, so I figured this was a fitting name and I hope that I live up to it. She announces as she flips the board around. The everything heroine, Kriati. Midnight grins, ambitious, I like it. Approved. Ashido. Mina smiles and practically bounces up to the front of the room to show her board. The acidic heroine, Alien Queen. Midnight sighs, sorry Ashido, I'm going to have to deny that one. Why? Mina asked incredulously. Well, for one, copyright issues, and for two, Alien Queen. because it will get shortened to that in the news, sounds more like a villainous name than a heroine one. Mina pouts and erases the board as Izuku speaks up. Mina, if you wanted to stick with the alien theme, Venus has acid rain. He supplies, hoping to help his pink-skinned friend. Mina's pout immediately vanishes, thanks Midori. She cheerfully responds before writing on the board and flipping it around again. The acidic heroine, Venus. Much better, approved. Midnight responds. The rest of the class's name goes by relatively quickly. Shield chose to go with the defending heroine, Shield Maiden. Izuku is unsure if she chose that because of her last name or because of the legacy of One for All. Tatsuma picked the Dragoon heroine, Ryukyu, as an homage to her home. Rumi, as Izuku predicted, named herself the rabbit heroine, Mirko, after her favorite TV fighter. Heido, after trying to name herself Nijire-chan and being denied by Midnight, chose the energetic heroine, Spiral, after the shape wave motion takes. Jiraiya chose the hearing heroine, Heartjack, as a reference to her quirk. Awada joined Sue in having playful names with the bubble heroine, Bubble Girl, based entirely around her quirk. Tokush, the splitting heroine, Lizzie. Kaminari took Jiraiya's jab of Charge Jolt, based on the stupid mode she goes into when overusing her quirk, and turned it into the voltage heroine, Charge Bolt. Izuku made a mental note to rectify Kaminari overuse issue quickly. Kendo stuck to her martial arts background with the fighting heroine, Battle Fist. Todoroki seemed hellbent on ignoring half of her quirk as she chose to be the frost heroine, Blizzard. Uraraka made the third cutesy name with the gravity heroine, Uravity. Kizuki seemed hesitant to chow her name but eventually unveiled the detonation heroine, Shockwave. Kirishima chose the sturdy heroine, Red Riot, as a tribute to her favorite heroine, Crimson Riot. Hitomi gave no one any hints to her quirk with the misleading name, the mute heroine, Static, that Midnight applauded. And lastly, the ever-loud and hot-headed Kimiji chose the fiery heroine, Burnin. It really said something about the woman that Izuku already knew. She was a hothead and enthusiastic despite it only being the second day of school. After their hero names were chosen, each student was given a suitcase with their costume and sent to the changing rooms. Izuku smiled as he opened his case to find a note from May front and center on top of his costume. Hey Izuku, so your costume isn't fully complete yet? Power Loader Sensei wouldn't let me into the labs early, so a few pieces are missing today, but they'll be ready for tomorrow's heroics lesson. Kick their buttes eyes. May Hatsume, inventor extraordinaire, future CEO of Hatsume Industries, and girlfriend of the first and only male with a quirk. Izuku chuckled softly at the note and folded it back up and pocketed it. Inside the case, Izuku found his costume that Mia kept a secret from him. He trusted May but was still a bit concerned about what the maniac inventor came up with for him. Izuku grinned as he pulled out the dark green jumpsuit on the top of the case. "Oh May, how I love you," he says to himself as he inspects the jumpsuit. Izuku was unsurprisingly the last one out to the designated training gym. When he entered, he found the other 18 women and Tempest waiting for him. "Midoriya, I was starting to think you got lost." Yaoyorozu calls out. Izuku smiles and shakes his head. "Sorry, May gave me more to figure out than I was expecting for the first day." "That is some impressive-looking support gear, Midoriya," Tempest remarks. "Sorry for holding class up." Izuku apologies. Tempest shakes her head. "You are still within the allotted time for today." She responds before turning to the class. "Welcome to Foundational Heroics. Today we're going to start with simple supervised quirked spars. You will also be allowed to use any support gear as long as it has been approved by Power Loader." The class nods and most women's gazes shift to Izuku's costume. Izuku takes the chance to look down and inspect the whole costume while he waits for Tempest to decide who goes first. The first and most obvious part is the dark green jumpsuit with black geometric shapes across the fabric. The instructions from May/Power Loader explain that it was armored to stop a shotgun slug at close range as well as slash and stab resistant and fire resistant up to 1800 degrees Celsius. However, it was not able to cool him at those temperatures. Around Izuku's neck hung a metal half mask that would click into place around the lower half of his face. The mask contained a filter for gas and particulates. A rebreather May claims to be capable of filtering oxygen from water for up to 5 minutes at a time, and a smaller and less precise variant of Hitomi's persona cords are fitted into the mask to allow Izuku to disguise his voice while still using some voice quirks. The mask is accompanied by a hood that he can pull down to obscure the upper half of his face. The mask's lenses are perfectly clear and contain no HUD, much to May's disappointment, to allow for the use of erasure and other similar quirks. The hood also holds a communication set to allow for him to talk to either May or his teammates and an auto-defining feature to protect from sudden loud noises like explosions. The gloves on Izuku's hands feature retractable fingertips to allow use of the multiple quirks that require skin contact. 2 telescoped half-barrel-like protrusions on either side of his wrists that can activate to allow for a more focused and precise air cannon shot. And on the top of his glove sits a rail between his index and middle finger that leads to a small clip of specialized projectiles for gear shift or push and pull to channel into and fire as a less destructive ranged attack. Izuku's boots are relatively simple in comparison to the rest of his support gear. Deployable cleats for multiple terrain types, reinforced and shock-absorbent soles to help with hard landings, and the iron soles, which attach to the bottom and absorb the impact before redistributing the kinetic energy back out to increase the impact strength of kicks. The iron soles give Izuku's boots a more jagged and clawed look. Around his waist is a green utility belt with several pouches of varying sizes to store things such as high-protein snacks, first aid supplies, flares, and other gear Izuku may decide he needs. And across the armor are a few open attachment points that Izuku assumes are the pieces May hadn't gotten to finish yet. One attachment point was on the outside of each forearm, both hips, and one on each shoulder. May really went all out for you, didn't she? Hitomi asks teasingly. Izuku grins and clicks the lower half of his max into place. Yes, she did. He responded with a distorted, metallic-sounding voice, and she apparently has a few more things she didn't get to add. He elaborated as he flexed his hand to extend the air cannon barrels. Man, why do you get all of the cool toys? Hitomi asked as he fiddled with his dials, making his voice sound more like May's. Izuku chuckles, boyfriend privileges. He responds with a hidden smirk. Plus, she can have a lot more fun with my gear than yours. Yeah, rub it in my face that I'm still single. Hitomi mocks. Just woman up and ask Kaminari. Izuku whispers. For all of his teasing of Hitomi, he would never think of outing her to her crush. Shut up, Mia literally threw herself at you and kissed you until you said yes. Stop slandering my name like that, Tommy. Or what? Our first sparring match of the day is Midoriya vs Shield. Tempest announces. Izuku grins and turns to Hitomi, or you'll find out how hard air cannon can really hit when we spar next. Guess I'm the demonstration, wish me luck. Looks like it's 1 for all vs. All for 1 to start the day off. He thinks to himself as he walks towards the circle. Don't get your butt handed to you. Hitomi jokes. The rules are simple, you lose by forfeit, getting pushed out of the ring, or if I determine you are unable to continue. While we do have Recovery Girl on standby should anything go wrong, I advise you to avoid using her if at all possible today. And if I call the match everything stops, is that understood? Yes, ma'am. Izuku responds as he slots air cannon, barn owl, push and pull, and RBB bones into place. Understood, Tempest. Shield responds as 1 for all as golden lightning engulfs her body. May the best one win. Izuku says to his opponent as he studies her costume, which Izuku can only describe as a modernized set of Spartan hoplite complete with the feather crest on top of a modified helmet to show her face. Shield grins, her face visible through a clear visor which Izuku assumes, given her connections and apparent skill, contains a HUD. Oh, trust me, I plan to Midoriya. Begin. Tempest shouts. Shield shoots forward, obviously planning to knock Izuku out of the ring quickly. However, Izuku dives to the side and rolls out of the way of her punch. Gonna have to put more work in than that to win Shield. Izuku taunts as he fires a pair of unboosted air cannon shots at the hoplite lookalike. Shield raises her left hand and a circular shield folds out to intercept the pair of projectiles, though the force still makes her stumble. Oh please, I'd be disappointed if that worked. She retorts as she grabs the shield with her right hand. A golden glow appears around the shield. Wonder what enhancement she gave the shield. Izuku thinks to himself as the air cannon barrels extend. Izuku exchanges RBB bones for spring-like limbs and compresses the air inside the barrels. It didn't work the first time, Midoriya. Shield taunts as 3 golden disc-like projectiles appear in between the fingers on her right hand, laser discs. She announces as she flicks her wrist forward, the trio of projectiles leaping from her hands and shooting towards Izuku. Izuku drops Barn Owl for Kinetic Barrier, Squall Wall. Izuku counters as he preemptively fires the pair of air cannon shots and briefly forms a hexagonal barrier where his and Shield's projectiles collide. Shield frowns at the move. EF2-2XP. Izuku shouts as he releases another pair of charged air cannon shots, this time boosted by spring-like limbs and both halves of push and pull, towards the blonde. Shield doesn't get a chance to say anything before the projectiles slam into her shield with far more force than she was expecting, knocking her back though leaving the shield undamaged. Impressive shield. Izuku quips, deactivating the air cannon barrels, before rushing at the blonde. Ha ha ha. Shield mocks as she throws an over-telegraphed punch towards Izuku, this coming from the boy whose family name means Green Valley. Izuku ducks under the punch and throws a straight jab into Shield's gut, which he immediately regrets when he punches the metal armor plates. The passive strength, shock absorption, and regeneration quirks mitigate the pain, but that still hurts. Izuku thinks to himself as he focuses the push half of push and pull on Shield's armor, forcing her closer to the line. Before Shield reaches the white line, tendrils of black energy explode from small slits in the back of her armor and wrap around Izuku and throw him as she turns around to face the edge of the ring. Midoriya has been forced out of the ring. Shield wins. Tempest announces as Izuku hits the ground. Are you okay, Midoriya? Black Whip threw you a bit harder than I intended. Shield asks as she walks over to Izuku. Izuku groans and pushes off of the ground. I should be fine. He gently presses a finger into his rubs. Okay, maybe not right now. I need to go to my sister. I'll help you. Shield offers, seeing as I did go a bit overboard. Tempest nods. I'll allow it. Izuku nods. Okay, sure. If you are willing to answer, I have a few questions about your quirk. Shield shrugs. Sure. Sora sighs as Shield helped Izuku into the infirmary. What did you do this time, Zuku? She asks as she guides her brother to an infirmary bed. I think I broke a few ribs when I got thrown. I also think I cracked a few knuckles when I punched Shield's armor. Izuku admits as he looks into his sister's eyes and activates Mind Lock. She hits like FNG Truckkuin. My quirk threw him a bit harder out of the ring than I meant to. Shield explains, Black Whip is at least partially sentient. Alright then, hold still, Zuku. Sora commands as she gently places her hands on either side of Izuku's rib. So, she hits singularity? Shield watches with fascination as a purple glow emanates from Sora's hands and Izuku's ribs. I'm assuming I'm about to pass out? Izuku asks, Yep, Black Whip is a visible and more numerous version of Physic Hexapus. She can fly, shoot energy discs, has a second emitter quirk, an enhancement quirk that make a shield resist 2 EF2 shots. She has a sixth sense quirk that made it hard to surprise her, and she's fast and strong as F-. Sora shakes her head. Nope, you'll be a bit sluggish, but you can return to class now. Shield, are you injured? Does Mom know? Shield shakes her head. No, a bit bruised, but that's it. No, I told her Shield is a classmate, but I didn't mention one for all. But I don't think I need to. Izuku mentally responds. We never could really hide anything from her, Sora sighs, stupid heroines shrugging off wounds. She mutters under her breath as she places a hand on Shield's arm. There, now get back before RG comes back and decides to remove your Shin privileges for being idiots. Hard to hide something from someone who has lived for 200 years and who has easily 1,000 quirks. Shield winces and nods. Yeah. Don't want to be on the receiving end of RG's cane any more than I have too, she said before walking out of the room with Izuku following behind her. True, good luck today, and don't forget we're taking Rumi home this weekend to dinner with Mom. Please don't come back here soon, and try to keep your classmates from going overboard. Izuku chuckles, how could I forget? He thinks before serving the mental link between him and Sora as he walks around the corner. Shield and Izuku return to the gym in time to see both Tsu and Rumi called to the ring for a spar. This will be interesting to see. Izuku mutters. Why is that? Shield asks. A few reasons. Izuku answers as he pulls out a notebook and sits down on the bleachers with the rest of the class. Alright Zuku, what's going on in your head this time? Hitomi asks, long since used to Izuku's habit of analyzing and breaking down quirks. On the surface level, Tsu and Rumi's quirks don't share too many similarities. They're both animal-based mutation quirks and both of them are prey animals. But Yaoyorozu asks, already knowing that there was more her green-haired classmate hadn't said yet. But both of their quirks improve their legs, something Rumi seems to have focused on with her training. Well, Tsu wants to be a rescue heroine. Uraraka comments, and Rumi seems to very much not be a rescue heroine. Izuku chuckles, no she definitely doesn't. Rumi has always been ready for a fight. Begin. Tempest calls out, drawing everyone's attention. Tsu's tongue shoots out towards Rumi who leaps to the side. Come at me Frogger. Rumi challenges as she leaps into the air, lunar fall. She shouts as she spins and aims her leg down at the frog-quirked girl. Tsu hops forward as Rumi hits the concrete, leaving a noticeable crack where she landed. Holy shit. Kendo mutters. I was right. Izuku offhandedly comments as he writes someone down in his notebook. Usajiyama, you need to rein in your strength, we don't want to break any bones. Tempest reprimands the rabbit girl. Fine. Rumi grumbles. Tsu interrupts whatever Rumi is going to say next by wrapping her tongue around her arm and yanking it back towards her, pulling the rabbit woman off balance briefly. Tsu extends her legs as she retracts her tongue to propel herself towards her opponent. There's some fight in you after all. Rumi smirks as she pulls her arm back and brings up her leg in a high kick to intercept Tsu. Karo! Tsu croaks in pain as Rumi's shin slams into her thigh. Rumi's smirk turns into a feral grin as she grabs onto Tsu's tongue still attached to her arm with both hands and pulls her into the ground. Not letting her opponent recover, Rumi leaps onto Tsu's back and pins her down. Tap out Frogger, you're beaten. Tsu growls and WHPS her tongue around to slap Rumi. Unfortunately for the frog-quirked woman, it's not enough to allow her to break free. Azui is unable to continue, Usajiyama wins. Tempest announces before pulling another pair of names out of a box, Himura and Hado next. So what fight did I miss? Izuku asks. Kaminari versus Ishido. Tatsuma supplies. How did that go? He asked curiously as Rumi and Tsu made it to the benches. It was, Tatsuma trailed off, trying to find an elegant explanation. It was a shit show. Rumi huffed, Sparky can barely control her quirk and Meltis acid conducts electricity. That's not the words I would use but yes. Tatsuma responds. Because you're nicer than I am Ryuko. Rumi snarks. You say that like it's a surprise Rumi. Izuku interjects. You were always the loud one. Yeah well you and Cauliflower were too passive. Rumi protests. Izuku shakes his head with a fond smile, personal dispositions aside. I know I theorized that you could eventually crack concrete with ease given your quirk's focus on your leg muscles, but I expected it would take at least a bit of time at UA to get you to that level of strength and technique. He admits. Ma found a new boyfriend after we moved. He taught me how to fight beyond just throwing kicks and punches. Rumi explained. Before Izuku could ask any questions, Tempest claps her hands. Begin. Before anyone can react to the match starting, the Periwinkle girl is engulfed in a miniature glacier. Well, that's uncalled for. Shield mutters. And excessive. Izuku comments. Himura dash. Tempest starts but is cut off by a flash of yellow light from within the glacier. Spiral flood. Hado's muffled voice comes through the ice as another flash of yellow is followed by a large crack forming in the ice. I underestimate how strong her quirk was. Izuku mutters. The glacier shatters with a third and final flash of yellow to reveal a visibly mad Hado. I do not. Cold. Spiral wave. Hato shouts as she launches a pair of yellow energy spirals at the stunned bicolored woman. Himura reacts fast enough to create a wall of ice in between her and Hato, though it's not enough as the ice shatters under the force of the energy spirals. Nijire huffs in exhaustion as another pair of spirals spin into existence in front of her outstretched hands. "This is for freezing me," she shouts as she launches the twin spirals towards her opponent. "I'm sorry," Himura says quietly enough that only Jairu and Izuku with Barn Owl active can hear her as she slams her right foot on the ground, a second glacier appearing and covering Nijire, but I refuse to lose. Several flashes of yellow are seen through the ice, however none of them leave any cracks in the glacier. Tempest sighs, Himura wins. "Please go thaw her out." Himura reluctantly nods and walks up to the glacier before placing her left hand on the ice. Izuku's eyes widen as steam starts to escape from under the heterochromatic woman's hand. "Izuku?" Hitomi asks, knowing Izuku is seeing something she isn't. Himura has a dual fire and ice quirk. She's only used the ice portion until now, but she has one. Why would she be seemingly neglecting half her quirk dash? Izuku suddenly freezes. "Izuku?" Rumias. "Midoriya, what is it?" Shiles. I know why Himura is only using half her quirk. He mutters, then turns to Hitomi. "I'll explain after class, but not right now." Hitomi begrudgingly nods, knowing she couldn't force answers out of Izuku if he didn't want to give them. When Class 1A returned to the dorms from their practical lesson, Yaoyorozu quickly found herself ambushed by the class green-haired male with a notebook in his hand. "Hey Yaoyorozu, do you mind if I ask you a few questions about your quirk?" Izuku asks. The heiress had been rather close-lipped about her quirk's capabilities when it was the three of them in the dorms. Yaoyorozu blinks, not expecting to be asked so enthusiastically. Sora chuckles. "Oh yeah, Izuku wasn't joking when he said he liked analyzing quirks." "Sure." Yaoyorozu semi-hesitantly responds. Izuku smiles as he walks to the grate. "So you create objects from exposed skin. Are there limitations on what you can create?" Yaoyorozu nods. "Yes, I can't create anything living and I have to know the chemical structure of what I want to make and visualize it." "Wow, that's really impressive, Yaoyorozu." Izuku praises the heiress. Here it comes, Yaoyorozu thought, expecting Izuku to simply praise the power and versatility of her quirk like everyone else. "Your quirk is very strong, but your ability to use it is even more impressive given the requirements." Izuku continues. Yaoyorozu smiles. "Thank you, Midoriya." "You're welcome." The twins respond in unison. Yaoyorozu blinks. "That's gonna take some getting used to." Sora chuckles. "You're used to just being praised for your quirk, aren't you, Yaoyorozu?" Tis. Yaoyorozu looks at her with a mixture of shock and confusion. "How dash? I saw the look on your face when he mentioned how strong your quirk is." Sora explains. Izuku's eyes widen. "Oh, Yaoyorozu, I care about more than just your quirk. Quirks don't make heroes, nor do they make villains." Izuku thinks for a moment. "Is that why you avoided talking about your quirk last weekend?" Tis. Yaoyorozu looks down and nods. I was worried that you'd only see my quirk. I wanted to prove my own merits." Izuku nods. "That's understandable, Yaoyorozu. Our school was pretty good about it, but we still had some people with overinflated egos because they had strong and heroic quirks." "What happened to them?" the heiress asks. "One of them made it into UA, so she's in 1B, the other two failed and I don't remember which school they got into as a backup." "Shiketsu." Sora supplies. Izuku blinks. "They did? How okay. Point being, we'd never judge someone off of their quirk alone. I know it's unfair to assume that, but dash. You had people try to be friends with you for your quirk or your family, didn't you?" Izuku asks. Yaoyorozu nods. "Yeah, I mean Set's my friend because of our families, but she's also fun to be around." "Oh, I'm glad you think of me that way, Momo." Tokage's detached head, missing an eye this time, says as she announces her presence. "Hi, Tokage." Izuku calmly responds as he writes in his notebook. "So, Yaoyorozu, do you know if you can absorb objects back to save lipids?" Yaoyorozu, Sora, and Tokage look at Izuku in confusion. "What?" Yaoyorozu. "Can you reabsorb objects into your skin to save lipids?" Izuku clarifies. Yaoyorozu shakes her head. No, once I finish an object, it's a solid object. Izuku shakes his head. Sorry, should have been more specific. Can you reabsorb partially formed objects? I've never tried before, but why would I only half finish an object? To save lipids and react quicker. Izuku responds, okay, so how would you fight a medium-range ice quirked villain? Yaoyorozu hums for a moment before responding, I'd make a flamethrower to counter their ice. Okay, good. Why make the whole flamethrower though? Izuku asks, this is currently just theory, but you should be able to just make the end of the barrel in, say, your palm and continuously generate fuel instead of creating the whole flamethrower and fuel canister. Yaoyorozu's eyes widen. Why did I never think about that? Because most people define the limits of what their quirks can do at a young age and never try to push that boundary, only make them stronger. Izuku explains before chuckling, it took me years to realize I could push and pull air to create air bullets. He lies. Yaoyorozu looks down at her arm as a metal cylinder begins to protrude from her forearm. After reaching a few inches long, the glow of creation stopped, but the object remained attached to her arm. Yaoyorozu narrows her eyes at the metal cylinder as the kaleidoscopic glow of her quirk restarted and the object began to slowly retract. Izuku stares at the retracting metal cylinder with unmasked wonder and excitement and is quickly joined by Sora and Tokage once they realize what the heiress is doing. After the created object fully disappears into her skin, Yaoyorozu wiped the sweat on her forehead and took a few deep breaths. That took a lot more concentration than I thought it would, but I did it. Izuku smiles. That's amazing, Yaoyorozu. Hey Midoriya, how can you read this stuff? Tokage asks. Huh. Izuku responds as he turns around to find Tokage's missing eye trying to read his notebook labeled, Hero Analysis for the Future, 1A, with the help of one of her hands. This whole page is just gibberish, even the pictures make no sense. She complains. Izuku chuckles, I guess it paid off then, he said to himself. Well, Tokage, my notebooks are all written in a cipher I designed to prevent unwanted prying eyes. Izuku pulls the notebook from Tokage's hand, from learning anything important or useful. He finishes as he shuts the book. Imagine what a villainess could do with a notebook that expressly highlights the strength and weaknesses of a pro-heroine in detail. Are your notes really that detailed? Jairu asks from across the room. Izuku smirks. Which heroine would you like to know about? Jairu thinks for a moment. Tempest. She decides. Izuku grins and momentarily thinks of using his mother's potential plans to neutralize the seventh wielder of One for All before he decides it would be cheating and instead uses his own notes. Well, high enough heat would distort the normal air currents and destabilize her ability to fly or use her tornado punches, and fire quirks are one of the most common type of quirks in the world. There's also the very well hidden and downplayed weakness of her old injury a few inches underneath her left shoulder. Even if you can't use it directly, she's always slower to block attacks from the right than the left, so you could use that to your advantage. I'm sorry, did you just say the current number 3 heroine has an injury you could use against her in a fight? Melissa chimes in. Izuku nods. 12 years ago when she had her fight with Toxic Chainsaw and her gang, Toxic Chainsaw got a lucky hit in and landed a chainsaw hand into Tempest, left ribcage. When the fight was over, she was holding on to the injury as she was loaded into the ambulance and took a break from heroism for the next few months to recover. But I noticed in her older fights after her return that she was more defensive with her left side than her right. Most run-of-the-mill villainesses wouldn't catch it, but it's there. I imagine something about Toxic Chainsaw's quirk made the wound heal wrong. He explains without breathing, somehow. All right, Izuku, explain what you were going about with Himura. Hitomi demands as the door to Izuku's room closes behind her. Izuku sighs and May and Sora look at him curiously. What about Himura? Sora's. She has a dual ice and fire quirk but doesn't use his fire half, it seems. Izuku explains. Well, that's just stupid. May comments from a chair with her laptop. Why doesn't she use her fire half, Izuku? Hitomi asks Izuku. Tell me, does the name Todoroki ring any bells? Izuku asks cryptically. Rumi scoffs. Of course, everyone knows the Yodoroki name. Enjo Todoroki was the highest-ranking heroine arrested after the Commission Purge. She was arrested for gross misuse of her position of power and abusing her wife and 5 children. F. Tatsuma swears as she turns to Izuku. Everyone turns their attention to Tatsuma. Ryu, what? I've never heard you cuss before. Because I usually avoid it. Tatsuma growls, but I figured this situation warranted it. Zuku, Soras. F. Himura was a Todoroki, wasn't she? Hitomi asks. Everyone turns to Izuku, who solemnly nods. I don't have any proof, but yeah, I think he was. It checks out though. They kept names out of the final public report, but she referred to her youngest as her masterpiece, and her oldest 2 have quirks that don't fit their body. One had a fire quirk too hot and the other an ice quirk too cold. Pyre. Soras. Izuku nods. Yeah, I think so. She's only been seen using short bursts of blue flame. The eldest 2 Himuras are Haya and Shimoha, then Fuyumi and Natsuo, and then our classmate Shoko. May interrupts without looking up from her laptop. Haya is the rescue heroine Pyre, Shimoha is an employee of the commission, Fuyumi is a teacher, and I can't find anything on Natsuo, which isn't too surprising. Why is that? Izuku asks after getting over the shock of his girlfriend finding their classmates' siblings in a matter of minutes. May looks up at Izuku. Natsuo is the only living Himura male. Sheet. Izuku swears. So what's your plan, Izuku? Hitomi asks. Izuku looks at Hitomi. Hitomi gives Izuku a deadpan stare. Izuku, you basically forced friendship onto me and Rumi. So what do you plan to do with Himura? Izuku shrugs. Hadn't gotten that far. She seemed more awkward than hostile, so I was just going to try to be her friend and get her to open up. Izuku pauses for a moment. Speaking of hostile, I wonder where Togaike is. He says to himself. Togaike? Rumi asks. Oh yeah, you wouldn't know her. Sora comments. She was a girl we met in our first year of middle school, water manipulation quirk and overall D, to Zuku and Hitomi. Last I heard she made it into the UA Gen Ed course. Hitomi answers Izuku's original question. Is it bad I want to see her get to the 3rd round of the sports festival? Izuku asks. So you can kick the water beach's butt? May asks, surprising Rumi and Tatsuma. Yep. Nope, I don't think so. Someone needs to knock her down a peg. How powerful is the water manipulation we are talking about? Tatsuma asks. She could pretty much completely manipulate exposed water within a 10-meter radius. I don't think she can change water to a solid or gas, and she can't manipulate water vapor or ice. Izuku responds. Sora nods. It's not a weak quirk by any stretch of the imagination, not that it really matters, but she had such an ego. For what is a mid-grade quirk at best? Izuku opens his mouth and a notebook appears in his hand. Sora places a hand on Izuku's mouth to stop him. Izuku, I love you, but I swear to Mother if you go on another rant about the potential of Togaike's quirk, I'll have to call Mom and explain how I became an only child. She threatens in exasperation. Can we please get back on topic? Tatsuma asks. Izuku nods. Sure, I just plan on trying to be her friend, maybe get her to open up to other people. Getting her to use the other half of her quirk is secondary to making her feel included in class. He explains. Her costume isn't designed very well. May mutters. What? Izuku asks as he turns to his girlfriend. I have access to the first-year hero course costumes since I'm part of the advanced track. Her costume is poorly designed and entirely focused on her ice. I mean, come on, who has fake ice covering an entire half of her body? Izuku chuckles. Apparently Himura does. Also, that's not just ice she made before class? May shakes her head. Nope, fake ice. There's no way it doesn't slow down her reaction speed, not to mention it can't be comfortable for her costume to be that unbalanced. Ryuko cleared her throat. Midoriya mentioned that you were good with support gear, May? May scoffs. Good? I'm a certifiable genius. I built Aiza's costume and parts of Hitomi's as well. Do you need babies added to your costume, Dragon Girl? She asks. Rumi and Tatsuma immediately flush red. Izuku groans. May, phrasing. Remember what Mom told you. He reprimands before turning to the 2 red-faced women. When May is talking about her babies, she's talking about her inventions. I put my blood, sweat, and tears into them. Sometimes literally, why would they be anything else than my babies? May asks, people have a weird obsession with the tiny humans of the same name. She comments to herself mostly. A notification going off simultaneously from everyone's phone draws everyone in the room's attention. What was that? Soras. Mina Ishido has created the group chat. Mina Ishido has added 20 people. Mina Ishido has changed 21 names. Alien. Hey, all, I managed to get everyone's numbers, so now we have a class group chat. Twister Pro. This is a great idea, Mina. Twister Pro. Also great nickname. Alien. Smiley face, thanks, I had fun with everyone's names. Izuku looks up at Sora. How did she get my number? Sora chuckles. I gave it to her. Izuku sighs. This is gonna go badly, I can already tell, he mutters. What's up, Doc? You all better not blow up my phone. What's up, Doc? Wonder Boy. Mina, you should run. Wonder Boy. Rumi just ran out the door to my room promising your death to at least half a dozen ancient deities. Alien at Royal, please save me. Izuku chuckles. Well, that was quick. Recovery Girl Jr. I'm sorry, Mina, but I don't think even Yayorozu can save you from an angry Rumi. Fairy. Hey, why did Mina just run out of the dorm screaming and begging Rumi not kill her? Frogger. Backread Hado Ribbit. Oops, there goes gravity. Cute, you even ribbit over Textsu. Fairy. Oh, these are fun names. Fairy. What are everyone else's names? Horde. Should we be more worried about my girlfriend trying to kill Mina? Emo. Probably. Emo. Mina, I'm punk naughty. May Hatsume has entered the chat. May Hatsume has changed 3 names. Necessity. Is that better? Spotify. Yes. Spotify. How did you even get in here, Hatsume? Necessity. Oh, I hacked in. Surprisingly little security. Wonder Boy. May, did you need to hack into the group chat? Insomniac. No, but she wanted to. Necessity. No, but I wanted to. Necessity. Bully. Alien. I think I lost her for now. Alien. Oh, hi, Hatsume. Valkyrie. Mina, what did you do this time? Valkyrie. Rumi's trying to bribe people to tell her where you are. Valkyrie. Valkyrie. That would do it. Thumper. Mina, I just want to talk. Thumper. Who changed my name? Wonder Boy. Thumper. This is acceptable. Thumper. Mina, you have been spared for now. Alien. Yay. Alien. Thank you, Hatsume. Necessity. No problem, Pinky. You just owe me now. Izuku looks up from his phone. No. What? She asks with faux innocence. I wasn't going to do anything. Izuku and Sora both give May deadpan stares. May huffs. Okay, fine, I'll tone it down. Recover Girl Jr. Okay, Mina, you're safe now. Alien. Thanks? Alien. Safe from what? Wonder Boy. May's ideas. Sparkplug. What did I miss? Fairy. Oh, Rumi tried to attack Mina over the nickname she gave her. Sparkplug. Why do I miss all of the fun? Insomnia. Because you are too busy eating batteries. Sparkplug. Sparkplug. I told you that in confidence, Hitomi. Wonder Boy. Oh, it's Hitomi to him, huh? Insomnia. Izuku, don't you dare. Recovery Girl Jr. Too late, he's already texting Mom. Izuku chuckles. When do you think she'll learn what Mom already knows? When she tries to break down the door down to stop you from texting Mom. Sora responds. I'm confused. Tatsuma says. Oh, Hitomi has a crush on Kaminari. Izuku answers. Before Tatsuma can respond, loud heavy knocking echoes from the door. Called it. Sora responds. Izuku. Hitomi calls out, I just want to talk. Izuku chuckles and gets up to unlock the door. Hitomi tackles Izuku to the ground. Izuku laughs. I never texted Mom, she already knew. What? You but. Izuku laughs harder and pushes Hitomi off of him. Sparkplug. Can someone tell me where Hitomi just ran off to? Wonder Boy. She came to my room and tackled me. Horde. I can confirm Shinso tackled Midoriya. Horde. Rumi, can you please come back to Midoriya's room? Royal. I believe Rumi is currently preoccupied with teaching Tsu how to kick, to quote, revoke the Shin privileges of some villainesses. Wonder Boy. That checks out. Horde. That does sound like my girlfriend, unfortunately. Rock hard. Manly. Rock hard. Do you think she'll spar with me? Wonder Boy, absolutely. Horde, absolutely. Recovery Girl Jr., absolutely. Alien, I know. Alien, she's insane. Thumper, you're on Kirishima. Wonder Boy, good luck Kirishima. Recovery Girl Jr., I'll be on standby to heal any major broken bones so RG doesn't break your shins herself. Royal, she won't go that far, right? Royal, right? Wondery Boy, oh to be young and naive again. Recovery Girl Jr., Recovery Girl will absolutely smack your shins if you see her for being an idiot. Valkyrie, yeah she will. Valkyrie, I have first-hand experience and she does not hold back on her swings chapter text. Alright brats. Izawa announced as she stepped into the podium. The class falls silent. Good, you're getting better. She notes, today's Heroics 101 class is going to be in Battleground Gamma. Grab your costumes, you have 10 minutes. The class files up to the wall of costume cases and grabs their own. Izuku's case sporting the number as Izuku put on his costume, he noted the new additions that he reasoned were the attachments May were unable to make for their first class. On his right hip sits a holster that holds an air pistol loaded with pepper spray ball, his left is held a hunting knife with a heated edge. Each shoulder attachment point had a reinforced shoulder pad with smoke emitters that supposedly both blocked thermal imaging as well as scrambling electronics. Typical May. Isaac huffed in amusement, doing something because you can and had the idea. The attachment point on his right forearm was fitted with a multi-use grappling hook system while his left held a datapad that was integrated with his suit to record and store audio and video from cameras and microphones placed on his suit. Unlike last time, Izuku was not the last one in the class to arrive. At the designated training ground modeled after an industrial complex complete with a labyrinth of pipes and factories, S.H.I.E.L.D. took that honor due to the more complex nature of her partial suit of armor. Good you're all here. Aizawa comments, you will be split into 4 teams of 4 and 1 team of 3 for this exercise. A team will enter the battleground and have 20 minutes to find and apprehend the faux villainess who has already hidden herself in the battleground. Yayorozu raises her hand. Yes, Yayorozu? Aizawa. Ma'am, do we have any information on the villainess for this exercise? Tis. Aizawa grins into her capture scarf and nods. The villainess goes by the codename Shikarito and is noted to prefer long-range combat. Izuku gets a sinking feeling in his gut. Yayorozu nods and lowers her hand. Any other questions? Aizawa asks. Seeing no one else raise their hands, she nods. All right, the first team will be Dash. She pauses as she turns to the screen of the observation room that is currently displaying the names of all 19 students of Class 1A. As she presses a button, 4 students are selected and their names highlighted. Team 1 is Midoriya, Yayorozu, Hado, and Tokage. The 4 students look at each other and nod before walking out of the room. Midoriya, what are your thoughts? Yayorozu. Izuku hums. Well, Aizawa said she was proficient with ranged combat, so we'll need to stay hidden and on the move until we know where the target is. Tokage, you will be invaluable for this. Hado, can you fly on your energy spirals? Hado shakes her head. Not yet, but I'm getting there. Izuku nods. Alright, stay on the ground. We have no idea if the villainess has ranged support gear or a ranged quirk, so we need to keep our heads on a swivel. Team 1 enter the combat area. You will have a 15-second grace PRD. Aizawa calls over the intercom. Tokage's voice comes over the radio. I've spotted the sniper. She's on top of the factory smokestack labeled A-Dash. Lizardy, are you okay? Yayorozu responds. Yeah, I'm fine, she found my eye. It'll regen in a minute or 2. I didn't get a good look at the target, so we're still blind. Not entirely, she's perceptive, an amazing shot, and whatever she used wasn't massively flashy. Izuku responds. Girls, I found her dash. Hado is cut off. Nijire Hado has been eliminated. Aizawa's voice comes over the battleground loudspeakers. Anyone know where Spiral was? Izuku asks. I found her. Yayorozu responds, but no sign of the villain. What took her out? Tokage asks. Large bruise on her forehead, no sign of whatever got used to eliminate her though. Izuku sees movement in the corner of his vision along a rooftop. I think I found her, I'm going to follow her. He says into the radio before activating Quirk Vision and running after the woman through the alleys. Event Horizon, be careful, we don't know what she's capable of. Yaoyorozu warns Izuku. Izuku doesn't respond verbally as he uses push and pull to propel himself forward and within a block of the woman. Izuku freezes for a single moment as he gets close enough to recognize the Quirk signature he was chasing. The woman takes advantage of this as she leaps across an alleyway and turns around, her arm bent at the elbow with a bone-like barrel protruding from the joint. Don't freeze. The woman seemingly chastises Izuku. Izuku dives to the ground behind a metal pipe as the woman fires a projectile from the barrel. The woman seemingly disappears without a sound and Izuku can no longer make out her Quirk signature. Izuku gets up to a crouch and looks at the pipe he ducked behind, finding a projectile partially embedded into the metal. Oh, sheet. He swears as he recognizes the purple and pink bullet embedded in the pipe in front of him. Creati, lizardy. He frantically calls out to his teammates through his headset, Shikarito is Lady Nagant. He shouts as he dives to the ground to avoid another bullet. I repeat, our opponent is Lady Nagant. Tokage swears. In the observation room, everyone stares at the screen with a growing mixture of horror, pity, and dread as the class processes who the faux villainess for the exercise is. The Lady Nagant is our opponent for today? Kaminari screams. Aizawa grins into her capture scarf. Yep. She even volunteered for the day's exercise. Nezumi announces as she drops from a vent onto Aizawa's shoulder. She's toying with them. Shield states. What? Several of the class demand in unison. Shield sighs. If Nagant was actually trying, there would have been no way Midoriya could have dodged that bullet, and she's probably had the four of them in her sights since the beginning of the match. Nezumi cackles. Correct, Ms. Shield. Today's lesson is about spotting individuals at range and moving through dense terrain. She reveals. Do we have an option to just surrender? Mina asks. There's no way any of us can take on the head of the commission and win. It's not about winning today, Ashido. Aizawa responds to the pink-skinned girl. Shikarito is Lady Nagant. He shouts as he dives to the ground to avoid another bullet. I repeat, our opponent is Lady Nagant. Tokage swears. F indeed. Izuku responds as he uses push and pull to launch himself into the air. Anyone got eyes on her? Izuku asks as he scans the immediate area and sees no sign of her quirk factor. Nothing. Yaoyorozu responds. Nada. Tokage responds. Izuku catches a flash of light in the corner of his eyes using Barn Owl, flash dash. Yaoyorozu's grunt of pain cuts him off. She's by me. Izuku launches himself towards the flash using push and pull and psychic hexapus and sparring use of airwalk. As he reaches the tower, he spots the crouched figure of his mother's girlfriend. Gotcha! He thought as he charged up a pair of spring-like limbs and push and pull enhanced air cannon shots guided by the air rails. Now Izuku did not actually think that this would end the exercise, or even really connect with Kiana as he knew her reflexes from personal experience. Izuku was not surprised when Kiana leaped into the air to dodge his attack. He was surprised, however, when she raised a closed fist towards him and her knuckles sat roughly half an inch below where they normally are, a quartet of small triangle-like barrels sitting at each knuckles. Izuku isn't given a chance to theorize about this new development as his thoughts are cut off by an unexpected force slamming across his torso armor. Izuku had somehow forgotten one tiny detail about Kiana. Her girlfriend is the woman able to take and give quirks. And from this information it would be reasonable to assume that she may have an additional quirk to augment her original one. Now back to Izuku, who is now realizing this mistake. Izuku pulls himself to a nearby building rooftop with psychic hexapus and push and pull reacting to his subconscious. Sheet. He groans in pain and sits up. Looking down at his chest, Izuku finds 12 small flattened spirals of familiar pink and purple embedded in his chest plate. Are you okay, Midoriya? Tokage asks. Yeah, I'll be fine. Nagant had a trick up her sleeve I wasn't prepared for. Izuku responds as he pats his chest armor plate, rattling the dozen projectiles free. Glad May went all in on the armor. He mutters to himself. I've got her in my sights. Yaoyorozu calls out as a gunshot ripples through the battleground. Momo Yaoyorozu has been eliminated. Aizawa's voice drones out of the speakers. Izuku leaps up, ignoring the pain in his certainly heavily bruised chest. Shit, it's just us. Tokage exclaims. I'm sorry about this, Izuku. A voice whispers behind him. Izuku WHPs around just in time to find Kiana's rifle cork barrel pointed at his head before he is thrown backwards into the rooftop. Izuku Midoriya has been eliminated. Aizawa drones as Izuku looks at the smushed pink and purple bullet taking up most of his view. Izuku groans as Sora places her hands on his exposed forearm and activates her quirk. That bad, huh? She asks with a small smirk. Wasn't expecting her to have that particular trick up her sleeve. Izuku admits as the bruises began to heal, I wasn't expecting her to have multiple quirks. He telepathically sends his sister. Sora giggles, did you forget who she is dating? She's been an underground hero since before we were born, Izuku. No, I just didn't think about her having a second quirk. All done, you're good to go, Izuku. Thanks, sis. Izuku responds as he stands up and walks back to class. As Izuku enters the room, Aizawa speaks up, alright, let me start off by saying that you four did not fail the exercise. Everyone looks at Aizawa weirdly. But we all got eliminated? Yayazora asks, we lost. Aizawa nods, yes you did. But you did not fail. You are not going to win every fight. You are also fighting someone with a massive amount of field experience. Kiana speaks as she enters the room, I've been a hero for longer than some of the newer heroes have been alive. If we weren't being judged on winning, what were we being judged on? Hato asks, showing that she isn't just the bubbly airhead she appears to be. This exercise is about locating a constantly moving enemy and fighting them on your terms instead of theirs. Kiana explains. We still failed that second part. Yaoyorozu points out, only Midoriya really engaged you on his terms. Kiana chuckles, and you saw how that ended out for him. Yeah. Oh. Izuku cuts in. Thank you. Kiana chuckles, this is not a pass-fail exercise as demonstrated by Midoriya. Even if you get the drop on someone, it can still go badly for you if the other person is more prepared than you. Aizawa nods. Let it be said that you should never assume you know everything a person is capable of, especially not villains. And even though you're on the same team, never make the same assumption about other heroines. A heroine who has no tricks up their sleeves is a dead heroine if a villain plans to fight them. No one other than Rumi and Hitomi notice Kiana looking intently at Izuku during Aizawa's speech. Now, on to the next group. Aizawa speaks as the board behind them selects another group, Shinso, Ashido, Kendo, and Kirishima, you're up next. The four nod and are led out of the room by Kiana. So, what happened? Rumi asks as she sits next to Izuku. She had shotgun knuckles. Izuku responds bluntly. What? Rumi asks. Shotgun. Knuckles. Izuku answers flatly again. Izuku is woken up by the sounds of multiple text notifications from his phone. Sighing, he reaches over to the nightstand at the side of his bed and grabs his phone off the charger. Carefully to avoid waking up his sleeping girlfriend on his chest, Izuku opens the phone and turns the brightness down. Black belt. Kaminari, what did you do to the toaster? Sparkplug, I don't know what you're talking about. Black belt, Kaminari. Black belt. The toaster is absolutely fried and you are the only one here with an electricity quirk. Spotify, given your history of one-and-done attacks, it's fair to assume it's you. Sparkplug. I haven't even left my room this morning. Sparkplug, so it can't be me. Insomnia, Saji, you were absolutely down here earlier and 100% broke the toaster. Sparkplug, seriously, what are you talking about, Hitomi? Insomnia, toastervideo.mp4. Black belt, well that's ominous. Izuku sighs and opens the video attachment, unaware that May has already woken up. The video starts with Hitomi watching Kaminari walk from the stairs to the kitchen, Hitomi likely being her insomniac self and watching cat videos before she started filming. Hey Saji. Hitomi tries to quietly call out to the blonde, So? You in there? Kaminari, either not hearing the purple-haired girl or simply ignoring her, walks undeterred into the kitchen and up to the toaster. Is she sleepwalking? Izuku asks. Maybe. May answers, making Izuku jump in surprise. But, May? I thought you were asleep, sorry if I woke you up. Izuku apologies as he steadies his breathing. May shakes her head. I was awake before you opened the video, Izu. She responds. Hey Saji, what are you doing? Hitomi's voice draws both of them back to the video. As with before, Kaminari completely ignored Hitomi as she tried to put a slice of bread from next to the toaster into the slot. However, when Kaminari pressed down the lever to actually toast the bread, nothing happened and the untoasted bread popped up. Izuku laughs but fails to understand how Kaminari broke the toaster like this. As it to seemingly answer Izuku's question, Kaminari lifts up the other end of the power cord. However, instead of simply plugging the toaster into the outlet behind it like Izuku expected her to, she places the plug into her mouth and activates her quirk, electricity sparking across her body. Oh, that's how she fried the toaster. Izuku mutters. How much voltage can she put out? Miss. 1 million volts is the most I've seen Kaminari use in a single burst. Izuku answers offhandedly before stopping and realizing who he just gave that answer to. May no. May yes. May responds with a small crazed giggle. May no, using my classmates as batteries to test your inventions. Izuku says, a bit more sternly this time. I would never dash. May stops as she looks up at Izuku. Izuku simply stares down at May and raises an accusatory eyebrow. May huffs and looks back down at the phone in her boyfriend's hand. Fine, I'll leave Kaminari alone for now. I'm a little worried about the for now part of that statement, but good enough for this morning. Izuku responds with a shrug as he turns his attention back to the phone and unpauses the video. The video suddenly shifts, likely Hitomi putting her phone in her pocket. Saji, wait, don't. Hitomi tries to stop Kaminari as she grabs a RBB glove and grabs the plug from Kaminari's mouth. Izuku sighs as the video turns to the toaster to show black smoke coming from the toast slots and scorch marks coming from where the power cord leads into the toaster. Sparkplug. I have absolutely no memory of any of this. Royal, you were probably sleepwalking, Kaminari. Black belt. That explains the toaster. Black belt. I'll message Aizawa that we need a new one. Wonder Boy, that reminds me. Wonder Boy, Kaminari May wants you to visit her in her workshop today after our field trip for heroics. Sparkplug. Necessity, because shorting out like that is going to damage your brain if it hasn't already. Fire hazard, even if I love going all out, that can't be healthy if it's your go-to move. Alien, wait, we have a field trip today? Black belt. Wonder Boy, yes. Fire hazard. Twister Pro, yes. Spotify, yes. Sparkplug, when did we get told this? Royal, at the end of class yesterday. Oops, there goes gravity. We're doing rescue training. Frogger, well, we know what Chaco's excited for. Wonder Boy, she was pretty vocal about wanting to be a rescue heroine since day OE. Rock hard, she's got a perfect quirk to be a rescue heroine. Izuku chuckles and sits up. Aizu. May whines as she tries to cling onto the green-haired boy. Sorry, May. Izuku apologizes, but you've got classes and I've got the rescue field trip. I promise I'll see you at lunch, okay? Fine. May huffs in annoyance, but you better bring Sparky with you so I can give her babies. Izuku chuckles. All right, Mimi, just remember to please try to avoid using that terminology around other students. Oh, I've already gotten several weird looks from my classmates. May admits as she pulls off her shirt and turns around to find a new one. Of course you have. Izuku mutters as he turns away from his girlfriend, red-faced. Name, Shuka Aizawa. Alias, Erasure Heroine, Eraserhead. Heroine classification, Underground. Quirk, Erasure. A erasure allows the user to cancel out or erase the emitter or transformation quirks of people in his line of sight. Strength, medium. Speed, medium. Filth, very high. Threat, very high. Eraserhead is a very proficient underground heroine and ambush hunter who, though use of her own quirk and her capture scarf, often ends fights before villains can realize they can no longer use their quirk. Name, Kiyama Nimuri. Alias, 18 plus heroine, midnight. Heroine classification, twilight. Quirk, somnambulist. B. Somnambulist allows the user to secrete a sleep-inducing aroma from exposed skin. The gas is more effective against people attracted to women. Midnight is an incredibly flirty yet effective twilight heroine, though is limited in effectiveness when hostages or other civilians are present due to the indiscriminate nature of her attack. Name, Nezumi. Alias, principal heroine, Nezumi. Heroine classification, intelligence. Quirk, high specs. A high specs gives the user unparalleled intelligence, comprehension, and perception that far exceeds even the smartest minds. Strength, very low. Nezumi has never actually been seen in direct combat with villains and more often than not is not even present at the site of whatever incident she is assisting, preferring to help from UA itself with both prepared and real-time analysis, coordination, and control of local cameras. Ainin Kuros. Alias, Space Heroine, 13. Heroine classification, rescue. Quirk, black hole. A black hole allows the user to generate its namesake from Theer fingers that SCK in and destroy matter, and some forms of energy, at the atomic level. Strength, medium. Skill, medium. Power, very high. Threat, medium. 13 is an incredibly efficient rescue heroine with only a single incident of a civilian injury caused by her on her record despite the raw destructive power and indiscriminate nature of her quirk, though the heroine herself has very little to no combat training due to her specialization as a rescue heroine. Name, Yoshi Yamada. Alias, voice heroine present mic. Heroine classification, limelight. Quirk, voice. B voice gives the user the ability to drastically increase the volume and pitch of their voice. Skill, medium. Threat, medium. Present mic is a perfect example of a limelight heroine, flashy, loud, friendly, and approachable. However, in times of crisis she can push that aside to focus on containing villains or protecting civilians to the best of her ability and is not too proud to refuse to call backup when she is being overwhelmed. Name, Chio Shizenji. Alias, youthful heroine, recovery girl. Heroine classification, support. Quirk, heal. A heal allows the user to speed up and increase someone's natural healing process by extending their lips and kissing them. Strength, very low. Very low. Filter. Power, medium. Recovery girl is not a frontline heroine but rather one that shows up during disaster relief or after the villain has been contained. Her quirk does drain the stamina of whoever she heals, but it also heals what would normally be several month-long injuries in a matter of seconds and can rapidly stabilize critical injuries. Name, Makoto Aitken. Alias, Snipe. Heroine classification, twilight. Quirk, homing. B homing allows the user to lock onto any target that they can see within 600 meters of themselves and make any projectile they release chase after said target. Strength, medium. Speed, medium. Filth, very high. Power, medium. Threat, medium. Snipe is a ranged heroine similar to Lady Nagant who, while not helpless in hand-to-hand combat, would prefer to avoid CQC and fight their targets at range. Snipe's quirk allows her to shoot at villains who thought themselves safe, such as ones hiding behind cover or using civilians as shields. Name, Denkiri Jikagun. Alias, Ectoplasm. Heroine classification, limelight. Quirk, clones. A clones allow the user to release a viscous substance from their mouth and shape it into clones of themselves. Strength, medium. Speed, medium. Filthet, falthet, fretfet. Ectoplasm primarily focuses on keeping civilians safe during villain fights and routing villains to her more combat-effective colleagues. However, she can still overwhelm most combatants relatively easily with her clones. The Zakwa Maijima. Alias, excavation heroine, power loader. Heroine classification, support, rescue. Quirk, iron claws. See iron claws turns the wielder's fingers into metallic claws. Strength type. Speed, medium. Power, medium. Power Loader is another heroine that prefers alternative methods than direct confrontations, such as burrowing under her enemies and dropping them down to her level. Power Loader is also an efficient rescue heroine, with her claws make rescuing trapped civilians easier than trying to remove the debris entirely. Name: Koshi Ishiyama. Alias: Cementos. Heroine classification: Rescue, Limelight. Quirk: Cement. B. Cement gives the user the ability to manipulate cement-based materials simply by being in contact with the surface. It does not give them the ability to create new cement, they can only reshape existing cement. Strength: Medium. Filter. Power: Medium. Threat: Medium. Cementos avoids direct confrontation and prefers to fight by making her enemies break through wall after wall of available concrete until they are either tired enough for her to restrain herself or until more combat-oriented heroines can arrive as backup. Name: Kari Inui. Alias: Hound Dog. Heroine classification: Limelight. Quirk: Dog. Sea Dog gives the user an increased sense of hearing and smell. Intense emotions may also send the user into a fit of growls and barks. Strength type: Power: Medium. Threat: Medium. Hound Dog's quirk makes her an excellent tracker as well as a powerful close-range brawler, easily able to keep up with low to mid-grade strength and low-grade speed quirks in direct combat. Name: Kara Sekijiro. Alias: Vlad Queen. Heroine classification: Limelight. Quirk: Blood Control. A blood control allows the user to manipulate their own blood after it has left their body. Once the blood is out in the open air, the user can freely control its flow and movements, as well as harden it to immobilize foes. Blood control also appears to allow the user to go unaffected by levels of blood loss that would normally be fatal. Strength: Medium. Speed: Medium. Filter. Threat. Vlad is a capture specialist and is highly proficient at detaining even some of the more traditionally difficult quirk users, such as strong passive strength enhancers. When a drawn-out fight is necessary, Vlad's ability to control her own blood and lose significantly more blood before feeling the effects of blood loss make blades and bladed quirks more ineffective against her. Name: Danjura Tabita. Alias: Gentle. Heroine classification: Support. Quirk: Elasticity. Elasticity allows the user to bestow the property of elasticity to anything they touch. Strength. Speed: Medium. Skill: Medium. Threat. Gentle often avoids physical fights, preferring to use her quirk to tire enemies out by restricting their movement and redirecting their own attacks back at them, or by allowing herself and her allies to outpace villains. Name: Manami Aiba. Alias: La Brava. Heroine classification: Intelligence, Support. Quirk: Love. B. Love allows the user to power up a target by confessing their feelings for them. The more intense the user's love is, the stronger the power transmitted to the target is. This empowering makes the target physically stronger and faster than usual. Strength: Very low. Feats: Very low. Skill: Medium. Power: Medium. La Brava is rarely seen on the front lines, instead preferring to support her fellow heroines through her prodigital hacking and cybersecurity skills to gather information ahead of time or to remove barriers between heroines and their objectives. "Alright class, settle down," Aizawa says as he enters the classroom. "This morning we're doing something that could impact the course of your career, then we're going on that trip to an off-campus site." Murmurs and muttering breaks out amongst the class. "This morning we're selecting your class president," Aizawa explains. "That's a totally normal school thing," the class thinks. "Ma'am, how are we going to decide class president?" "Erosas," Aizawa sighs. "Quite frankly, I don't care how you decide, since eventually you all will have such mix-match schedules that you won't get to participate in a lot of the normal student council events," she explains. The class begins talking over each other about who wants to become the class president. However, there is one exception. Aizawa interrupts the class. Neither Midoriya can be the class president due to Sora Midoriya not actually being in 1A and Izuka Midoriya being kept a secret from the general public at the moment. Most of the class makes noises of understanding. Yaoyorozu stands up. "I propose a vote. Any objections?" Looking over the class, Izuku finds no real objections from anyone. Good, now is there anyone who doesn't want to be class president? Eroses. Hitomi, Himura, Jiru and Kazuki raise their hands initially. After a few moments Izuku, being a little sheet, raises his hand as well. Sora groans next to Izuku. Zuku, you can't be class pres even if you wanted to be. Ms. Aizawa literally just said that. Alright, I'll pass out slips of paper to each of you, write down the name you want and I'll have Midoriya collect them. Yaoyorozu explains. Which one? Izuku and Sora ask in unison. Yaoyorozu stares deadpan at the two, both. Well, she's already acting like the class president. Sora mentally tells Izuku. Yep. Izuku responds as he gets handed a slip of paper. After writing down his vote and putting it in the box Yaoyorozu put on his desk, Izuku walked to the front of the room. After a few more moments the class starts walking up person by person and dropping their folded slip of paper into the box in Izuku's hands. Well, that didn't quite go like she intended. Izuku mentally chuckled as the last vote, from Kendo, gets put into the box. Turning around, Izuku begins to count the votes and pulls out a dry erase marker before stepping up to the board. Alright, here are the results, Izuku announces as he steps out from in front of the whiteboard. Yaoyorozu -5. Shield -4. Tatsuma -2. Kamiji -2. Hato -1. Ashido -1. Uraraka -1. Ashui -1. Kaminari -1. Tokage -1. Kirishima -1. Aizawa nods towards the board. Alright, Yaoyorozu is your class president and Shield is her vice president. There's a president meeting after school today to let all of the representatives meet and get to know each other. Getting to know the other 5 class presidents for the hero course is especially important for you. Yaoyorozu and Shield walk to the front of the room and bow. I promise to do my best to live up to your expectations. Yaoyorozu promises. I promise to do my best as well. Shield repeats. Aizawa nods. Good, now for today you can either wear your costumes or you may wear a gym uniform. If you wish to practice with your hero costume, grab your costumes, get changed, and get out to the bus. We've got rescue training today. The class stands up and grabs their costume cases on their way out of the classroom. As Izuku puts on his costume, he notices that while there are no visual changes to his costume, it feels slightly heavier. Hey Aizu, no new gadgets this time. The 2 wrist attachments have a few upgrades in the pipeline, but those need more time, and after your training battle with Kiana I upped the armor and kinetic padding across most of your suit. You shouldn't notice too much of an issue, but if it is we can easily fix it. Your genius girlfriend. PS Shield is really smart in the support lab. She helped me make changes and upgrades to a lot of your class designs. Some of them really needed it and we finally got Power Loader to agree to some of them. Izuku chuckles and looks down at his suit. While he reasons he won't actually need a lot of the gear on him, it would be in his best interest for the future to do this rescue training in his full kit to ensure none of it weighs him down or prove detrimental to rescue missions. After changing and coming out to the bus, Izuku immediately notices a few of the costumes that May and Shield changed, the most noticeable of which being Yaoyorozu and Uraraka's costumes. Uraraka's costume is no longer skin-tight. Instead it is puffier and closer to an actual pre-Quirk astronaut's suit with a cylindrical pair of gauntlets on her wrist. The overall color scheme does not change at all. Yaoyorozu's costume was a much larger overhaul than Uraraka's. Instead of the very revealing one-piece suit, it now consists of a 2-piece suit with what Izuku assumes are Velcro panels covering her stomach, arms, and legs. On her back is a quick detach cape instead of the original bookshelf that was dropped after the first heroics class. Her costume now also sports a monocle-like device over Yaoyorozu's right eye and a datapad similar to his own on her left arm. Oh Midoriya, your girlfriend made some upgrades to quite a few of our costumes. Yaoyorozu greets Izuku as she notices his arrival. Izuku chuckles and rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, she told me as much in her note in my case. Did she actually explain what she changed and how your new stuff works? He asks, knowing May had a habit to occasionally gloss over unimportant details such as how to use a device when she gets into a new project. For the most part, yes, she didn't fully explain the datapad, but it was simple to figure out. Most of the girls didn't have large changes like ours, but we're still going to thank her when we see her next. Yaoyorozu answers. Izuku smiles, she'll love knowing you all liked her changes. Just a heads up, don't let her figure out you can make any inorganic material or she'll never leave you alone. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka give Izuku a weird look, but she was there when we introduced ourselves? The raven-haired girl responds as they board the bus. Izuku chuckles, yep, and she wasn't really paying attention then, and you didn't go into too much detail. He responds as he takes the open seat between Rumi and Shield in the back row. Good, you're all here. Aizawa says tiredly before she turns to the front of the bus and presses a button. She needs to get more sleep. Rumi whispers to Izuku as they both watch their homeroom teacher lay down in her sleeping bag in the front row of seats. Well, she is both a teacher and an underground teacher. Izuku responds, knowing how hard Eraserhead pushes herself on patrols. Shield, I normally speak my mind rather bluntly, but your quirk is kind of weird, ribbit. Tsu says in her normal impassive tone, you have super strength, those black energy W's, the glowy enchantment touch, flight, and the energy discs you used against Lady Nagant yesterday. Shield nods, you're right about that, it is an odd quirk. She admits, Mom, Dad, and Aunt Nana aren't exactly sure where my quirk comes from, but girls having quirks that are unconnected to their parents' quirks aren't uncommon. Izuku looks over to see Jer looking at Shield with a conflicted expression, wonder what's up with that. Kaminari turns around, so we know your mom is super famous for making support gear, but who's your dad and aunt? Shield smiles briefly, well, Aunt Nana's a hero. She's not actually my biological aunt, but she's been in my life since I was born. As for my dad, well, he's unfortunately reduced to mom's assistant, despite being incredibly gifted as an engineer. She finishes with a sad look. That's messed up. Kirishima comments. Well, that's unfortunately how it is. Because of their lack of powers, a lot of countries treat them as second-class citizens. Izuku comments. Immediately everyone's attention shifts. Izuku? Rumi asks worriedly. Izuku shrugs. Japan isn't that bad compared to some other countries. I can still get into some colleges here in Japan. The class stares at Izuku with various combinations of confusion and horror. Midoriya. Yaoyorozu begins, what do you mean by, some colleges? Colleges are allowed to discriminate against men when it comes to admissions. Izuku answers clinically, UA is one of only 2 semi-major hero colleges in the entirety of Japan that would even allow me to attempt for the hero course. And there are politicians currently pushing to allow high schools to ban males from attending. What? Most of the class asks. How many of you actually had male classmates in high school? Izuku asks. After a brief pause to consider the question, Rumi, Ryuko, Kaminari, Tsu, and Kendo raise their hands. Exactly. It's not only not uncommon, but it's almost encouraged in a large portion of Japan for mothers to pull their sons out of school after around middle school and train them to be fathers and husbands for when they get effectively sold to a woman or used as basically breeding machines. Everyone on the bus horror grows. Green as that what happened dash, Gyre begins. Izuku frantically shakes his head. No, me and May weren't like that. Izuku suddenly chuckles. Someone did try that and asked Mom, but well, let's just say what is defined as a small object is way more expansive than most people think. I think the family name was like Ayama or something like that. I was 12 at the time. Izuku shrugs, never heard that many curse words in a single sentence before. He muses quietly. Rumi shakes her head with a small chuckle. Mama Inko is way too protective over Izuku and Sora to do anything like that. Midoriya, why did you want to become a hero? Kazuki asks, with you having a quirk you could have just coasted on you and your quirk's existence by selling your. Kazuka trails off with a very noticeable blush as she fails to finish that sentence. Yaozu looks like she's ready to chastise the blue-skinned girl for her question when Izuku chuckles. You're right, Kazuki, I probably could just live comfortably if I wanted to, but I wanted to follow in my mother's footsteps. Mama Inko was a heroine? She asked, incredibly confused. No, not quite. Izuku telepathically responded to Rumi. Your mom was a heroine? Kaminari echoed. Who is she? Izuku shakes his head. No, mom's not a heroine. I could have phrased that better. My family, specifically mom's side, has been fighting for equality since quirks first appeared. He explains, obviously their focus switched around the time of the Quirk Wars from protecting quirked women to protecting quirkless men, but they still fought for equality nonetheless. That's so awesome, Midoriya. Kamiji practically shouts, "What does your mom do?" Izuku grins, "Oh, she's a lawyer. She primarily deals with lawsuits and court cases against heroines for abuse of power or negligence." Your mom is the Green Terror? Wait. Ashido shouts, startling everyone else. You're that Midoriya? Izuku smiles sheepishly. Yeah, my mom is Inko Midoriya. I've never heard the Green Terror name before, but I've heard some people talk about her as if she was a demon. Which is partially true, he mentally adds before turning his attention to Ashido. You know my mom Ashido? Ashido smiles and rapidly nods. Izuku is honestly a bit concerned about the pink girl's neck. Yeah, she was our lawyer for a case back in middle school. Some creep tried to get me and a few friends to go with her, and when we obviously refused, she attacked us. The heroine treated me and my friends as the villains for defending ourselves. I remember your mom ripping into the heroine with a rather viscous smile on her face throughout the trial. Izuku chuckles, "Ah, you were the Flashpoint trial." He remembers, she let loose a bit on that one from what she told me. A bit? Ashido asks, your mom had that woman crying by the end of the trial. She did do that, yes. Izuku responds with a sheet-eating grin. All right, children. Aizawa interrupts, we're here. Everyone looks out the door to find a massive dome-like structure with the letters, he, on the front in a rather large font. Standing out front is a heroine in a puffy white suit mimicking pre-Quirk astronauts, flanked by a trio of younger women with white hair in a black trench coat, one with blonde hair and red feathered wings on her back, and a third with light blue hair and 3 finger gloves on her hands. OMG, it's 13. Uraraka squeals in excitement before practically steamrolling over Aizawa as she rushes off of the bus. Welcome, girls and boy. The now identified astronaut heroine, 13, greets the class, though is very confused by Izuku's attendance. DMN rat. Aizawa mutters before turning to 13. Yes, Midoriya is part of one. Nizu apparently likes chaos too much to inform his staff. I'm not even surprised at this point. Izuku mutters. Anyways, welcome to the Unforeseen Simulation Join, or USJ for short. This is my pride and joy and the main disaster rescue facility on campus. 13 responds after shaking off her shock. These are my 3 sidekicks. She gestures to the trio of students behind them. The black-haired girl in a trench coat steps forward, Haya Himura, the cremation hero, Pyre. Several of the girls look between Pyre and Himura with wide eyes. The blonde woman steps up next, Yunarao Takami, winged heroine, Hawks. Lastly, the blue-haired woman with artisan gloves steps forward, Yakuta Shimura, Half-Life heroine, Breakdown. Izuku raises an eyebrow, knowing that Tempest's real name was Shimura and wondering how the two were related. 13 leads the class through the door of the massive dome building. During Aizawa's quirk apprehension test, you saw how powerful some of your quirks were. Izuku and some of the girls, noticeably Yaoyorozu, Shield, Himura, Kamiji, and Rumi, nod in recognition. And during some of your other training exercises with Tempest and Nagant, you used your quirks against other people for the first time. 13 continues. Izuku notices the semi-glare Aizawa sends him out of the corner of his eye. 13 gestures to Pyre. Here at the USJ you'll be learning how to use your quirks, no matter how destructive they are, to help save people instead of just fighting villains. The black-haired woman. What do you know of our quirks? Breakdown us. The girls all turn to Izuku. What? Izuku asks innocently. Izuku, I can practically see you vibrating in excitement. Hitomi deadpants. Spill nerd. Rumi grunts. 13, Quirk black hole. It allows her to generate backholes from her fingertips and destroy anything that gets too close. Izuku responds while pointing to 13 before his finger moves to Pyre. Pyre, Quirk cremation. An incredibly powerful fire quirk that produces exclusively blue flames in excess of 1,400 degrees Celsius. Izuku's finger moves to breakdown, quirk decay. a 5-finger touch quirk with the ability to disintegrate anything she touches. Finally, she turns to Hawk's Quirk Furries wings, gives her a pair of large red wings with feathers she can telekinetically control. He summarizes. Impressive. Breakdown mutters, Quirk and high-int stat. You really are SS rank. Izuku chuckles, you don't even know. He responds. Today we're going to be doing rescue exercises in each zone, trading off who's being rescued and who's doing the rescuing. 13 explains as she begins to step down the stairs. We're going to start in the landslide zone. Hawks informs the class before flying off towards the rocky rescue simulation almost directly opposite of the USJ's entrance. This thing looks like a theme park. Kaminari exclaims. Uraraka giggles, it's got so many different zones. Pyre nods, the USJ has 6 different rescue simulation zones. The flood zone, the conflagration zone, the downpour zone, the mountain zone, the ruin zone, and the one we're using first today, the landslide zone. During your 2nd and 3rd years, you all will be doing much more complex rescue exercises to more closely simulate the situations you'll encounter in the real world, but today we'll be doing simple rescue exercises. 13 explains as the group reaches the landslide zone. Midoriya, Tokage, Kizuki, Kirishima, Gyre. You 5 are Team 1. Aizawa announces, Tatsuma, Yaoyorozu, Ashitio, Uraraka, and Kamiji are Team 2. Kaminari, Todoroki, Shinso, Shield, and Azui are Team 3. Finally, that leaves Usajiyama, Awada, Heido, and Kendo are Team 4. She continues, due to the odd number of students while Midoriya is with Recovery Girl, Team 4 will only have 4 members. Hawks nods as a group of her feathers carry a small box forward. Aizawa reaches into the box and pulls out 2 spheres with numbers on them. The first rescue team will be Team 1. Team 2 will be the first team simulating civilians in tandem with a few civilian simulation robots. Aizawa gestured to a small pile of body-like robots. Yaoyorozu raises her hand. Senseis, if we have simulation robots, why are some of us also pretending to be civilians? Because there's some things not even our most advanced robots can simulate. Breakdown answers as she turns to Pyre before turning back to the class. Quirks affect people and robots differently. While these do an amazing job at simulating civilians, we still need you to have practice using your quirks to save actual flesh and blood people. 13 nods, each of you will be given a card explaining what you're supposed to act like on the civilian side. The robots all have some form of a simulated injury and link back to a control panel to show roughly what the injuries would look like on a human. This is not a pass/fail exercise. Today we'll be getting a baseline for each of you to build on. We want each of you, even those of you whose quirks are built primarily for direct combat like Shield and Kirishima, to be proficient in a variety of rescue scenarios. Izuku nods and takes his slip of paper from Hawks, marking him as an unconscious victim on the civilian side of the exercise. Now then, Teams 3 and 4 follow Eraser head up to the control room. Team 2 will be split up between Hawks, Pyre, and Breakdown and directed to their spots for the exercise. Team 1, you will stay with me for your 10 minutes of preparation time. Izuku nods and turns towards his 4 teammates. Doesn't look like my quirk will be any good here. Kazuki laments, I'm more likely to cause a second real landslide than anything else. Izuku nods, agreeing with the blue skin girl's assessment. True, but this is why we're in training, so we don't rely on our quirks so much for everything. So what's Tai Plan Green? Green. Izuku asks. Gyru gives him a deadpan stare and gestures to his hair. Izuku chuckles, fair enough. So you and Tokage are going to be our scouts. Kirishima will lift any of the heavy rocks we may need to move. I can lift some of the dummies or our classmates if there is a clear line between us. All right, Team 1, you may begin. 13 announces. Tokage splits her head off of her body and flies her disembodied head upwards to the center of the zone. Gyru, Izuku, Kizuki, and Kirishima take off in a sprint towards the faked landslide. When Gyru gets a good few feet up the rock, she jabs both of her jacks into the ground. Midoriya, I've got eyes on Tatsuma and a training dummy. Tokage directs through the earpieces. Izuku nods, on my way. Anything, Jairu? There's our 5 classmates and 5 dummies. I'm gonna need a minute to locate them more precisely. The punkette answers. Izuku reaches Tokige's head and looks down to see Ryuko and a training dummy partially buried by some small rocks. Tatsuma's got a twisted ankle and the dummy is unconscious but breathing. Izuku nods and climbs on a stable pile of rock to elevate himself. Okay, I'll move the rocks, you get them out. Pulling them may upset any injuries they have. Tokige nods and calls her arms up to them. Ready when you are. Izuku activates push and pull and psychic hexapus, locking onto the pile of rocks and giving them all an imperceptible tug. Alright Tokige, this is gonna be heavy, so get them out quick. Kirishima, I've got a pair of dummies close to you. Jairu calls out over the earpieces, one just to your right and one a few meters up the hill. Kazuki, Ishido is about 10 paces to your right and 3 paces forward. Got it. Kirishima responds. On it. Kazuki answers Jairu. Izuku flexes his hands and pulls on the rocks surrounding the blonde dragoness. Tokige now. He shouts as the rocks and rubble reach a foot above the ground and continue on their path towards Izuku. Tokige nods and her torso flies in to remove Tatsuma, placing her gently down several meters away next to her lower half before returning for the training dummy. I've got them. She calls out as her torso clears the rubble with the dummy. Good. Izuku responds before reversing the direction of push and pull and setting the rock back down on the ground with a soft thud at his feet. He lets out a small breath before turning to his 2 classmates and running to the blonde. Midoriya? Tatsuma asks in confusion as Izuku kneels down next to her twisted ankle. Tokige said you have a twisted ankle. Izuku responds as he rifles through his first aid kit before pulling out a pair of short splints and a roll of gauze. I'm gonna fix your ankle so it can't accidentally move. He continues as he wraps the gauze around the blonde's ankle and splints. There, that should be good. You okay with me carrying you? Tatsuma blinks, not expecting the question before nodding. I trust you, Midoriya. Izuku nods and blushes slightly before picking her up in a bridal carry. Tatsuma lets out a surprised squeak and blushes furiously as she hides her face in her hands, but before she can ask any questions, Izuku takes off running down the landslide, RBB bones discreetly active to minimize the bouncing that gets transferred to his passenger. Tokige shakes her head in amusement before carrying the training dummy down the hill with her floating torso. Alright, that makes 5 people. Jairu says out loud as Izuku and Tokige reach the bottom of the landslide. Izuku looks to find Ishido standing next to 13 with a pair of training dummies next to the duo. Tokige sets the dummy down with the other 2 as Izuku sets Tatsuma back on her feet. Tatsuma coughs. Thank you for the ride, Midoriya. Izuku smiles, you're welcome. He responds before running back to the landslide. Jairu, where's the next person? Yaoyorozu is about halfway up the slide and near the edge of the zone. Jairu responds, Tokige, there's a dummy at the bottom of a hole, you're the best option there. Izuku nods absent-mindedly and turns towards Yaoyorozu's quirk signature. Upon reaching the heiress, Izuku finds her left leg pinned underneath bricks from a collapsed building and visibly panicking. Likely her role in this exercise. Okay miss, just take a few deep breaths. I'm gonna get these bricks off of you, then we'll get you safely down the landslide. Yaoyorozu takes a moment but follows Izuku's instruction, taking several deep breaths. Good, now close your eyes, I don't want any dust in your eyes. Izuku instructs as he places his hands on the pile of bricks and prepares the push half of push and pull. With a grunt he pushes with a combo of both his physical enhancer quirks and push and pull, throwing the small pile of bricks off of Yaoyorozu's ankle and creating a small dust cloud on impact. Yaoyorozu coughs, thank you. Izuku nods, would you like me to carry you down? Yaoyorozu nods, yes please. Izuku kneels in front of Yaoyorozu, alright, hop on and I'll get you down as fast and as smooth as I can. Green, you're the last one out. Jur calls out. Izuku scoffs and shakes his head as he stands up, alright, hold on. He says before climbing down the landslide with RBB bones active again. At the bottom of the fake landslide, Izuku finds the rest of the class and Aizawa gathered around a previously hidden holographic projector showing a time of 15 minutes and 35 seconds. Good job Team 1. 13 praises the group as Izuku crouches down to let Yaoyorozu off of his back. There was only minimal additional damage done to the dummies in transit, and the live volunteer with a sprained ankle received proper field treatment. Aizawa comments, Midoriya, the move you pulled to get Tatsuma and the training dummy out was a bit reckless, however you pulled it off. Overall you need to be faster at finding the victims, but you did better than my initial expectations for anyone's first rescue training. Izuku and Tokage nod, accepting their teacher's criticism of the risk they took. Before Aizawa can announce whether Team 3 or 4 will serve as Team 2's rescue victims, Izuku feels a chill crawl up his spine. Looking around confirms that he isn't the only one to feel it, as Rumi, Tatsuma, Azui, Shield, Hitomi, Himura, Aizawa, and 13th sidekicks are scanning the USJ. Sensei? Kaminari-ets? In that second, Izuku feels the splitting headache of his passive information quirks processing too much at once as his eyes land on a small cloud of purple gas in mid-air in the center of the USJ Plaza. Sensei! Izuku yells as he points to the now expanding, swirling mass of black and purple mist. A woman with a light purple suit covering a black bodysuit with glowing purple lines and a black and purple half mask. Next to her steps out a woman in a light purple blouse with long red hair, a lanky woman with short gray hair wearing a combat vest over a series of burgundy bandages that cover her body, and finally an animalistic woman with a wolf-like head, a reptilian tail, and bird-like talons wearing a trench coat. Behind the main group, a group of a few dozen smaller time-looking villains step out of the mist. After everyone steps out, the mist reforms into a humanoid shape with a metal brace mostly hidden underneath a suit. Is this part of the training? Kirishima's. No, they're villains. Aizawa responds as she steps forward and grips her capture scarf. Izuku pushes to the front of the now partially panicking group of students. Sensei, the main group all have multiple quirks including the warp gate. Aizawa's eyes widen as she turns to him. Are you sure? Izuku nods without an ounce of hesitation. Absolutely, only the wolf head has mutation quirks, but be careful, Sensei. Behind him, Rumi, Jairu, and Tatsuma's eyes widen. 13 keep the students safe. Yaira's, Shield, keep your classmates together, Aizawa commands before sprinting towards the crowd of villains. Students, follow us. 13 yells as she begins to run towards the stairs to the exit. Hawks assist Eraserhead. Sensei, what about the intruder sensors? Eroses. They should be going off, they must have someone with a jamming quirk. 13 responds. As the group reaches the main landing in front of the doors, the mist villain warps in front of them. Forgive us for our intrusion. The mist-like villain says politely, but we are the League of Villains and we're here to make a poi dash. The villainess is cut off by a jet of blue fire. Shut it, Foghead. Pyre cuts in. Tatsuma, when you get an opening, run to the door, you're one of our fastest and your dragon form will draw attention. Izuku whispers. Tatsuma nods. 13. Uraraka yells. Izuku WHPS around to find the back of 13's suit torn apart and one of the villain's warp gates closing behind the rescue hero. Shield lets out a roar of anger and black WHP tendrils shoot out to restrain the mist villain. Tatsuma, go! Izuku shouts as he rushes towards the villain. Breakdown, she needs a door. Pyre yells. No! The mist villain shouts. Izuku's air rails snap into place and Izuku fires off a barrage of air cannon shots boosted by spring-like limbs from all 8 hands. EF-2BP, he announces as the air cannon shots hit their target, disrupting the mist villain's attempt to stop Tatsuma and Breakdown. Breakdown reaches the door and places both hands onto the blast door, immediately disintegrating it into dust. Go, Tatsuma. As soon as Tatsuma gets through the doors, she activates her quirk and transforms into a large dragon before flying into the air towards campus. She's out. Breakdown shouts. Insolent brats. The villain snarls, scatter and die. She shouts as the mist that makes up her body expands towards the students. As he feels himself sink into the darkness, Izuku grabs his nearest classmate who happens to be Shield. Izuku immediately feels an intense heat and opens his eyes to find fire all around him, conflagration zone. He mutters to himself before looking around, Shield? He asks as he spots the blonde on the ground behind him. UGH.my head. She mutters, yeah, I'm okay Event Horizon, just hit my head on the way down. Good, I assume they split us across the USJ, we're at the conflagration zone. Shield nods, the mist villainess was talking like we were supposed to die here. Izuku nods, so eyes out for villainess, got it? Shield maiden. Ooh, we got a smart pair. A voice draws their attention. Izuku and Shield turn to find a group of 6 villainesses down the street. Wait. One of them called out. Izuku sighs. We've got a boy. She continues, causing some of the other villainesses give him lecherous grins. Girly, just give us the boy and we'll let you live, okay? A villain with red hair and volcanic rock-like arms. We can have some real fun with him. Shield glares at the group and steps forward only to remember something from before she fell through the warp gate. Event Horizon, what is Armory Protocol? Izuku stops and stares at the blonde. What? Before I fell through the mist I heard Aizawa say, Izuku Midoriya, Armory Protocol is active. What is it? Izuku doesn't stop the feral grin that surfaces, briefly concerning Shield and the villains, before he snaps his lower mask into place and pulls down his hood. Good. It means I can stop holding back. Ooh, we got a smart pair. A voice draws Izuku and Shield's attention. Izuku and Shield turn to find a group of 6 villainesses down the street. Wait. One of them called out. Izuku sighs. We've got a boy. She continues, causing some of the other villainesses give him lecherous grins. Girly, just give us the boy and we'll let you live, okay? A villain with red hair and volcanic rock-like arms. We can have some real fun with him. Shield glares at the group and steps forward only to remember something from before she fell through the warp gate. Event Horizon, what is Armory Protocol? Izuku stops and stares at the blonde. What? Before I fell through the mist I heard Aizawa say, Izuku Midoriya, Armory Protocol is active. What is it? Izuku doesn't stop the feral grin that surfaces, briefly concerning Shield and the villains, before he snaps his lower mask into place and pulls down his hood. Good, it means I can stop holding back. Do you trust me? I did right up until you asked me that. Shield admitted. Good enough for me. Izuku responds before reaching up and placing all 5 fingers on the exposed back of Shield's armor. Shield shivers briefly before turning to stare at Izuku indignantly. What the hell? She demands. Without responding, Izuku takes a running step forward and disappears, briefly reappearing as a green afterimage 5, 10, 15, and 20 meters down the road before reappearing in the middle of the group of villains before they can respond. Izuku grins underneath his mask, enjoying the feeling of being able to let loose more than normal as the psychic tendrils become solid white and wrap around the villains. What the dash? What the F is this? One villain demands. Why can't I use my quirk? How does a boy have a quirk? The one who commented on Izuku's gender asks. You should be disappointed, 6 of you all taken out by one boy, before you could even react. Izuku mocks. 2 of the tendrils, one carrying the woman with volcanic arms, the other carrying a woman with pink hair and bright red eyes, bring their captive villains within arm's reach of Izuku. I deem you unworthy of your quirks. Izuku announces as he places his hands on the 2 women's foreheads with red lightning arcing between his fingers, a gas manipulation quirk and a volcanic rock durability quirk. Izuku thinks to himself. The other villainesses and Shield, who froze the instant red lightning, began arcing across Izuku's hands. Watch in horror as the volcanic rock falls away from the villainous arms and both villainesses fall unconscious with a scream of pain. What the F dash? One of the now quite furiously shaking villains asks. Well, you tried to kill us and I doubt you had any other intentions when you said you'd have some real fun with me, so I deemed you unworthy of your quirks and sealed them. He responds almost boredly before walking up to the other 4 villainesses and repeating the same process. Midoriya? Shield asks, sounding almost afraid. Izuku deactivates his quirks and WHPS around to face his classmate, making her flare gold lightning on instinct. They're just unconscious if that's what you're worried about, no lasting damage. 8 didn't imagine that, right? A woman with spiky salmon-colored hair asked. No, she didn't, Kent. She's never seen it before and Seven didn't know either. That was my sister's quirk. A sickly man with white hair and green eyes responds. How? She wouldn't let anyone have a power she couldn't control, and she definitely wouldn't be one to let her son go to a hero school. A woman with long gray hair asks. As I've told all three of you before, my sister was not herself when the two of you encountered her. None of us have seen her since you Willow until Seven had the encounter in the graveyard. The man responds. I believe it's time we talk to 8. A deeper voice, belonging to a short-haired woman in a leather biker jacket, speaks up. It didn't exactly work the last few times we tried Daigomi. A woman wearing a high-collared jacket says. True, but if Yoichi is right we need to try. Daigomi responds. What did you do to them? She asks, I thought your quirk was push and pull telekinesis, not whatever the hell you just did. Izuku sighs, I had hoped to get to know you all better before I told you the truth, but I did not lie to you. I do have a push and pull telekinesis quirk. My quirk lets me copy someone else's quirk if I touch them with all 5 fingers. Melissa's eyes widen in fear. So when you touched the back of my neck dash. Yes, I copied your quirk, partially at least. Izuku responds, I didn't copy the stockpile you had built up, but I copied the outlets. And the red lightning across your hands? Shield asks, whatever you did sounded tortuous to them and knocked them out cold. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, they were ready to kill us and do worse to me, I don't regret how I reacted. They're still alive and they'll recover without any permanent scarring or brain damage. He promises, Nezumi and Aizawa already know about my quirk. Armory Protocol is Nisa's message to me that I am allowed to use all of my quirks at my discretion with the exception of lethal force to protect myself and other hero students or civilians. The sound of rushing footsteps behind him caught Izuku's attention. However, before he can turn around, Shield raises her right hand in a finger gun and launches a pair of energy discs to Izuku's left. Izuku turns around to find a chameleon-quirked woman stumbling from the 2 impacts. 2 opaque tendrils shoot out from his back and slam into the villain, throwing her back into a wall and knocking her unconscious. Despite the fact that I don't regret how I dealt with the first group, I don't enjoy hurting people. He promises as he walks up to the villain and places all 5 fingers on her head. We are going to have a talk when we get through this. Shield says sternly. Izuku laughs. Sure, let's get back to Aizawa and regroup with the class before you interrogate me, okay, Shield? Deal. Now how do we get out of here? Well, despite how realistic they are, these domes all have safety features and a clear evacuation route. Izuku says as he looks around before spotting a door marked Emergency Exit. On the opposite end of the street of the villains, there. Shield nods and the 2 jog to the door, the blonde practically pulling the door off of its hinges as she opens the door. Good, I was right, it's a fire shelter. Izuku comments as he spots a stockpile of burn cream and water. So you can copy quirks. How long? Shield asks as the duo walk through the air-conditioned hallway to the exit. Permanently until I decide to get rid of it. Shield blinks. How many do you have? Counting the 6 villains and you, I'm up to 67. Izuku responds, most of them are invisible quirks or ones I could easily pass off as part of my telekinesis quirk. He explains. I'm assuming May knows? Izuku nods. Yep, she, Hitomi, and Rumi know the whole story. I planned on telling everyone else as I got to know them better and trusted them. And thank you for being May's friend. Shield looks at him in confusion. May told me you've helped her in the support studios. May's a little eccentric and kids are assholes. Shield nods in understanding. She's a little too impulsive, but she's an amazing support engineer. No arguments here. Izuku responds with a mirthful chuckle as they reach the stairs to the exit doors. I got this. Shield says as she walks up to the door and slowly opens it. When was the last time the other group checked in? A woman asks. Probably 6-7 minutes ago. Second woman responds. Where are these DMN brats? A third speaks up. Shield turns back to Izuku. 3 more villains. No obvious mutations. Izuku nods and pulls Erasure and Barn Owl. I've got your back. He responds and flashes erasure, his eyes briefly turning purple. Shield nods and rears her foot back. Ready? On your go. Izuku answers. Shield grins and kicks her foot forward as she powers up OFA, sending the door flying off of its hinges and into the wall of the building across the street. Izuku grinned and latched onto Shield with pull, letting the blonde drag him out into the street. Hero brats. One of the women, one with black hair and white eyes, yells as she turns around, black fire covering her exposed arms before it abruptly dissipates. What did you do to my quirk? Another woman shouts. I love that reaction. Izuku comments from his perch on a street lamp, gas manipulation keeping the fire and smoke away from him. Shield takes advantage of the momentary confusion and panic to leap forward, her shield arms snapping forward. Izuku watches her circular shield hit the middle villain in the stomach, bounce to the villain on the left's left arm, and bounce to the right villain's lower ribcage before returning to Shield's right arm and collapsing. The center villain is knocked flat on her butt, the left villain drops to her knees holding her heft forearm, and the third villain is dropped to the ground courtesy of a hit to the liver. Izuku drops to the street. That thing ignores the laws of physics, I hope you know that. He teases as he pulls out 3 sets of hero-grade zip ties. Really? You're the one complaining about something breaking the laws of nature. Shield asks skeptically as she takes a set of zip ties from Izuku. Hey, I'm only breaking biology, physics is a whole other thing. Izuku defends as he tightens the zip ties around the left woman's arms and legs. Upon exiting the conflagration zone, Izuku and Shield spot Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari leaving the mountain zone though Kaminari is in her dumb mode. Izuku looks at Kaminari, overload. Jiro and Yaoyorozu nod. She let out a max discharge to disable a large group of villains. Izuku nods in understanding and pulls electrification into the active slot as he walks to Kaminari. Here, let me dash. Midoriya, what are you dash? Jiro is cut off by Shield placing her hand in front of her. Just trust me please. Izuku says as he places his index finger on the blonde's forehead and releases a small electrical spark. Kaminari tenses and blinks. What? Tis. Izuku smiles and steps back. Good, that worked. Midoriya? Yaoyorozu asks, how did you do that? Izuku shakes his head. Look, I'll explain to everyone after we make it out of this, but right now we need to make sure our classmates are safe. Did I overload again? Izuku, Shield, Yaoyorozu, and Jiro nod. You took out most of the villains in the zone though. Threads. Wait, how am I back to myself already? Kaminari asks, I overloaded the support gear Hatsume made me to deal with that many villains. That would be Midoriya's doing. Shield answers. How? She asks turning to Izuku. Longer explanation than we have time for right now, but I wasn't entirely honest about my quirk's capabilities. Izuku admits while leading them closer to the central plaza. As the group reaches the central plaza, they meet a horrifying sight. Aizawa is unconscious or barely conscious and pinned to the concrete by the Chimera villain. The villain with red hair has an injured Hawks wrapped in her hair. And finally the main villain is holding Pyre by the neck. The mist villain appears next to the main villain. 9. I regret to inform you that one of the students escaped. Disappointing, but not out of the realm of possibilities. What of 13 and Breakdown? The main villainess, 9, asks. She has been disabled, but several students that escaped my warp gate provided too much resistance to finish her off. Pity. 9 grins viciously and turns back to Pyre. Such a powerful fire quirk. I really must thank you for the gift. She says cockily as ethereal green ribbons float from the sidekick and to the villain. Pyre drops to her knees, barely conscious, after 9 drops her. 9 grins viciously as she looks at Pyre while holding her by the throat. Such a powerful fire quirk. I really must thank you for the gift. She says cockily as ethereal green ribbons float from the sidekick and to the villain. Pyre drops to her knees, barely conscious, after 9 drops her. Izuku stares at 9 in shock. Midoriya? Shield asks in concern. Izuku didn't respond as he stares at 9's quirks. Weather manipulation, a barrier quirk, a healing quirk, an energy emitter, a semi-sentient emitter, a sensory quirk, Cremation and dash, no. He whispers. Midoriya? Shield asks more concern now, drawing Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru's attention. It can't be, Mom said we were the only ones. Izuku muttered. Midoriya, what's wrong? Erosas. You know, with these heroes defeated, we could kill a few kids before we leave. 9 comments with a smirk as she turns to the downpour zone entrance where Rumi and Hitomi are. Something inside Izuku takes control and he reacts without thinking. Izuku drops to his knee and activates rifle and gearshift, his arm folding at the elbow just like Kiana. Isn't that Negan's quirk? Kaminari asks. Yes. Shield responds as Izuku twists off a piece of his hair, touches it with all 5 fingers, and places it in the hole in his palm like he's watched his second mother do countless times. Izuku pulls spring-like limbs, wave motion, and erasure into slot. Crack and bolt. Izuku whispers as he fires. The solidified bullet breaks the sound barrier almost instantly due to gear shift and spring-like limbs, and a thunderous crack sounds across the facility. 9's reaction speed is fast enough to create a barrier between her and Izuku. However, 9 expected to still have her quirks as Eraserhead was face down in the concrete. As a consequence, the energized bullet slams into and rips through 9's right shoulder. 9 lets out a scream of pain as the concrete below her is splattered with blood. Shield, Kaminari, Yaoyorozu, and Jiru stare at Izuku in horror as he fires another shot. The other villains stare in shock and fear as a second bullet hits 9's right hand. You insolent brats! 9 shouts as the tubes in her back turn and push inwards. She forces herself to her feet and turns towards Izuku as a green glow emits from her left hand pressed against the hole in her right shoulder. Izuku glares at 9 under his mask as he stands up, rifle, spring-like limbs, gearshift, and wave motion falling into the waiting stockpile. Shield steps forward, Midoriya dash. No. Izuku cuts her off in an uncharacteristically cold voice. She's mine, this is a personal fight. Then come at me, little heroling. 9 taunts. Izuku snarls, pulling Blink, Psychic Hexapus, Recall, and Laserdisc into the active slots as he sprints towards the villain. How foolish. 9 scoffs as her eyes turn yellow. How is this possible? She demands as she raises her left hand towards Izuku. Purple lasers shoot out from the villain's uninjured hand. Izuku's invisible tendrils form a barrier in front of the greenet and turn opaque as the lasers hit, causing a small light show on impact but doing no real damage to the ethereal limbs. With quirks as powerful as ours, we should be the ones running the world. 9 speaks as blue dragon-headed snakes emerge from her back. Why must you insist on being ruled by the weak? She asks. Izuku activates erasure and grins at 9's confused expression as her quirks disappear. Reaching forward with his right hand, Izuku fires off several small energy discs at 9. The chimeric villain leaps in front of 9 and grunts under the impact of the projectiles. Perfect timing, Chimera. The green one is rather vexing. Mine says, "Heh, I actually felt that." The villain chuckles. A yellow blur slams into Chimera and throws her back several feet. Midoriya, I don't know what you're planning or why you said this is personal, but we've got your back. Shield says as the dust settles around her. We? Izuku asks. A cannonball flies through the air and hits the red-haired woman's hair, making her drop hawks. No one fights alone, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu says firmly. All of these powerful quirks and you still uphold the system that tries to oppress you. Why is that? Yes. Because you want a world where the strong rule. We already know how that ends. Shield answers. It ends in the chaos, death, and destruction that plagued the dawn of quirks. Yaoyorozu continues. Suddenly Izuku gets an idea. Keep the rest of them occupied. He calls out to his classmates as he trades out Barn Owl for hypnosis. Shield nods and throws her shield at Chimera before the lightning around her intensifies and she launches herself at the villain. Rumi decides to take matters into her own hands and leaps at the red-haired villain, Luna Rush. The bunny-quirked girl yells as she launches herself at the red-haired woman. Hey you bargain bin demon queen wannabe, he shouts. Who are you? 9 demands before her eyes gloss over and her body goes rigid. Izuku grins and blinks forward. placing both of his hands on either side of the villain's head. The remaining door to the USJ slams open. I am my mother's child. Izuku shouts as red lightning flares up around Izuku's hands. I am my mother's child. Izuku shouts as red lightning flares up around and between Izuku's hands. Izuku feels his copy of All for One latch onto the extra quirks in Nine's possession and he pulls. Nine, even while affected by hypnosis, refuses to give up and fights Izuku's All for One, dragging both of them into a dark void. Where are we? Nine demands as she raises her left hand and fires off a barrage of lasers. She subconsciously recognizes that there are several dozen people like specters behind Izuku. Izuku sighs and puts his hand out. Nine's lasers hit an invisible barrier and fizzle out. We are in my quirk. Well, most likely in the space between my quirk and your quirk. Izuku answers, speaking of which Izuku is cut off by a green spectral draconic claw reaching from behind him and grabbing a red specter resembling Pyre. This one doesn't belong to you. No! Nine shouts as a group of ethereal ribbons shoots out from behind her to wrap around the same specter. Who are you? Nine demands. As I said earlier, I am my mother's child. Izuku responds, and given you're watching my quirk in action, Izuku gestures to the dragon claw as it overpowers Nine's ribbon and drags Pyre's vestige over to the group of several dozen mixed-colored specters behind Izuku, and you aren't absolutely terrified, you're either overconfident and cocky or dumb. Izuku steps towards Nine. You are a mere child. Nine counters, and a male at that. How you have a quirk is beyond me, but it does not mean that I fear you. Izuku chuckles. You should, after all. Only one other person was called the Quirk Thief. Nine freezes. The Quirk Thief died at the dawn of quirks. Nine counters. Izuku laughs as the ethereal draconic hand shoots forward and grabs a green vestige with shaggy hair that Izuku thinks is brown. The ribbons return from behind Nine and wraps around the vestige. Izuku smirks and a second dragon claw reaches out and grabs a vestige with seemingly prismatic colored hair which Izuku recognizes as bullet laser when the claw grabs it. He watches curiously as half of the ribbons fade away from cell activation's vestige and grapple bullet laser's vestige in an attempt to keep Izuku from taking both of the quirks. I refuse to lose to a child. Nine declares through gritted teeth as her ribbons fight against Izuku. Izuku chuckles. Funny, the villains you placed in the conflagration zone said the same thing. He mocks the villainess as the claws begin to drag the quirks closer to Izuku. I'm honestly impressed. For you to put up this much of a fight against my quirk with a copy as dysfunctional as the one you have. Nine's frown morphs into an infuriated snarl. You insolent dash. Shut up. Izuku yells, cutting Nine off as he pulls, the dragon claws mimicking his movements and dragging both of their held quirks behind Izuku and into his stockpile. You've already used that insult once before. And really, how arrogant and unoriginal do you have to be to name yourself based on the number of quirks you can have? Nine drops to her knees, seemingly physically impacted by the loss of the two quirks. What do you know of what I am capable of? She demands as she begins to stand back up. I know that you have a broken, incomplete, and overall inferior copy of All for One. Izuku counters. The doctor promised me I would be the only one with this power. Nine says, how is yours so much better? She demands. Wouldn't you like to know whether girl? Izuku jokes as he fires a short barrage of air cannon shots boosted by psychic hexapus, spring-like limbs, and gas manipulation. Nine grunts from the impact of the first few shots before she creates an air wall between them. Impressive, even after taking 3 quirks you can still fight. Most people pass out after I forcefully take 1 quirk. Izuku comments as he continues the barrage and begins walking towards Nine. Why do you still fight against your destiny? The strong were always destined to rule the weak. Nine preaches. Izuku snarls, I will always defend those who are unable to defend themselves. Especially from people like you. He declares and sprints towards Nine with his hands stretched out. Nine steps back and tries to call on her quirks but finds herself only able to call on her copy of All for One and her original weather manipulation quirk. Checkmate. Izuku says as he places his right hand on Nine's forehead, I win. He declares and activates all for one. With a flash of red, Izuku and Nine are dragged back to the real world and thrown apart from each other. Izuku! Rumi shouts as she leaps from her fight against Slice and over to where the greenet landed. I'm okay, Rumi. Izuku promises the rabbit-quirked woman as he pushes himself to his feet. Just wasn't expecting him to be able to put up that much of a fight. He explains as he looks over at Nine to catalog her remaining quirks, whether manipulation, scanning, and all for one. I must have grabbed only Hydra in that last attempt. Students, we will take care of this from here. Kiana's distinctive voice cuts through to Izuku. Izuku w's his head towards the stairs to see Kiana and Nezumi at the top of the stairs while Vlad, Queen, Midnight, Present Mike, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Cementos, Hound Dog, and Nizu's Secretary Gentle rushing down the stairs at different paces. Students, get to the stairway to the exit. Recovery Girl and an emergency team are waiting for you. Paramedics, police, and additional heroes are on their way. The voice of La Brava, Irade's security chief, calls out across every student costume communicators. Midoriya, Usajiyama, come on, let's go. Shield draws both Izuku and Rumi's attention as she runs up to them with Yaoyorozu behind her. Ju, Kaminari, and Shinso should already be at the exit by now. Izuku nods. All right, let's go and let the heroes handle the rest of this. Students, get to the stairway to the exit. Recovery Girl and an emergency team are waiting for you. Paramedics, police, and additional heroes are on their way. The voice of La Brava, Irade's security chief, calls out across every student costume communicators. Midoriya, Usajiyama, come on, let's go. Shield draws both Izuku and Rumi's attention as she runs up to them with Yaoyorozu behind her. Ju, Kaminari, and Shinso should already be at the exit by now. Izuku nods. All right, let's go and let the heroes handle the rest of this. Shield places Izuku's arm over her shoulder and puts her arm across his back. I can walk, you know. Izuku protests. And whatever just happened obviously did something because you're limping slightly. Shield counters. Kurogyri, we're out of time. Deploy Peacebreaker and Deadeye. Nine instructs the Mist villain as Chimera jumps in front of her to intercept a scream from Present Mike. As you command. Kurogyri responds as her misty body expands. Two distinct individuals drop out of the rapidly expanding mist. One is an incredibly massive person with black skin, a bird-like beak, exposed brain, and scars covering a large amount of their upper body. The lower half of the beast's body is covered in a pair of brown shorts with skull-shaped knee pads. The second individual was far lankier with an equally exposed brain and a trio of eyes with crosshairs for pupils. Her skin was a pale blue and stretched civilian clothes covered most of her body. Peacebreaker, deal with the brawlers. Deadeye, take care of the ranged heroes. Nine commands the new arrivals. Izuku watches the lankier figure. He assumed she was Deadeye. Raise her hand towards the group of teachers, more specifically Kiana, who had begun firing her quirk at the villains below. Feeling danger sense and one of the quirks he took from the villainesses, minor premonition, activate in tandem. Izuku moves, shoving Rumi and Shield away from him. He forces Blink into an active slot and disappears. Izuku? Rumi yelled. Izuku reappears in front of Kiana, much to the Sniper and Nezumi's surprise, and lets go of Blink as he grabs Kinetic Barrier, Air Wall, RBB Bones, Endocrine Control, and Psychic Hexapus. Adrenaline floods Izuku's veins as a barrier made of barely visible hexagons, 2 layers deep, reinforced and supported by dull yellow circles on the sides and behind the hexagons. Izuku, what are you dash? Kiana is cut off by a blade of air slamming into the barrier, breaking the first layer of hexagonal barriers and visibly cracking the second. The villains have multiple quirks. Eraserhead activated the Armory Protocol. Izuku responds with a wince from the recoil of the hexagons breaking. Kiana and Nezumi's eyes widen. Midoriya situation report. Nezumi demands. Izuku nods, then winces again as another air blade hits the shield and shatters the second layer of hexagonal shields. Big Black and Ugly has shock absorption, muscle augmentation, regeneration, and quickstep. Tall Blue has air slice, emitter absorb and release, trajectory, and adaptation. Red hair has near total hair manipulation and hair regeneration. Mummy Woman can turn anything she wraps in her bandages into golems she controls. The Animal One has the traits of a lot of different animals and can inhale energy emitters and redirect them. How? Kyunis. 9 has a damaged copy of All for One in addition to his weather manipulation quirk. Izuku responds as he trades his active quirks for rifle, gear shift, wave motion, spring-like limbs, and gas manipulation. Mom, do you trust me? Kiana is surprised that Izuku called her mom but pushes the surprise aside for now and nods. Yes, I trust you, but you're still a student, so listen to me. Izuku nods. Peacebreaker and Deadeye aren't alive, he says. They have no brain activity. Shoot to disable, kill if necessary to save a life, Deadeye first. Kiana instructs Izuku. Izuku nods and kneels down next to Kiana as his elbow bends back and rifle's barrel pokes out. Understood, Mom. Kiana fires first, her bullet hitting Deadeye's right hand and removing the monster's pinky finger. Izuku's shot sounds off a second later and hits Deadeye's shoulder, causing the arm to drop limply to its side. 9. It is best if we retreat. Kurorjiri comments. 9 nods. Peacebreaker free Chimera, Deadeye support slice. Peacebreaker turns towards the figure of Chimera pinned to the ground by Vlad Queen and Hound Dog and sprints forward, undeterred by present mix quirk-boosted screams and Gentle's rubberized walls. The monstrous villainess slams into Hound Dog, the dog hero being launched across the plaza and into the stairs leading towards the exit and the air pressure from the beast pushing Vlad Queen several feet backwards. Deadeye turns away from Kiana and Izuku and raises its still-functioning hand towards Cementos, Ectoplasm, and Power Loader, who are beginning to overwhelm Slice. The creature launches an air blade at the horde of Ectoplasm clones and destroys most of them before firing a second shot at Cementos, throwing her away and knocking her unconscious. Slice, Mummy, Chimera, it's time to go. She calls out as Kurorjiri's warp gapes appear below the feet of each of the villains, all 3 sinking into the mist. 2 thunderous cracks fill the USJ, one significantly louder than the other after a short delay. 9 steps to the left just before one of Kiana's bullets flies through the space she was standing. However, she steps directly into the path of Izuku's boosted shot, which flies clean through her right elbow. 9 grunts in pain and turns towards the duo, her eyes turning red as she holds her now limp right arm. Unknown to everyone else within the USJ, a dark menacing cloud spirals into existence above the entrance. Several students and emergency paramedics gasp in fear at the clouds, unheard by everyone inside the building. Izuku feels the hairs across his body stand on end, a fact that makes his eyes widen in fear when both of his precognition quirks flare into overdrive and he smells chlorine. Get down! Izuku yells as electrification, RBB bones, dynamo and cell activation rapidly slot into place. Lightning arcs within the cloud above the USJ before a massive lightning bolt discharges from the cloud and arcs straight through the USJ roof and to Izuku, Nezumi, and Kiana. Izuku! Rumi, Hitomi, Shield, and Yayarozu scream. Peacebreaker, Deadeye, kill them all. 9 commands as she steps through Kurorjiri's warp gate, still holding her right arm. Lightning arcs within the cloud above the USJ before a massive lightning bolt discharges from the cloud and arcs straight through the USJ roof and to Izuku, Nezumi, and Kana. Izuku! Rumi, Hitomi, Shield, and Yayarozu scream. Peacebreaker, Deadeye, kill them all. 9 commands as she steps through Kurorjiri's warp gate, still holding her right arm. Izuku grunted in exertion and pain as tries to contain the lightning. Viridian lightning arcs across his body, burning his flesh, which cell activation heals fractions of a second later. Izuku! Kana asks in concern. I can hold it for a little bit. Izuku tries to calm his second mother, his mind running a mile a minute as he watches Peacebreaker and Deadeye demolish the U-Data staff. This time Izuku notices the quirks inhabiting Peacebreaker's body are broken apart and seemingly stitched together. Peacebreaker throws Gentle into present mic, the pair only being stopped by Gentle's quirk. Ground me for this later. Izuku quickly says to Kana before launching himself down the stairs with spring-like limbs. Kana, knowing she can't force Izuku to return, kneels down and reactivates her quirk as the other teachers return to the center plaza with students behind them. Teachers get the students back to the exit. Deadeye and Peacebreaker are to be treated as A-ranked and S-ranked villains respectively. Rava calls out, "Is that Midori?" Ashido asks as a blur of green lightning flies down the staircase towards the hulking monstrosity. Izuku slams into Peacebreaker with enough force to override its shock absorption and send it flying backwards several feet with a burst of green lightning. Peacebreaker stands up, green lightning briefly arcing across its body and leaving small burns that rapidly heal. Izuku feels stab of pain in the back of his head and instinctively ducks underneath an air blade that clips Peacebreaker's shoulder and tears off a hand-sized chunk of flesh that quickly begins to regenerate. A gunshot echoes across the USJ. Izuku turns to find a small chunk missing out of Deadeye's left shoulder from Kiana's bullet. Izuku feels another stab in his head and turns around to face Peacebreaker only to find the monstrosity's fist less than a foot from his face. Reacting on instinct, air wall, kinetic barrier, RBB bones, and psychic hexapus slot into place and activate. Peacebreaker's fist hits the rapidly forming interlocking barriers and shatters them with some effort. Its fist continues losing only part of its momentum before hitting Izuku's crossed left arm and open right palm. Izuku's arms, already covered in microfractures from the recoil of kinetic barrier and air wall, flare with excruciating pain as Peacebreaker punches through his barrier. However, he manages to fight through the pain and plant 5 fingers onto the monstrosity's incoming fist and pull at the stitched-together quirks inside. In the split second that Peacebreaker and Izuku make contact, several things happen simultaneously. Izuku's arms and wrists shatter and he is thrown backwards into the stairs with enough force to crack the concrete. Blood begins to seep from the red scars across Peacebreaker's body. Izuku feels the warm surge of power associated with taking quirks with all for one combined with a splitting migraine and blood dripping from his nose. Out of the corner of Izuku's eyes he can see Melissa's shield slam into Deadeye, quickly followed by a golden blur he assumes to be the 8th wielder of One for All herself. Izuku watches in morbid fascination and horror as Peacebreaker's scars seem to explode with blood and the hulking monstrosity begins to literally fall apart into pieces. Izuku, a muffled voice calls out as white and tan fill his vision. Izuku blinks twice. "Rumi?" he asks. A high-pitched whistling noise echoes through the USJ followed by a thunderous crack. "Yeah, it's me, Broccoli." Rumi responds, "We're leaving, and you're coming with us this time. Ponytail, help me carry him," she barks, turning to the approaching raven-haired girl. Yaoyorozu nods and her forearms light up with creation, and moments later splints pop out of the heiress' arms. "Help me bind his arms so we can carefully carry him. And keep him awake, he hit the stairs hard, to a concussion is likely. Stay awake, Broccoli, the heroes are here now, we're safe." Rumi promises Izuku as she begins to bind the splints to his arms with cloth. "Tempest." Yep, Tempest is dealing with Deadeye. Tree Man is helping the police to restrain the low-grade villains. Rumi responds, "Everyone else?" Izuku slurs. Rumi mutters something that Izuku can't make out. "Yes, everyone else is safe. Shield is right behind us and we're the last ones to leave the USJ. Yaoyorozu eases Izuku's concern as they reach the top of the steps. As the duo carry Izuku up the stairs they pass by Kiana and Nezumi. The last thing Izuku sees is Kiana's worried and slightly horrified look. "Well, I'm getting a lecture." He thinks, "Well, I'd do it again if I had to." He rationalizes as he loses consciousness. "Izuku?" a muffled voice asks in concern. "Izuku? Thank you all for staying late for this meeting." Nezumi's chipper voice silences everyone in the meeting room, though everyone who knows the Chimera knows that she was not happy and cheerful. Inside the meeting room sit Nezumi, Inko, Kiana, Tempest, a detective in a beige trench coat, and the heroics department teachers of the UA staff minus Aizawa, 13, and Pyre. "Nezumi, I do not wish to question your wisdom, but who is she and why is she here for this meeting?" Tempest asked, pointing to Inko. Nezumi simply nods. "That is a valid question. She is Inko Midoriya, the mother of one of the students involved in the attack, but she is here for reasons that will be explained later in the meeting." The UA staff simply nod in acceptance and trust the dean's reasoning. The detective and Tempest are more hesitant but accept it. Now to cover the facts. Nisa began, 5 hours ago a large group of villains broke into the USJ partway through 1A's rescue training through the use of an unknown warp quirk. After retreating to the stairs and towards the entrance, 1A was confronted by the warper, Kurorgiri. In the ensuing conflict, 13 was injured by her quirk being turned back on herself, and Ryuko Tatsuma escaped through the front door with the assistance of Breakdown Point 1, who was then separated and sent to the rescue zones, which had roughly a dozen villains per zone by the reports we received from the students. Mum, how are 13 and Eraserhead? Tempest asks, and is Pyre okay? I noticed she isn't here. Eraserhead and 13 will both recover with minimal scarring or long-term damage thanks to Recovery Girl and her apprentice. Nezumi explains. And Pyre? Nezumi discreetly looks over to Hawks and Breakdown, who shake their heads. Pyre has been healed and is fine but is still recovering in her suite. Tempest nods, accepting the explanation. Nezumi turns to the detective, Tsukachi. Were you able to uncover anything to help us identify and locate the villains that escaped? Tsukachi nods. I don't have anything concrete on how to locate the villains given their warper, but through the USJ cameras and interrogating the villains we captured, we do have the identities of several villains. The screen behind the detective lights up with 4 pictures matching Slice, Chimera, Mummy, and 9. From what we got from the rank and file thugs, these 4 were the ones leading the attack. None of them have a previous criminal record, and the people we captured were all E and F ranked villains or criminals. Tsukachi begins. Slice, aka Kuruka Hasaki, has a rather potent hair manipulation quirk. Mummy, Hoyo Makihara, can manipulate the red bandages across her body to turn inanimate objects into golems she directly controls. Chojuro-kan, villain named Chimera, possesses an impressively powerful mutation quirk that gives her the appearance of several different animals at once and has a transformation aspect that massively increases her already borderline superhuman strength, durability, speed, and stamina. And since she last updated her quirk registry, she also gained the ability to absorb and redirect some emitter quirks. Tsukachi sighs. The apparent ringleader of the attack is simply known as 9 for now. We have no records of her existing nor anyone with a potent weather manipulation quirk that could lead us to her. Inko's eyes widen and she stands up. Did you say weather manipulation? Tsukachi nods yes. Inko sighs. 9 wouldn't be in any database you could access as she's not Japanese. Not that even they could find her records. She mutters the last part to herself. Care to explain Midoriya? Tsukachi asks. Tempest watches Inko with suspicion. 9 is American, her real name is Evelyn Whitbane. Inko explains, and it's possible not even the American government could find her records as they were almost certainly lost during the Quirk Wars or Second American Civil War. I'm sorry, did you say the Quirk Wars? Tempest asks. Inko nods. Yes, I did, Shimura. I don't know how she's alive still, but the villain known as 9 was born almost 180 years ago before the Quirk Wars. And how would you know? Vlad Queen asks skeptically. Because I'm older than she is. Inko answers. Tempest gives Inko an incredulous look and turns to Tsukachi only to find the detective staring at the green-haired woman in shock and growing horror. Inko. Nezumi says in a warning tone. Inko shakes her head and turns towards the principal. No, Nezumi, this has to happen. We need to figure out how that BSJD has a copy of my quirk. Inko turns to Tempest. It's been a while, Tempest, a little over 18 years actually. Tempest stares at Inko. You. She demands as miniature tornadoes form around her fists. Inko smiles as the color recedes from her hair, leaving the former greenet with white hair and red eyes. Tempest's quirk flares as the tornadoes around her wrist grow to cover her forearms and purple lightning begins to arc across her body. All for one. She growls, her voice distorted and sounding almost as if multiple voices were layered on top of each other. Inko chuckles and shakes her head. I have not been that name for a very long time, Shimura. Tempest, stand down. Nezumi orders. Ma'am? Tempest asks in complete confusion. I haven't done anything but try to live my own life and diet for equal treatment in 150 years. Tempest. Tempest, we will talk after the meeting if you want to, but we are getting back in the topic of the meeting first. Nezumi says in a tone that leaves no room for argument. Now Inko, could you please continue? Inko nods. Evelyn possesses a rather potent weather manipulation quirk that causes cellular degradation with overuse. However, I unfortunately have no ideas or suggestions as to why they attacked UA yesterday or where they were hiding. Tsukachi hesitantly nods. Thank you for the input, Ms. Midoriya. Now on to the other key part of this meeting, Peacebreaker and Deadeye. The projector lights up with a picture of Deadeye and Peacebreaker. Everyone present minus Inko shivers upon remembering the creatures. DNA tests for Deadeye and the remains of Peacebreaker came back from the lab. Tsukachi takes a breath. Both of the individuals listed have DNA from several sources as well as multiple quirk factors. Almost simultaneously, the arm rest of both Tempest and Inko's chair creak and groan as the metal gives under both women's grip. What? Tempest demands. Tsukachi continues, ignoring or seemingly unaware of the two women's glare. Both Deadeye and Peacebreaker were composed of 4 different DNA samples of small-time thugs and criminals. Deadeye has active quirk factors from all 4 criminals, however Peacebreaker only had 3 active quirk factors. That is the sound that Izuku wakes to, opening his eyes to find the sterile roof of Recovery Girl's infirmary. A steady, even breathing pattern draws his attention to a familiar head of pink dreadlocks. May? Izuku asks, his voice quiet and raspy. May mumbles something under her breath and simply holds Izuku tighter. Izuku, unsurprised at his girlfriend's response, simply looks around the room. A door opens to his left and Izuku finds Sora walking around the privacy curtain. Zu, you're awake! Sora exclaims. May startles awake and looks up at Izuku. Izu, she gasps. I'm here, May. Izuku whispers as he tries to lift his arms. Stay. Sora says firmly, we weren't able to fully heal your arms yet. Water. Izuku rasps. Sora nods and walks around the curtain while May crawls off of Izuku and sits in the chair next to his bed. When I heard of the attack, I was so scared, Izu. May nearly whispers as tears begin to form in her eyes, and when Midoriya told me they rushed you into surgery, all I could think about was that my babies failed you, that I failed dash. Izuku cuts May off by leaning up and planting a kiss on her lips. May, you didn't fail, I'm still alive, I'm still here. He sighs. May, that thing shattered my barriers like they were nothing. Unless you managed to invent or discover vibranium, that thing would break anything anyone made. Sora walks back around the curtain with a water cup and Inko following behind her. Izuku! Inko cries as she practically runs to the bed and hugs Izuku. Hey Mom! Izuku whispers before accepting the cup of water from Sora. How is everyone else? He asks, turning to his sister. Inko, Sora and May chuckle. That's my son, always worried about everyone else first. Inko smiles. Everyone else is fine. Aizawa and 13 were the most injured, but they'll recover with minimal lasting damage. Pyre, however, Sora trails off. Pyre is missing her quirk. Inko finishes. Izuku nods. I know. I have it. Izuku looks up to lock eyes with his mother. Mom, the main villain, 9, had a damaged copy of All for One. Inko nods. I know, Izuku. Kiana filled me in on everything. I am so very proud of you for protecting your classmates. However, we are going to have a conversation about you recklessly running into a fight and getting hurt. Izuku flinched, but dash. No, but Suzuku. Inko interrupts. I get that you felt you needed to intervene, but you are still just a student. You haven't even been in school for a second week yet. Zuku, when Mom's done with you, you're good to head back to the dorms. Just don't do anything strenuous with your arms and come find me tomorrow morning so I can finish healing your arms. Sora announces, getting a nod of understanding from her brother. How bad were my injuries? Izuku asks. Inko and Sora share a look and Inko nods. When you came in, both of your arms were broken with hairline fractures covering your humerus, radius, and ulna. Multiple of your ribs were broken or cracked. You had massively overused both blink and psychic hexapus. And your body had enough adrenaline in it for someone 5 times your size during an adrenaline rush. Honestly, it's a miracle you were able to keep fighting as long as you did, according to Kiana. Sora, could you go over the first set of injuries in Japanese, please? Miss. Sora sighs. Both of the bones in your forearm were broken and all 3 bones in both arms had multiple cracks from overuse. As it stands, your arms are only a little injured, but we put them in braces to prevent any further damage until we can finish healing them tomorrow. Izuku nods. What time is it? 9:30. Inko responds, I'll walk the 3 of you to your dorms. The walk from the infirmary to 1A's dorms was quiet. Izuku was already half asleep along with May as they walked through the front door to the empty common room. Izuku gives Inko a confused look at the lack of his classmates. The ones that stayed instead of going home with their parents were all told to go to bed and that you'd return in the morning. Inko answers her son's unasked question, we didn't know for sure when you would wake up and none of us wanted them staying up all night. Izuku nods in understanding, good night, Mom. He says quietly before walking towards the elevator with May following behind. Night Izuku, night Sora, night May. Good night, Midoriya. May mutters. When the duo reach Izuku's room, May mutters something about changing and walks into the bathroom and closes it behind her. Izuku shakes his head in amusement and walks into the bedroom. I'm glad Mom gave me the clothing manipulation quirk for the night, he thought to himself as he used the aforementioned quirk to remove the clothes from the infirmary and change into a forest green yukata. The door to the bedroom opens behind Izuku and he turns around to find May in her own pink yukata with a gear pattern across it. Are you ready for bed, May? Izuku asks as he sits down on the queen bed, too tired to be embarrassed about sleeping in the same bed as his girlfriend. May nods, a small blush dusting her cheeks as she looks slightly down and grips the edge of her sleepwear. Seemingly making up her mind, the young inventor steps forward, places her right hand in the middle of Izuku's chest, and gently begins to push him down onto the bed. May? Izuku asks in confusion. I almost lost you, Izuku. May whispers as she climbs onto the bed and straddles Izuku's waist. This is the second time in a year that one of us almost died. She continues as she leans down to firmly plant her lips on Izuku's, surprising the greenet with the force and hunger with which the pinky kisses him. Izuku gasps as May breaks the kiss and leans back up. He stutters. May's hand goes back to her yukata and pulls at the sash around her waist. Mom said to make sure I don't die with any regrets. Izuku's eyes widen as his girlfriend's robe part to reveal a black sports bra. May, we can't dash. Sure. May silences Izuku with a finger to his lips. I want to do this, Izuku. You don't need to do anything, I'll be careful of your arms. Dash. May is cut off by her yukata wrapping back around her body and the sash she previously discarding tying itself back around the robe. May, I love you, I always will, and you know that. Izuku speaks as he uses the clothing manipulation quirk to pull the pinkite by her robe onto the bed next to him, but we can't do this, not now. We can talk about it in the morning, but we aren't doing this while you're in this state of mind. He whispers as May reaches out and grips his yukata with both hands and begins to cry, I'm not opposed to doing it, but not in this circumstances. Izuku explains with bright red cheeks while refusing to make eye contact with his girlfriend. I don't care if he is who you all claim he is. Shield's distorted voice calls out. Izuku's eyes open to find himself floating in a void. Below him is a stone platform with 7 chairs in a semicircle. He's my friend and got injured protecting our classmates and teacher from the monsters at the USJ. Each chair has a person sitting in it, including one on the left side of the semicircle with an ethereal purple specter resembling Tempest. A woman with a military plate carrier and orange hair rises to her feet. He is the spawn of that demon and needs to be removed before he can show his true intentions. A white-haired man sighs and pinches his nose before looking upwards towards Izuku. When Izuku and the man make eye contact, Izuku's eyes widen in recognition as he realizes that the man is his long-deceased uncle Yoichi and the first wielder of One for All. While I do not share second and third's opinion that we should treat him as if he is the second coming of All for One, I do believe it may be prudent to be cautious of the boy. A bald woman with a leather jacket speaks. Across from her, a woman with short black hair and a high-collared red jacket nods. None of us outside of Yoichi, second, and third have encountered all for one until she arranged a meeting with Nana which led to the largest incarceration of politicians and heroines recorded. Shield's eyes widen. She's responsible for the commission purge? All of the vestiges nod, though, second, and a woman with spiky gray hair seem reluctant to agree. Yes, my sister gave the blackmail she had collected to Nana. Yoichi comes back to the conversation. After it was all verified by other sources and informants, Nezumi used it to effectively flip the kill SWH of the commission. Izuku's eyes snap open and he finds himself in his bed with May still sleeping peacefully next to him. That was not unexpected. He mutters to himself. After several minutes of laying in bed enjoying the warmth of his girlfriend's embrace, Izuku crawls out of bed and leaves a note on the bedside table next to May in case she wakes up before he gets back. Opening the door to the dormitory rooftop, Izuku is surprised to see a familiar blonde woman also sitting on one of the benches placed on the roof overlooking the city. Taking a breath, Izuku walks up to the eighth wielder of One for All, having already been informed by Inko that Tempest knew. Can't sleep either? Izuku asks as he sits down several feet away on the other end of the bench. Shield startles and jumps slightly before looking over at Izuku. Yeah, something like that. She mutters, we were told you weren't going to be back till the morning. Izuku shrugs, they weren't exactly sure when I would wake up, still need to go back before classes to finish healing up. Shield nods. Your predecessors want you to kill me that badly, huh? He asks casually. Shield nods then freezes and snaps her head over to stare at Izuku with wide eyes. You dash. Izuku nods, yes I know you're the eighth wielder of One for All. I figured out during the quirk apprehension test. There aren't very many other quirks quite as powerful as yours, nor are there any others with 7 other distinct quirks in one quirk factor. Then they were right? Shield asks, you really are All for One's son. Izuku nods, yes, well they were mostly correct. He rubs the back of his neck, Mom stopped truly being All for One, the demon queen of the underworld, when Dad died and she gave up everything attached to that name when me and Sora were born. Who else knows about Yoichi? Shield asks, the aforementioned quirk struggling against her own will to keep it suppressed. Only Sora. Izuku answers easily, Rumi, Hitomi, May, and May's moms know about my quirk but we left your half of the story out of it. How did you know I talked to the previous wielders? And why would your mother let you and your sister join a hero school? And how did you even get accepted? Your appearance at a testing site would have definitely made headlines. Honestly, I'm surprised my attendance hasn't found its way to the media yet. Izuku answers with a shrug, to answer your other questions. I got dragged into what I assume is One for All's mind space and watched a part of your conversation with the previous 6 wielders, and I'm pretty sure Uncle Yoichi, or as you know him first, brought me into the dream but that doesn't really change anything. Despite what your predecessors, admittedly understandably believe, Mom did start out fighting for equality. When she was sure I actually wanted to be a hero, she quite easily agreed and started training me and gave me the first set of quirks. Izuku chuckles fondly, those first few weeks were an interesting time. As for how I got accepted, Mom has some sort of a connection to the dean but she promised she only got me a chance to try. From what I've heard from Yayorozu and Tokage, I was put through a similar set of trials as the normal recommendation exam a few days afterwards and I was invited to watch the General Heroics course entrance exam. Though now that I think about it, I'm surprised you didn't get in through recommendations. I mean Tempest could have easily recommended you and I don't see a situation where you would have failed the recommendation exam. Shield blushes slightly. I asked Aunt Nana to not recommend me. I wanted to prove I made it in on my own merit and not just my connection to her. Izuku nods, that's commendable, not necessarily the most logical course of action but commendable anyways. After a few seconds of awkward silence, rays of early morning sun begin to streak across the sky. Didn't realize I had been up here this long. Shield comments out loud. Izuku chuckles, it was a nice talk Shield, I'm gonna head downstairs before May wakes up. He smiles as he stands up from the bench. Mom, Kiana, and Nezumi are joining us after breakfast to explain my quirk to the rest of the class. Your quirk's secret is staying that way. Melissa. The blonde suddenly says. Huh. Izuku asks as he turns around. Call me Melissa. She elaborates. This is so confusing, but after yesterday I think you at least deserve to call me by my given name, and I've never been one for formalities. Izuku smiles. Then call me Izuku. And for what it's worth, I would do what I did yesterday in a heartbeat. Well, this is a familiar setup. Kaminari jokes, trying to lessen the tension in the common room. Izuku sighs from his position in the middle of a couch facing the rest of 1A that decided to stay on campus for the break, Sora, Hitomi, and May at his side. Amongst the rest of 1A, Kamiji, Kizuki, Awada, and Ashido went home with their parents for the week off that UA was closed. Sorry we're late. Kiana apologizes as she opens the front door of the dormitory with Inko and Nezumi following behind her. It's okay, Mom, we only just sat down. Izuku responds, surprising Inko and Kiana. Now I assume all of you have questions, either because you witnessed the events we are talking about or you are simply confused at the purpose of the meeting. Nezumi starts as she steps up onto the table between the two groups. Midoriya, what was up with you using Lady Nagin's quirk? Kaminari blurts out. Yaoyorozu and Jairu nod in agreement while the rest of the class minus Rumi and Melissa make noises of confusion. Izuku sighs and nods. That is what we are talking about, yes. May squeezes Izuku's hand in an attempt to comfort him. Izuku takes a breath. Okay, after what happened yesterday you all deserve the truth. We'll explain this to everyone who chose to go home during the break that IT should be obvious but Nagant, and by expansion the Hero Commission, Nezumi, and Aizawa knew the truth already. I wasn't entirely honest about my quirk before. My quirk is called Quirksmith and it allows me to copy someone's quirk if I make contact with all 5 fingers. The assembled 1A stares silently at Izuku in shock. So that explains you using Nagin's quirk and seemingly teleporting to protect her and the dean. Jira comments before pausing. But what was up with the way you stared at the main villainess? Green, your heart rate spiked. Izuku glances over to Inko who nods before turning back to Jair. 9 had 2 quirks? Well, not really, but it's more complicated than that. He begins. 9 possessed a quirk that could strip people of their quirks and either use themselves or give others multiple quirks. All of 1, as eyes widen in shock, minus Rumi and Melissa, and several people gasp in shock. That's not possible. Yaoyorozu responds, you can't just take quirks from people, that's like a law of quirks nature. She rants. The same laws of quirks and nature that say it's impossible for a male to have a quirk? Izuku challenges, I know it's going to be hard to believe but it's the truth, Yaoyorozu. Wait, Green, you said, Mom said we were the only ones, does that mean dash? That I have the ability to take and give quirks? Izuku asks. Jairu gulps and nods. Yeah, I do, that's what the red lightning you saw when I touched 9 was. Izuku answered. When you two got thrown apart she looked shaken, did you dash? Kaminari asks. 9 still possesses her original weather manipulation quirk and her copy of All for One, the quirk that lets her transfer quirks. Izuku answers, I had enough strength to take the others from her. How many did she have? Minus. Counting those 2, she had 7. Izuku answers before looking over to Nezumi, can I tell them about the extra quirks the others had? He mentally asked the Chimera. Nezumi cackles, I had wondered what this felt like. As for now, no. I have a proposal I would like to talk to you, Mom, and Aizawa about after she is cleared by Recovery Girl. Izuku nods and turns back to the now confused class. I'm sure you all have many questions. Nezumi states, we will answer a few of them but do not pester Midoriya, either of them, for information after this, am I understood? The class collectively nods in understanding. Good. Midoriya, can you Mom also give and take quirks? Tatsuma asks, you words during the USJ indicate she can. Izuku silently curses himself. Inko nods, yes I can, Izuku's version is a copy of my own original quirk. Midoriya, can you take the fire half of my quirk? Himura asks suddenly, surprising everyone. What? Izuku asks after a moment to consider what he heard. You have the ability to take quirks, can you take my fire? She asks, her impassive face never changing. Izuku looks to Inko and Nezumi, unsure what he should do in the situation. Inko and Nezumi both nod. Izuku sighs, I can't promise anything, but if that's what you want I will try. Himura, he answers as he stands up. Himura nods and walks to the table to meet Izuku halfway before reaching out her hand to the greenite. Izuku takes a breath and reaches out to Himura's outstretched hand. Red lightning crackles between his fingertips as Izuku activates All for One and tries to grab onto the heterochromatic woman's quirk. After a few moments of nothing happening, Izuku sighs and lets go of Himura's hand, the red lightning dissipating. I'm sorry, Himura, but I was correct and I can't. What do you mean you can't? She asks in confusion. Because you don't have two quirks. Melissa answers for the greenite. Izuku nods in agreement. You only possess one quirk. Half cold, half hot is a singular quirk with two distinct facets. I can't only take one half of the quirk, I'm sorry. Oh. Himura comments, sounding remarkably disappointed compared to her usual lack of emotion. I see. She says before walking back to her seat. So what is the proposal you mentioned earlier, Midoriya? Nezumi asks. Part of Quirksmith and All for One is something that tells me how, for lack of a better term, how large someone's quirk is. Izuku explains, with the appearance of Deadeye and Peacebreaker we know the League of Villains has multi-quirked monsters and 9 managed to give what seemed to be his inner circle additional quirks while retaining their sanity. Izuku pauses and takes a breath before restarting. Sorry I'm rambling, I would like to give 1A additional quirks to augment the ones they already have. Can you do that without posing a risk to my students' health? Aizawa asks, it's not uncommon for individuals with dual quirks to have some issues. Himura has none on record, but introducing a second quirk to your classmates has the potential to cause issues. Izuku turns to his homeroom teacher and nods. That is true, however my quirks tell me if the two quirks are incompatible. I know this because I've done the same thing with Hitomi Shinso and May Hatsume already. Nezumi nods, a sound idea with reasoning to back it up. Unless either Aizawa or your mother object to it, I approve of your proposal, Midoriya, under a few conditions. I want to supervise the transfers, but I have no objections. Inko responds. What are your conditions, Dean? Izuku asks. Firstly, the transfers will happen after the internship week. Second, after the sports festival you will report to the three of us with your ideas for potential quirks to give to each of your classmates and explain why. Finally, we will join you when you explain to the rest of 1A what your idea is and to get their consent. Izuku nods, that's reasonable. Wait, we're still doing the sports festival after the attack. Inko, Nezumi, and Aizawa nods. The school board wishes to show the public that UA is unfazed by the attack and is ready for anything out in the real world. Nezumi recites. Security has been massively ramped up. Every hero in the top 10 as well as a large portion of local heroes will be in attendance in addition to a larger police presence and the UA Legion. Aizawa explains. Plus the vulture rumor mill isn't helping. Inko comments. Izuku sighs. I know I'm going to regret asking because I haven't been on my phone since yesterday, but what is it this time? Inko smiles mischievously and pulls out her phone before handing it to Izuku. On the phone several news articles dated just after the attack to only an hour ago stare at him. Male student caught up in UA's USJ Attack? Is there a male student in this year's first-year heroics course at UA? How a male cheated their way into UA's heroics course. UA Heroics first year has a male student against all odds. Izuku groans and hands the phone back to Inko. Great. I know this was always going to happen, but I figured I would at least have a chance to get to the sports festival before this started. How did this even happen? It's currently unknown since no press was near the USJ, so I'd bet on one of the police officers or paramedics gossiping. Recovery Girl's emergency team has rather tight confidentiality agreements. Inko answers. That does bring us to the question of what you want to do for the sports festival, Midoriya. Nezumi comments. Inko nods. It's up to you entirely. You can choose to not compete. You could compete quirkless, with what we've been passing off as a telekinesis quirk, or you could go all out. Izuku shakes his head. I'm going to compete, and I'll use my telekinesis quirks if I have to win. Izuku pauses. Also, Mom, Quirksmith has changed after the USJ. Changed how? Inko asks curiously. Well, for starters, Before I used to just get an idea what a quirk is like you do, but now if I concentrate I can get so much more information. Also I gained another active quirk slot. Izuku answers. Intriguing. Nezumi comments, before this you were locked to 4 slots and were unable to increase past that, right? Izuku and Inko nod. Do you know what caused it? Izuku pauses for a moment then shakes his head. No, it happened sometime while I was in the conflagration zone with Mel with Shield that I had used 5 slots without realizing it when I first engaged 9. Inko and Nezumi both notice Izuku's lie. If you are worried about Aizawa, he is aware of the nature of Shield's quirk. Nezumi offhandedly comments. Izuku looks over to Aizawa who nods. I know about one for all and all for one. Well, the basic story anyways. Aizawa explains. Izuku takes a breath. I believe when I copied one for all from Shield it sort of evolved Quirksmith. Inko raises an eyebrow. You copied one for all? Izuku nods. Yes. Well, sort of. I didn't copy the whole quirk as Shield possesses it, but I copied the quirks of the previous wielders including Tempest, and the stockpile aspect seemed to have merged with Quirksmith and all for one. Beyond another slot and a precise understanding of quirks you see, have you noticed any other changes to Quirksmith? Izuku shakes his head. None that I've noticed yet, but I haven't had a chance to try anything. Can we use one of the gyms to test it? Inko nods. Nezumi? Nezumi nods. Let's see if Recovery Girl clears him for more intensive quirk testing, then we can use one of the quirk-rated gyms. After Recovery Girl and Sora cleared Izuku to use his quirks again, he followed Inko, Nezumi, and Aizawa out of the main building and towards a rather normal-looking, for UA, building. Welcome to Gym Gamma Midoriya. Aizawa walks through the door first. This gym was designed to allow Cementos to make the most of her quirk to create specialized layouts for students. Usually you wouldn't see this building until your class was preparing for the provisional license exam or you were part of a group that reserved this space specifically. However, given the circumstances, I decided this would be the best gym on UA campus to properly test your abilities. Nezumi explains. A door on the other side of the gym opens to reveal a woman that looks like a sentient block of cement, Cementos. Good morning, Midoriya. Nezumi explained that I am needed to help test your limits. Izuku nods. Yes, thank you for benign willing to help Cemento-sensei. Cementos waves her hand. I'm here to help you all become the best heroes you can become, though personally I'm curious what you are capable of. Izuku smiles before turning to Inko. Is Kana joining us? Inko shakes her head. Unfortunately, she has to deal with the press and paperwork involving yesterday. Izuku nods with a small sad smile before turning to Cementos. Could you make me a concrete wall, please? Cementos nods and places both hands onto the concrete floor. A small wall about half a meter thick appears roughly 10 meters away from Izuku. Izuku grins and kneels down as he pulls rifle, gear shift, spring-like limbs, wave motion, and laserdisc into the active slots. This was a heat-of-the-moment combination. He explains as his left hand reaches into his hair and twirls several strands into a bullet. Cementos watches with wide eyes as Izuku's right arm bends in half and a barrel composed of bone similar in design to Lady Nagin's quirk appears out of his elbow. Izuku places the hair bullet into the hole in the center of his right hand and takes a steadying breath. Gunshot echoed across the training gym, followed by the sound of cracking concrete. At Nezumi's nod, Cementos places her hands on the ground again and the back of the concrete block begins to sink into the floor to reveal that the green and black bullet had penetrated through 15 centimeters of concrete before running out of energy. Izuku, I don't think I need to tell you how dangerous that combination is. Inko says with slightly widened eyes. Izuku shakes his head. No you don't, Mom. I already know that I can't use that against normal villains. He responds as his arm folds back to normal. Impressive power. Cementos mutters. Izuku, there's something I want you to try. Inko speaks, as you've experienced, wielding multiple quirks at the same time can change how the quirks function. However, I've never been able to properly fuse quirks together or manipulate and change how individual quirks function. Though the first one isn't an issue for me, it would be of benefit to you. Izuku nods and mentally flips through his quirk stockpile before pulling his copy of Cremation, Blackfire, and Cursed Fire to the surface. Lime green, black, and cyan flames begin to lick the air around Izuku's forearms as he mentally grips the 3 fire quirks and tries to shove them into the same spot together. Inko, Nezumi, and Cementos watch as the 3 colorful flames momentarily sputter before they flare outward and force the chimera and sentient cement block to step back as Inko puts her hand up with her palm flat, the air around her cooling down immediately. The flames spike even bigger for a moment before dying and dissipating completely, revealing first and second degree burns across Izuku's arms along with the charred sleeves of the UA gym uniform. Izuku? Inko cries out in worry as Nezumi and Cementos stare at the boy in shock. I'm okay, Mom, just no natural fire resistance. Izuku grunts out as his regeneration quirks and cell activation work together to rapidly heal the burns. One of the USJ villains had a fire resistance quirk, except it didn't actually make her all that fire resistant, it just let her ignore heat and the pain from burns. Izuku clenches his fists and bends his elbow in and out a few times. Inko shakes her head in exasperation and walks over towards Izuku. If you're going to play with fire quirks, you're going to have a DMN fireproofing quirk. She scolds her son as she places her hand on his forehead. Izuku, knowing he won't win, simply sighs and lets his shoulders drop slightly. Combining quirks takes a lot more energy than I thought it would. Izuku mentally complains as he feels the fireproof quirk settle into his stockpile. Well, it won't be an in the field option, but you know you can do it now at least. Inko says as she removes her hand from Izuku's head. Did I mumble that out loud? Izuku asks. Inko shakes her head, contact-based telepathy. She answers. You have that? Izuku asks. Inko chuckles. I have nearly 1,000 quirks at this moment. How are you surprised by this? Inko asks with a mirthful smile. I'm not surprised, I just didn't know you had that quirk. Izuku protests. Inko chuckles. And how many times have you read through my quirk notebooks? She asks with a smirk before stepping back. So how does the quirk feel? Izuku, still slightly blushing from embarrassment, shrugs. It's a bit unruly but seems responsive enough. The newly fused quirk seemingly reluctantly slotted into an active slot alongside Firewalker, and fire begins to come from the Verdant's hand. However, unlike the 3 quirks that were fused together, the new quirk did not produce a monochromatic flame, but in Izuku's hand sat a small mote of fire that seemed to shift colors across its surface. I can feel it taking up 1 slot. He raises his hand towards the now shrunken cement target. A torrent of multichromatic fire leaps from Izuku's outstretched hand and bathes the cement target. After a few seconds, Izuku cuts off the quirk, content that Firewalker is enough on its own to handle the combined fire quirk. Oh! Izuku mutters upon seeing the cement target, or what's left of it. I'm gonna need a lot more practice with this quirk. Inko nods as she stares at the pile of cement slag on the blackened floor of the training gym. Yes, you are. Do you know what you're going to call this quirk? Izuku nods. Yes, I do, prismatic flame. Aizawa shakes her head. You and S.H.I.E.L.D. are going to have to fight over the title of problem child at this point. Are you ready, Izuku? Inko asks Izuku as the duo along with Nizu walk up to the apartment shared by 13 sidekicks. Izuku nods. Yeah, I'm ready. Recovery Girl's energy gummies slowly relieving him of the exhaustion from his training session. I'm glad Cremation and Firewalker play nicely with each other. Inko smiles and raises her hand to knock on the door. After a few moments, the door opens to reveal Hawks with her wings drooping behind her. Ms. Midoriya? Midoriya? Hello, Hawks, is Pyre here? Izuku asks. Hawks looks confused at the pair of greenets but hesitantly nods. You were at the staff meeting, so you know some of the details, but us and Nezumi agreed the earlier we could meet the better. Inko responds. This is going to sound crazy, but given Pyre is currently missing her quirk factor, I hope you and Breakdown will believe me slightly more. Hawk's attention snaps to Izuku after mentioning Pyre's quirk. What? Tis. Izuku pulls Cremation into an active slot and ignites the cyan flames in the palm of his hand. Hawk's eyes widen. This is going to sound crazy, but I can give Pyre back her quirk. Izuku states confidently. How? Hawks demands. My quirk allows me to copy the quirks of the people I touch with all 5 fingers. Izuku explains. Hawks looks like she is about to question Izuku when her phone rings. She stops as she recognizes the ringtone as the one set for Nezumi. "Ma'am?" Hawks asks after she answers the call. "Good afternoon, Hawks." Nezumi says cheerfully, "Please lead your guests inside so we can have this conversation in a more private environment." Hawks nods and motions for Inko and Izuku to move inside before closing and locking the door behind them. "Ma'am?" says. Young Midoriya is telling the truth about his ability to restore Pyre's quirk. Nezumi explains. "Why am I just now learning this?" Hawks asks, her anger and protectiveness of her teammates overriding her fear of the Chimera. "Why weren't we informed of this when you and Chu determined that Haya lost her quirk?" She demands. "Because at the time Midoriya was still unconscious and we were not absolutely certain that he had managed to copy Pyre's quirk." Nezumi responds, seemingly unaffected by Hawk's outburst. "We decided it would be best we didn't bring the possibility up until we knew whether Midoriya possessed the quirk or not." Hawks takes a breath. That's a reasonable thought process. She admits, "I apologize for my outburst, ma'am." "You are forgiven. Your anger at the situation is understandable given the involvement of one of your mates." Nezumi responds. Hawk's face very quickly resembles her wings in coloration. I was right, Hitomi owes me 700 yen. Izuku cheers. Inko shakes her head with a fake exasperated expression. "You can settle your shipping bet with Hitomi later." "Right, sorry." Hawks shrugs. "Honestly, as long as you aren't going to spread it, I honestly don't care too much. Now can we get back to the part where you can restore my girlfriend's quirk?" She asks, her voice turning seriously. "Sure, Recovery Girl, Nezumi, and Lady Nagant are all aware of what my quirk is capable of and have signed off on this, so to speak." Izuku answers, "There won't be any negative side effects both short-term or long-term. However, Recovery Girl does demand you bring Pyre to her so she can run the tests she wants after I return her quirk." Hawks nods, her general confusion and apprehension of the situation being overridden by the sheer absurdity of the situation and her boss both understanding and approval of Izuku's claim. "Haya, could you come in here?" She shouts down the hallway. A disgruntled "Huff" could be heard in response from the end of the hallway. "Stubborn FNG fire quirks." Hawks mutters underneath her breath, "Give me a minute, please," she says to Inko and Izuku before walking down the hallway. After a few minutes, Hawks comes back down the hallway practically dragging a partially unwilling and disheveled Pyre behind her. "Sorry about that." She apologizes. Pyre focuses on Izuku. Can you really return my quirk?" Izuku nods and activates cremation. "Yes, I can. All I need is 5-finger contact with exposed skin. Nothing overdramatic, just a handshake will do." Inko silently huffs at her son's comment about the way she gave quirks in the past. "No potential for issues or complications?" Pyre asks skeptically. Izuku shakes his head. "No issues since I'm just giving you a copy of your own quirk." He lied. Nizu and Recovery Girl have already given the green light and 13 knows about this. Pyre sighs and closes her eyes before extending her hand. "Please." Izuku nods and extinguishes the quirk before taking Pyre's hand. Red lightning sparks across the connected hands as the boosted cremation returns to its rightful owner. "Whoa!" Pyre gasps after the lightning dies out. "That feels weird." She mutters out loud. Izuku nods. "You get used to it after a while? Or at least I have." Recovery Girl still wants to see you to make sure that everything is right. Pyre nods in understanding. "Yeah, I'll get to her after I clean up. Can't make the old lady angry. Just don't let her head you call her that." Hawks responds with a chuckle as she leads Izuku and Inko back to the entrance. "Thank you so much, Midoriya." Izuku shakes his head. "You don't need to thank me, but I'll take the praise anyways. I had the power to help, so I did." "Hey, Mom?" Izuku asks as the duo walks within sight of the 1A dorms. "Yes, Izuku?" Inko responds. "Can I borrow one of your quirk books for tonight?" Izuku asks with a small blush overtaking his features. Inko smirks. "Sure. Which notebook did you want?" She asks despite having a good idea which one he wanted. Book number 18." Izuku stammers out with blush exploding across his face as he looks at the ground and refuses to look his mother in the eyes. Inko chuckles and waves her hand, the aforementioned notebook dropping into Inko's hand. Here you go, Izuku. Izuku reaches a shaky hand out to grab the notebook. Now Izuku, just remember I don't want to be a grandmother before you graduate university, understand? She states before letting go of the book and walking back towards the main gate of U, leaving Izuku to his own embarrassment. After Izuku, Nezumi, Kiana, and Inko left the 1A dorms, May turned to the rest of the class and a few in particular. Shield, Bunny Lady, Dragon Lady, can I talk to you in Aizu's room? The trio give May a confused look. Melissa nods while Rumi and Tatsuma shrug and follow her into the elevator. May, what's this about? Melissa asks as the quartet walk into the main area of Izuku's apartment. May sighed. Look, I'm not great at emotional things, but I am observant and I know that the three of you at least feel something for Izuku. I don't know what you're talking about, May. Melissa protests. Not dash, the normally composed Tatsuma stammers. Does he know? Rumi asks, her cheeks tinted pink. Melissa and Tatsuma turn to stare at Rumi. What? Tis. May shakes her head. No, Izuku doesn't know, or at least I doubt it. I had to practically force my tongue down his throat to get him to understand that I liked him. It's not that he's too dense to notice when girls flirt with him, he just kinda blocks it out. Too many girls in high school tried to flirt with him with ulterior motives. Rumi nods before turning to her girlfriend. Ryu, please listen to me. I still love you and I still want to be in a relationship with you. I never had any intention of doing anything with my feelings for Izuku. What do you want, May? Melissa asks, why drag us down here for this conversation? Because contrary to you may think I didn't drag you down here to tell you to stay away from him. May responds. Melissa takes a breath. May, are you trying to turn us into a harem for your boyfriend? Rumi and Tatsuma blush. May shakes her head. Harem is a group of women centered on a man. I plan on at least being in a relationship with you, Melissa, and I need to get to know Bunny and Dragon Lady more to determine if I like them like that, but am open to the possibility. Tatsuma pinches the bridge of her nose, ignoring everything else about this situation. May, you need to learn and actually remember our names. May nods. Yeah, Aizu says I need to practice names more to make customers feel more respected, her tone making it obvious that she disagreed but was complying. Why are you doing this, May? Melissa's. Miss. Why are you trying to add more girls to you and Izuku's relationship? Rumi clarifies, most women who get a man are very protective of them, especially someone like Izuku. I know no matter what Izuku will still love me and I want Izuku to be happy. May shrugs. Besides, I know Aizu still has his not quite faded childhood crush on her. May gestures to Rumi and has some sort of feelings for you, Melissa, especially after yesterday. Look. Melissa sighed. I won't deny that I find Izuku attractive. He's kind, whereas most people with a quirk like his would flaunt it like they were the next number one. And I won't deny that after yesterday I have a crush on him, but are you absolutely sure about this, May? Nods. Are you aware of the, forgive my language, PR shitstorm this will be for all of us, especially Midoriya, if it gets out? Tatsuma asks. I don't care about what other people think, and I know Aizu plans to be a Twilight hero, so public perception won't matter too much. Rumi smirks. Oh, Ryu, are you accepting that you do feel something for broccoli? Tatsuma flushes. Be open to getting to know Midoriya more. May, does Izuku even know you are doing this? Melissa's. Oh, not really. May admits in a rare moment of embarrassment. May. Izuku asks from his bed, what happened while I was gone? What you mean, Aizu? May responds from his desk, not looking up from the device she was tinkering with. I mean the fact that according to Yaoyorozu, you practically kidnapped Rumi, Tatsuma, and Melissa right after I left, and since I've been back none of those three have been able to so much as look at me without blushing. Izuku responds, so what did you do, May? I didn't dash. May's continued protest dies in her throat as she turns around to look at Izuku, disbelief obvious in his deadpan stare. I didn't do much, just talk to them. Izuku sighs. What did you talk to them about? Nothing important. She responds. May, you're aware you're a terrible liar, right? May turns back around to her device. It wasn't anything important. Izuku continues his deadpan stare. No cuddles until you tell me the truth. May WHPS around with a horrified gasp. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Izuku challenged. May's defiance crumbles. I talked to them about joining me and making a harm. She mumbles the last several words too quiet and too fast for Izuku to hear. Izuku walks over to his girlfriend and picks her up into a hug. What was that, May? He asks as he lays back down on his bed with May on top of him. I talked to them about forming a HA. May responds, mumbling into his chest. Izuku got an idea what his girlfriend answered but needed clarification. May, I'm going to need you to look me in the face and repeat yourself one more time. May looks up from Izuku's chest. I talked to the three of them about forming a HRM for you. Izuku took a breath. May, why? Well, it's not really a HRM because I think Melissa is pretty and Rumi's hot. May responds. Izuku pinches the bridge of his nose. I'll deal with this in the morning. Spoiler alert. Izuku did not, in fact, deal with it in the morning. The rest of the weekend passed without any major incident. The four members of 1A who were absent for the original reveal of Izuku's quirk had various reactions but the expected mix of surprise, confusion, and disbelief while Rumi, Tatsuma, and Melissa remained mostly unable to make eye contact with Izuku without blushing. Alright students, welcome back. Aizawa greets 1A as she stands up from her sleeping bag. I'm glad to see that all of you decided to remain in the hero course. Ribbit, it's good to see you're okay, Aizawa-sensei. Tsu comments. Recovery girl and Midoriya do wonders, she comments. Now unfortunately we shouldn't be having this conversation but here we are. You all handled yourselves well during the USJ and reacted quickly. She praises. However, I do have some comments. She locks eyes with Izuku. Midoriya, I understand your actions in defense of your classmates and Lady Nagant, but please try to come up with an alternative solution before throwing yourself headfirst into a fight. Izuku nods, yes sensei. Good. Now unfortunately your time with the vultures isn't over. Vultures? Ryuko asks as a confused murmuring comes from the rest of 1A. You know them as the press. Aizawa deadpants. Against my suggestion, the school board decided to continue on with the sports festival in 2 weeks. 1A erupts into noise. Sensei, is this wise? The main villains from the USJ escaped through their warp quirk. Eroses. Unfortunately, whether or not it is wise, it has been decided. Aizawa responds, now due to the events of last week each of you will be required to make at least one visit to Hound Dog. If you fail to make the visit or if she determines that letting you compete would be detrimental, you will be pulled from the sports festival. Is that understood? Yes, sensei. The class echoes. What's so special about the sports festival that we can't just cancel it? Kaminari asks. Kaminari, the sports festival, is one of the most watched events across Japan, second to basically only the hero ranking ceremony. Melissa speaks up. It also broadcasts our quirks and weaknesses to the public and villains. Hitomi pointed out. Yeah, that is an unfortunate side effect of the UA Sports Festival. Izuku answers, that might have something to do with the low rate of UA second years getting provisional licenses. He mutters to himself. But it also gets US noticed by heroines for internships and work studies. Kamiji says, yeah, a large amount of heroines end up stuck as sidekicks. Kinda like you jamming way. Jairu offhandedly comments. Hey, that's mean Jairu. Kaminari protests. But it's true until you can stop shorting out with your quirk. She responds. Izuku nods in agreement while internally wondering if he or Inko had a quirk that could help negate or minimize Kaminari's quirk issue. I'm just saying they already attacked UA once and got away. What's stopping them from doing it again? Kaminari asks. The entirety of the top 10 will be in attendance along with several other heroes and hero commission agents. Aizawa interrupts, causing everyone to snap their attention to him. The school board and commission believes that this is the best way to show that we aren't scared of villains. Now this means we have 2 weeks to prepare you for the tournament. At first, lunch was accorded for 1A with all of the present students staring at the class as they got 3 food from lunch rush. It quickly became obvious to Izuku that his stealth quirk he usually used for lunch wasn't working, as he felt nearly everyone's eyes on him. Looking up at his classmates, he actives mind lock. I'm heading up to the roof if anyone wants to join me. He mentally informs his classmates. 1A minus Himura nod and mentally respond, confusing everyone watching them. Smiling at the slightly unnerved look of several other students, Izuku leads his class up to the rooftop and closes the door behind them. That was weird. Ashido speaks, breaking the silence. I'm used to being the center of attention because of my looks and personality, but it's because they finally noticed me. Izuku comments, we're the hero course, so they paid some attention to us before, but they never noticed me before. How is that? Yaoyorozu asks as she sits down with her lunch bento. You stand out rather easily being a man and all? Izuku shrugs, stealth quirk. He responds, they weren't looking for me, so they didn't find me. I don't understand how you people can like attention from other people. Hitomi mutters. Some of us aren't antisocial insomniacs. Kaminari responds. Ouch, betrayed by my only friend. Hitomi deadpants. Izuku gasps in fake horror, your only friend? What am I? An eldritch deity that's holding me hostage for companionship. She answers. After a brief moment, one erupts into laughter. When classes ended for the day, Izuku was ready to return to the dormitories and start his new notebook for Nezumi. However, that plan went out the window as he heard a commotion outside the classroom door. So many people. Jairu complains as she looks towards the door. Izuku activates scanning and has to quickly drop the quirk due to the sheer amount of quirks on the other side of the door. There's gotta be half of the first-year courses put there. He mutters, nope, not doing that. He says as he turns back away from the door. Izuku! Sora's. Huge crowd outside the door, I'm not dealing with that. He says loud enough for all of his classmates to hear as he walks towards one of the windows and unlatches it. I'm going out the window. Anyone who wants to avoid that crowd, feel free to join me. Izuku, we are on the 2nd floor. Melissa protests. He smirks, so? He asks as he puts one leg out the window, see you all at the dorm. He says with a mock salute before swinging his other leg out of the window and jumping. Sora and Hitomi share a look before nodding and following Izuku out the window, see ya. The duo both feel an invisible hand grab them and gently lower them to the ground. Wondered how long it would take the two of you. Izuku laughs. Catch me. Jairu calls from the window with one leg hanging out. Izuku smiles and nods before sending a psychic hexapus tendril to grab the punk student. The waiting room was filled with a tense, nervous energy as 1A waited to be called to the field. Midoriya shield. Himura breaks the silence as she walks up to the two. Yes, Himura? Melissa's. Objectively, you two are stronger than me, however, I will beat both of you with only my ice. She declares. Whoa, what's with this declaration of war, Himura? Kirishima asks as she steps between Himura and the duo. Izuku tilts his head. Himura, I don't know why you're doing this, but we aren't the only ones you should be watching for. He spreads his arms wide to gesture to the whole of one. Everyone here is putting fear all into fear performance. If you have but this whole day, someone other than me or Melissa may beat you. Himura scoffs and walks away. Izuku shakes his head in disappointment. Shouldn't have expected anything different. He mutters to himself. Who spit in her coffee? Rumi asks Izuku. Izuku shrugs. Who knows? Can I please have class 1A and 1B report to the field? Present mixed voice comes through the speakers in the waiting room. Class 1A and 1B to the field. That's out Q. Shield speaks up. All right, everyone line up. Yaoyorozu takes charge. 1A, even Himura, make noises of agreement and form a double file line behind Yaoyorozu and Shield. So this is the high and mighty class 1A who believed they were above the rest of us. A voice calls out. The class turns to find a short-haired blonde looking over at them with contempt. And who might you be? Melissa asks. Neho Minoma of class 1B. She proudly claimed, the superior heroics class, as we will prove to everyone today. Yaoyorozu scoffed, "Let's go." She gestured for the class to continue towards the field. "As for you, Monoma, I assume you were part of the crowd outside our door at the end of the day after the break." "Why, of course, we came to see what you glory hounds are like." Monoma is cut off by a deep growl. Yaoyorozu turned to find Ryuko straining against Rumi and Izuku's hold. "She's not worth it, Ryu." Rumi growls. "This is why we elected to avoid the crowd, Monoma." Yaoyorozu speaks as she turns to glare at the blonde. "Because we did not want to deal with people like you who believed we were lucky or hogging the spotlight." "Monoma!" Another voice yells. Monoma freezes. Everyone turns to find an angry woman with vine-like hair storming up to the blonde. "Neho, Monoma, you were told to leave 1A alone, but instead here you are antagonizing them." The woman berates the blonde before grabbing her collar. "I'm sorry about my classmates' words." She briefly apologizes before walking off with the blonde dragging behind. "So that happened." Kazuki states, "Let's get going, class." Melissa announces, drawing everyone's attention back to her. "Please welcome onto the field the stars of today's show, the first-year heroics course Class 1A and Class 1B. Present," Mike announces over the stadium speakers. The crowd erupts into cheer as the two classes walk out side by side. Next are the first-year general education course classes 1C, 1D, 1E, and 1F. Each of them has a chance to earn a place in the hero course depending on their performance today. The four classes of 40 students each march onto the field and stop next to the hero course. Izuku passively hears comments about biased intros. Izuku didn't think Mike was that biased, and about how they were only there to make the hero course look good. The support department, the only people crazy enough to design and build our hero costumes and support equipment, are here to show off their own creations. Come on out, 1G and 1H. Izuku looked over to the support classes trying to find his girlfriend who had been rather tight-lipped about what she was showing off at the sports festival. However, he couldn't find her pink hair anywhere. "Where's Hatsume?" Power Loader's tired voice asks over the speakers, sounding done with the day already. "Sorry, Power Loader-sensei, this took longer to put on than I thought it would." May's slickly distorted voice echoes from the tunnel. "No." Izuku whispers as Barn Owl lets him hear servos moving in time with the loud footsteps coming from the tunnel. Out of the tunnel comes out a metal battlesuit standing roughly 2¼ meters tall, covered in sleek and rounded blue and purple armor plating. "I can't believe she convinced Power Loader to allow her to bring that," he mutters before turning back towards the center stage. And last but not least, we have the management courses 1I, 1J, and 1K up in the stands with their own assignment for the sports festival. The camera pans up to the stands to spot a large number of students in their class boxes already with tablets in their hands. With our competitors introduced, let's give a warm welcome to this year's referee, Midnight. A mixture of cheering and wolf whistles comes from both the stands and the field as Midnight steps up to the center stage in her hero costume. "Thank you, Mike, for the introduction. Now then, it's time to kick this sports festival off with our athletes' pledge performed by this year's highest scorer on the entrance exam, Inko Midoriya of Class 1A. Midnight snaps her WHPS. She announces Izuku's name. The crowd cheers, then falls silent as Izuku steps out of line and towards the platform. The whispers started as Izuku stepped onto the stage. "Thank you, Midnight," Izuku says as he takes the microphone from her. "I'm aware that no one outside of my class expected this or thought that this could even be a possibility, but here we are." Izuku pauses for a moment. "I can already feel the stares, the glares, and I can hear the whispers and comments about my presence. I imagine many of you will demand my disqualification and most likely my full expulsion from UA. However, I will say this now. I earned my way into this class just like all of my other classmates. To everyone who's going to claim that I bribed or cheated my way into 1A or that I am a liability in the field, I dare you to keep that attitude when I am in the semifinals or when I'm on the street in costume and save one of you from a criminal or villain. To all of my competitors, give the festival your all." Izuku looks at 1A and makes eye contact with Himura. "I want to beat all of you at your bests." With his piece said, Izuku hands the microphone back to Midnight and walks back to his classmates. Did you have to be so antagonistic? Melissa asks as he steps in line behind her. Nope, but it felt good. He responds with a smirk. Melissa blushes and looks away. With that interesting speech, it's time to begin this year's UA First Year Sports Festival. Midnight declares as a large wheel on the screen behind her starts spinning. And the first event of the year will be Dash. With that interesting speech, it's time to begin this year's UA First Year Sports Festival. Midnight declares as a large wheel on the screen behind her starts spinning. And the first event of the year will be Dash. The wheel behind Midnight stops spinning and shows a bar with a hand on the bottom of it and a second hand upside down on the top of the bar. A relay race. Midnight announces. You will have 10 minutes to put together a team of 4 for the race. The race will consist of 4 obstacles, 1 for each member of your team. You are allowed to attack other teams with your quirks, but no serious injuries. Recovery Girl may be on staff, but we want to use her as little as possible today. The screen shifts to show a 10-minute timer. Your time to find a team starts now. Izuku didn't even get a chance to turn around before he felt a firm hand on his shoulder. We got you, Broccoli. Rumi says reassuringly. We. Izuku asks as he turns around to find Ryuko next to her girlfriend. Good, now we only need one more and Dash. Hey Aizu, wait for me. May's boosted voice comes from her suit as she walks over to him. There she is. He finished his statement before turning to May. So you finished the VX-22? Sort of. May shakes her hand in a so gesture, the angular gauntlets covering her hand. So what's the plan, Aizu? Well, UA has only done the relay race twice and neither had the same events, but they were similar. The first obstacle was something where you fought and ran, the middle 2 were unconnected unfortunately, and the last one was centered around agility. Well, that's better than nothing. Ryuko speaks, so what's the strategy? Well, Aizu's the most agile of all of us. May points out, May you might be best for one of the wild card obstacles. Izuku gestures to the suit. I'll do the other wild card since we think the first one will require fighting on the move. Ryuko says. Rumi grins. Perfect, I get to crack some skulls. Rumi, keep an eye on the students around you, specifically Himura if she's there. The starting opening is the secret first obstacle, it always is. Rumi nods in understanding but scoffs at essentially being told, be careful. Well kiddies, your 10 minutes are up, I hope you are happy with your teams. Midnight announces, now please follow the robot with the number matching your obstacle painted on it. Remember, when you reach the next person in the relay you only need to tap them to pass on the baton, so to speak. Izuku looks around at the teams his classmates formed as he begins walking towards the number 4 robot. Melissa, Yaoyorozu, Jairu, and Tokage formed a team. Himura, Ashido, Heido, and Kirishima. Kendo, Kaminari, Awada, and Hitomi. Azui, Uraraka, Kamiji, and Kizuki. Alright, our students have formed Tier 4-person teams. Eraserhead, would you like to give any comments on the teams you see as my co-announcer? Mike asks over the speakers. No. Izawa responds, sounding as tired as ever. Izuku chuckles at the heroine's response. Rumi impatiently taps her foot as she waits for the race to start. She turns towards the exit of the tunnel they start in. Dash. Izuku was right. She realizes the tunnel isn't wide enough for everyone, and Himura's here. Before she can think too much, the bar of 4 lights above the exit light up with all 4 lights being red and everyone getting into ready stances. Are you ready for the first event of the sports festival? Present Mike asks over the speakers. The fist light turns off and Rumi clenches her fists. The second light turns off. The third light turns off and the muscles in Rumi's leg tighten. The fourth light turns off and the tension in the starting tunnel is thick enough to cut with a knife. The lights turn green and all hell breaks loose. Rumi leaps forward and into the air as soon as the lights turn green. The crackling of ice behind her warns her of the first true hazard as Himura unleashes a large burst of ice that catches everyone outside of Their class off guard and encases their feet in ice. And they're off. The first event of the sports festival is officially underway. Mike announces. Nice try, Himura. Melissa taunts as Black Whip anchors into the ceiling and slingshots her out of the tunnel. Rumi chuckles as she bounds off of the ice, cracking it. Dim move ribbit. Sue scolds behind her. Rumi scoffs as she the first obstacle. Welcome to the robot inferno. Mike shouts, hello again ugly. Ready for another but kicking? Rumi shouts at the field of 1, 2, 3, and even multiple 0-point robots. Melissa uses Black Whip to slam herself into a 3-pointer. Target acquired, eliminate. A 2-pointer speaks as it charges at Rumi. Rumi lets a feral grin show and leaps at it, lunar arc. She shouts as she brings her heel down in an axe kick, cracking the armor and deactivating the robot. Targets acquired. The booming voice of the general exam's 0-pointer announces. Oh no you don't. Melissa shouts as she launches herself up at the robot. The sound of crackling ice returns as Himura launches a massive wave of ice that freezes the trio of 0-pointers. I'm not dealing with that. Rumi mutters as she leaps from robot to robot, avoiding the 0-pointer entirely. A thunderous crack draws her attention back to the robots as Melissa begins to fall back down to the ground. However, she quickly notices that the center 0-pointer is missing its head and is falling towards her. F-. Rumi curses under her breath chapter text. Ryuko walks herself through breathing exercises as she listens to present mix announcements and waits for Rumi to reach her. Excuse me. A voice to her left speaks up. Ryuko opens her eyes and turns towards the voice to find a woman with short black hair and brown eyes looking at her. Can I help you? She asks, already having a bad feeling about the woman for reasons she couldn't understand. You're a part of 1A, aren't you? Yes. Ryuko hesitantly responds. Yes, did Izuku really earn his way into the hero course? Or is this a publicity stunt by UA? The brown-haired woman asks. I can't speak to the nature of his entrance exam, but I can assure you he works just as hard if not harder than the rest of my classmates. Ryuko responds diplomatically. Who might you be? Oh, I'm Chikuchi Togaike. I was an old classmate of Izuku's. She responds, has he mentioned me? And the first group of competitors have passed the first obstacle with Shield in first, Usajiyama in second, Himura in third, Kemikiri in fourth, and Ida in fifth. Present Mike announces. Yes, he did mention you a few times. Ryuko responds to the clear happiness of Togaike. I do believe he made several of us promise to not intentionally knock you out so that he could, quote, kick that knockoff Katara Beach's high and mighty butt. Togaike stared at Ryuko with a shocked expression. He said what? She demands. A flash of golden light draws both of their attention as Melissa sprints towards the line of second stage racers. Shield is closing in on her handoff to Yaoyorozu. Oi Ryu! Rumi shouts. And Usajiyama refuses to be left behind as she closes in on her handoff partner Tatsuma. Ryuko focuses her attention on her incoming girlfriend, missing whatever Togaike says to her, as she gets into a running stance and stretches her right hand out behind her. As soon as Ryuko feels Rumi tap her outstretched hand, she takes off into a sprint. And Yaoyorozu reaches the second obstacle, the fall. Good luck getting across the platforms and wires. If you fall into the pit below you and your team is disqualified. Present Mike announces excitedly. Do not worry, there is a net and pro heroes below to catch the falling students. Aizawa's tired tone cuts in. Ryuko smirks and activates her quirk, rapidly transforming into a large dragon before taking flight and soaring towards the obstacle. Tatsuma starts her leg with a grand entrance before flying towards the fall. Present mixed disappointment is audible as he realizes what trap the flying dragon is heading towards. You forgot she could fly in your excitement, didn't you? Aizawa. No comment. Oh, now you can be quiet. Aizawa grumbles. Ryuko chuckles in her head as she closes the distance between her and Yaoyorozu. Isn't this fitting, a princess and a dragon? You're forgetting one detail. This isn't a fairy tale. The princess can fight back. Yaoyorozu responds as she lands on a platform and the signature rainbow light of creation comes from her abdomen. Is that a rocket launcher? Present Mike screeches as Yaoyorozu pulls a shoulder-fired rocket launcher from her abdomen. Why yes it is. Yaoyorozu responds as she looks into the sight and pulls the trigger. Don't worry, this is just a practice round. Sorry Yaoyorozu, that's not gonna work. Ryuko responds before returning to her human form, allowing the rocket to fly harmlessly above her, detonating in a puff of smoke just beyond the track. Interesting strategy. Can she save this though? Aizawa asks as Ryuko falls towards one of the gaps between the pillars and wires. Of course I can. Ryuko scoffs as she transforms back into her dragon form mid-fall and spreads her wings out to catch lift before she can fall below the disqualification mark. Cool trick. Yaoyorozu yells after the dragoness. And with that save, Tatsuma is now in the lead and closing in on her teammate Hatsume. The blonde pauses for a minute. Hey, wait a minute, I thought costumes and support gear weren't allowed. Mike says. Aizawa sighs, clearly unhappy with whatever script Mike planned out. Support corps students are allowed to bring any gear they make themselves and get approved by the staff. May was having a great day, truly. She got to display her greatest baby to the world, and she got to prove to everyone that she would be the greatest inventor Japan and the world at large has ever seen. She was not, however, enjoying the comments that many of her fellow contestants were making about her boyfriend. Mother, I have determined that the next obstacle is a maze of some sort. A robotic voice speaks inside the helmet of May's battlesuit. Thank you, Jarvis. May responds cheerfully. I am tracking your teammate Ryuko Tatsuma using the school's broadcast. She is 500m and closing. Good. May grins underneath her helmet and turns her attention back to present Mick's announcements. With ease, Tatsuma is coming in for the handoff, though Yaoyorozu from 1A and Ida and Tsunatori from 1B are not giving her an easy lead. Heads up, May. Ryuko shouts as she angles towards the armor-clad inventor and disables her quirk, returning to her human form as her feet touch the ground a few meters away from May. Go. Jarvis alerts May as soon as Ryuko makes contact with the battlesuit's outstretched hand. May takes off without hesitation and sprints into the maze ahead of her. However, only a few feet into the maze she comes across a fork. And Hatsume charges into the third obstacle, the Sphinx's maze. Mike announces. Left, Jarvis says before May can even begin to think about which direction to go. As she turns left, she is met by a metal door with a screen on it. A trail, a union, together tied. Come across me and you will find, you cannot change the course I'm on. Without me you cannot travel on. What am I? The screen reads. In addition to picking the right direction, each contestant will need to answer several riddles through the maze. All paths lead to the end, however there definitely is a fast path, so to speak. May groans, I hate riddles. She complains and pauses for a moment. Train tracks, she says. The screen turns green and the door opens. Perfect. May exclaims as she sprints forward, following Jarvis' directions to pick the shortest path through the maze. It takes May a few minutes of running before she comes across a second riddle. I am a fragile thing, easily broken by a single lie. I have no weight, yet I can crush mountains. I am sought after by all, but possessed by few. I am the ultimate power, yet the most vulnerable. Easily broken by a single lie, possessed by few, ultimate power, vulnerable. May mutters to herself, broken by a lie but the ultimate power, the truth. The screen turns green and the door opens once again. How long is this diamond maze? May complains. I estimate you are roughly halfway through. Jarvis responds. F-. May was starting to hate mazes more than she already did, which was quite impressive. Turn left, then go straight. May turns left and almost runs face first into the fourth riddle. I am the force that drives the world, yet I am unseen, unheard. I can bring nations to their knees, or lift them up to reach the skies. I reside in knowledge, in passion, in dreams, but I am not wisdom, nor love, nor schemes. An explosion erupts from the maze behind her. This. An angry woman yells as she launches herself above the maze. May turns just in time to see the blonde get nailed in the chest by a turret of some kind shooting a ball of purple sludge. That, kiddies, is what happens when you are naughty and don't play by the rules. Midnight's voice comes over the speakers, sounding far too pleased. May chuckles before turning back to the riddle in front of her. Drives the world but unseen and unheard. Can bring nations to their knees or lift them up to the skies. Knowledge, passion and dreams. May I offer a suggestion, Mother? No, Jarvis, I'm doing this on my own. May responds stubbornly. Izuku activates overdrive as he goes through his last set of warm-up stretches and sighs. The stares from his speech had unsurprisingly only intensified as the first event went on. He had to deactivate Barn Owl from the sheer number of whispers coming from everyone outside of his class. On either side of him, Hitomi and Kirishima give him reassuring smiles. Hey, no hard feelings when my team takes first, right? Hitomi asks. Izuku gives her a deadpan stare. Really? He mentally asked the purple-haired girl. Hitomi shrugs. Had to try at least. I will prove you for the fraud you are. Minoma shouts over the whispers. Izuku groans and turns towards the angry blonde. If 1B, who shat in your cereal this morning? The blonde chokes on her spit while a girl with vine-like hair behind her has a horrified expression. And in a surprising turn of events, Kan is the first one out of the maze and is heading by for the final handoff. Present, Mike announces. Looking down the line, Izuku sees a shorter girl with short brown hair similar to Uraraka looking giddily behind her. Not to be outdone, Hatsume breaks through the maze. Izuku smiles, knowing his girlfriend is going to rant about the riddles during the break between rounds. The sound of an engine roaring draws the attention of the last group of runners, and they turn to see a muscular woman with blue hair and engine mufflers sticking out of her legs sprinting towards them. Inida? Izuku mentally questions, didn't Present Mike announce she was part of the first group? The brunette taps the short brunette as she begins to slow down. And Komori is the first contestant to leave the starting line for the fourth and final obstacle. The blue-haired girl smiles as her teammate runs towards the obstacle before her skin begins to bubble, much to the concern of the other contestants, and turn into a gray sludge that slides off of her body to reveal a blonde-haired girl with twin hair buns and golden eyes. Transformation quirk? Izuku thinks as he tilts his head. Izuku! Incoming! May's voice booms from the speakers on her suit. And Komori reaches the final obstacle, the Minefield. Mike announces, curing everyone to do a double take. What? Izuku and the girls around him shout. Before anyone worries, the mines are not dangerous. Izawa explains. Izuku turns around at the sound of heavy footsteps to find May running towards him with her arm outstretched. Go Izuku! May shouts as her mech hand makes surprisingly soft contact with Izuku's hand. Izuku takes off running, overdrive making an unnoticeable impact to begin with due to the lack of a proper warm-up but helping him nonetheless. As he begins to speed up, a pink cloud puffs up in the distance. And Komori has found the first mine. After only a short run, Izuku finds the start of the minefield and spots Komori roughly halfway through it. Izuku grins and decides to show off. Activating Barn Owl and Minor Premonition, he sprints into the minefield, his enhanced vision helping him spot the more obvious mines and the few seconds of the future he gets helping him avoid some of the better hidden mines. What's this? Midoriya sprints into the minefield with seemingly reckless abandon, but he's not detonating any of the mines yet. Aizawa's dry chuckle echoes over the speakers. It may not always be obvious, but I've yet to see Midoriya do anything without a reason behind it. Wow! Mike responds, I think that's the highest praise I've ever seen you give a student eraser. Are you growing soft on me? Shut up, Mike. Aizawa responds. Izuku chuckles as he nears the end of the minefield, which unfortunately breaks his concentration and causes him to misstep and step on the front of a mine. He mutters as he rapidly drops Barn Owl. The explosion from the mine throws Izuku forward. His passive shock absorption quirks limited how much the mine actually, but there was still enough force to throw him forward out of the minefield and leave his ears ringing momentarily. And it seems Midoriya's streak comes to an end and Komori reaches the end of the minefield. Mike announces as a loud mechanical whirling is heard. Izuku pushes himself up and scans the minefield to see Komori staring at a large black wall in front of her, blocking the entrance to the stadium and finish line. Apologies to the contestants, the minefield is not actually the last obstacle. Mike announces, welcome to the warped wall. Aizawa says in a way that Izuku can practically hear the smirk in the underground hero's voice. Upon a second glance, the wall is an exponential ramp standing just over 4 meters, 13 feet, tall that slightly curves back out at the top. Izuku smirks as he steps back to the edge of the minefield. "Sorry, Kimori, but I'm taking first," he says both apologetically and confidently before charging at the wall at a dead sprint. It seems like Midoriya will be the first to try to tackle our newest addition to the sports festival. As Izuku's feet touch the black metal, he pulls gecko fingers, spring-like limbs, and endocrine control into active slots, and adrenaline floods Izuku's veins. His mind goes back to his training with Inko and Kiana on how to scale buildings without quirks. On his third step up the wall, Izuku activates spring-like limbs, propelling him upwards enough to get his hands on the lip at the top of the wall and allowing him to use gecko fingers to prevent him from falling back down the wall. And Midoriya conquers the wall on the first try with no hesitation. "What are you teaching these kids, Eraser?" Mike announces as Izuku pulls himself up to the platform at the top. "That's something you can't teach." Midoriya takes everything in front of him as a challenge. "You heard it here, folks. Eraserhead is a terrible teacher." Izuku laughs as he hops down the steps on the back of the wall and walks to the finish line.